Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda. Welcome. all the participants back for a brand new day of Nithyananda Yoga. Thank you all for joining us, and we will be starting this brand new day of Nithyananda Yoga with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Now, after we have invoked the presence of the divine, let us chant the Shiva Moola mantra 11 times internally, as the beautifully Paramashiva has revealed in the Akash that Devas are mantratma, like how a soul is for the human beings, the mantra is for the Devatas, for the higher energy beings. So let us invoke the soul through the chanting the Shiva Moola mantra. Let us invoke the presence of Paramashiva. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now, from there, let us do the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. As Swamiji reveals, Nithyananda Yoga is a ritual to connect to the divine, as revealed in the Agamas. So now, let us ritualistically cleanse the 3 units in our body. Place your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, the shape of a cow's ear, and at the end of each of the following mantras, sip the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe the upper and lower lip 2 times from right to left while chanting the following mantra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. Now with your middle index and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. With your thumb and index finger joined together of the right hand, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest, your left chest, and with all the fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, your right shoulder, left shoulder, and heart center. Let us now from here enter into the chanting of the Sankalpa Mantra. Over here, each of you are going to be creating a conscious resolution. A conscious resolution to manifest not just health, not just mental wellness, but to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So now sit straight, place your hands in the Sankalpa Mudra, your right hand over top of the left, placed onto your right knee. ओम ममोपात समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ कुंभमासे शुक्लपक्षे सप्तम्यां शुभतिथौ गुरुवासरयुक्तायां भरणी नक्षत्र ब्रह्मयोग गरजकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत समागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रया नगीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त विरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् वृषभध्वज स्थापक दैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ प्रणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाच स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणामभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatra. Om apaupasprisya. Now, let us now move into the actual yoga sequence itself, starting with the first asana, which is Sukhasana. Now sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line in a comfortable cross-legged position. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with your index and thumbs joined together. Place it on the top of your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clenching your perineum in the Mula Bandha, and tucking your chin towards your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. Do the Samana Kumbhaka for the first set of asanas. Visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the japa of Soham in your throat center. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana, bring your palms together, raised above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम यत् कृत्वा अस्त्ररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. The next asana we'll be entering into is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of you. Hold your left hand by the right, place your forehead onto the ground in front of your, behind your heels. Engage all the three bandhas, gaze towards your nose. Halipavasana. पूर्वं विधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगतलि संपुटिठानो पिष्टिपचे दौ करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो. The next asana is Nagipavasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, remaining in the same position. Place your cupped palms onto the ground, forming a hollow as you bring your forehead towards your feet. Gaze towards your nose, engaging all the three bandhas. पूरभविधि परियागाने नीचो ईकहुणी फनास्यो लगाई हाथा गाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजुली करे. Now raise yourself up into Kokilasana. In Kokilasana, holding your big toes with the index middle fingers in the Prana Mudra, stretch your legs straight out and upwards, cross them onto the opposite thighs. Lean forward onto your elbows, engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself as a bird. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्येन सिद्धो भवेन् नरः कस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. The next asana is Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on the top of the opposite knee, holding your opposite elbows. Engage all the three bandhas. Rotate your arms in a circular motion as you gaze towards your nose. Engage all the three bandhas. गोडां बावा पादिखियाख माहिली सोय दच चरण को वारलो तापरी गुल्प समोय वाम पादुको माहिलो बहुरो गुल्प जुजान तापरी गोड़ा दच की आंख चाह बाहर लीवान. The next asana is Gajasana. Now place your palms onto the ground and raise your hips up high into the sky. From here, now scooping your body forward and down again and again. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Nyubjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuyat mastakagre hasatalo nidhaya nitamba murdhamunnamaya nabhilaksham bhumau nasika maniya. Now stop that motion as we start another motion of alternate pressing the heels of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Again, continue to engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bear in Vrikshasana. Ekaikam padama kuncha gajasanam kurya drikshasanam bhavati. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us continue into the next asana, which is Vaishyasana. Now here, stand straight and bring your hands towards the heart center with your index, middle, and ring fingers joined together in the Hridaya Mudra. Raise tall onto the top of your toes. Continue to engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेद धूमुखः अथवा ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. The next asana is Urdhva Janukarana. Actually, we'll be entering into a Karana over here. In this Karana, now stand in the Armandi position, your heels touching, toes facing outwards. Keep one knee bent, keep your knees bent, and both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel towards the ground. Twist one knee towards the center, raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously follow the movement with the respective hand. Repeat this on the other side. Now from here, slowly relax as we enter into Balalingasana. Now here, Interlace your fingers from outside in the Sarvava Shankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself caressing a baby in Balalingasana. Ekam janurasya lingyasthathavyam balalinganam bhavati. The next asana is Padapidanasana. Now, put your foot back towards your body, holding it with both hands. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, engaging all the three bandhas. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. The next asana is Natarajasana. Now, lean forward with one hand in the Bindu Mudra, index and thumb joined together. Simultaneously kick, pulling the other foot back and up while leaning forward. Visualize yourself as the Lord of Dance, Nataraja, in your inner space. Tanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashta Prasarane. Now repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Ekam janurasya lingyasthathavyam balalinganam bhavati. Repeat Padapidanasana on the other side. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. And lean forward into Natarajasana on the other side. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashta prasarane. From here, let us enter into Ardharechita Karana. So now stand tall in the Aramandi position, keeping your hands at the chest level. Extend the opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum, bringing it back towards your chest. While the arm swings, move your fingers one by one inwards while you cross your right ankle behind the left. As the arm swings, move the fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now, touch your nose and uncross the ankles, repeating this on the other side. Next is the skeleton dance. Now, here we have two simple steps to completely cleanse your muscle memory. So visualize yourself as a skeleton, as pure bones without any of the other components, as you shake your entire body vigorously, intensely. This is a beautiful technique that Swamiji has revealed for us to cleanse all the patterns from inside our muscle memory. So shake intensely now as you visualize yourself purely as a skeleton. Now slowly relax as we enter into the Katichina Karana. Now continuing to remain straight from Aramandi. In Aramandi, bring your hands above your head, your hands crossed on top of the head. Now open your arms completely out towards the side, bringing it back on top of your head, simultaneously moving the hip to one side and come back to the beginning posture. Repeat this on the other side. Now we'll be entering into Tadasana. Tadasana, stand tall in the tips of your toes as you raise your hands above your head. Engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself as a palm tree. Tadasana. Mahamudra Baddha Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinottanam Sada Kurya Dantalvatni Patipriya. The next asana is Uttanasana. Now here, from a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat onto the ground. Engage all the three bandhas as you bring your head towards your heels, towards your knees in Uttanasana. Mahamudra Baddha Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinottanam Sada Kurya Dantalvatni Patipriya. From here, let us enter into the next asana, which is Tarakshvasana. Now here, lean yourself back into a plank position. Lean yourself into a plank position. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as you switch your chin from the left to the right. Gajasana sthitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kukshim savya kukshim naye tarakshvasanam bhavati. The next asana, which we will be entering into, is Bhujangasana. Now here, lay flat onto the ground. As you lower your entire body, keep your hands next to the chest, raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Open your mouth wide, inhaling through the hollow of your throat as you visualize yourself as a cobra. Angushthanavi paryantam adho bhuma vininyaset karabhyam chadharam dhritva udhashishah phanivahi. The next asana is Shashasana. Now bringing yourself to the Gajasana position, alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest, back and forth. Gajasana samsthitau janudvayama kuncha varam varam kartavyam Shashasanam bhavati. Next is Rathasana. Alternate bringing one foot between your hands, jump the foot backwards as you switch your feet, visualizing yourself as a chariot. Here, do the japa of Shivoham, Shivoham in your inner space. Gajasana samsthitau ekaikam padam puramargena bhramayitva karthavyam rathasanam bhavati. The next asana is Virabhadrasana. Now here, bring one foot forward at a 90-degree angle, bending the knee, the other leg back, keeping the knee straight. Raise your arms up parallel beside your ears, pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Lord Virabhadra in your inner space. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Vasishtamata kaundinyam modhakukkutam eva chashta vakramathotanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side. Vasishtamata kaundinyam modhakukkutam eva chashta vakramathotanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Yes, from Virabhadrasana, now let us transition into the next asana, which is Vrikshasana. Now, in Vrikshasana, bring one foot towards your inner thigh as the other foot is out straight. Place your palms in the Anjali Mudra, keeping them above your head. Raise your elbows straight. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze forward as you visualize yourself as a tree. Vamormooladeshe chayamyam padam nidhayato tishthet vrikshamadbhuma vrikshasanamidam viduh. Next is Garudasana. Place one foot at the opposite hip, the raised foot. Bring your palms together in front of the heart center. Keep your standing leg as straight as a rod. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasana Mavachi Nithyananda Sambhavi Sarvadosad Bhavatiha Mahabali. The next asana is Vrikshasana on the other side. Raise your hands up. Vamur Mula Deshe Yamyam Padam Vidhayato. And repeat Garudasana on the other side. Garudasana-mavakshe yena dhyanam strambhavi sarvadosha-vinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. From here, let us enter into Garudasana. Now, into Trikonasana. Now, stand step one leg far back, keeping your front toes pointing forwards, back toes facing sideways. Keep your arms straight, bringing the front arm down towards the ground beside your foot. The other arm extends towards the sky. Trikonasana. Tanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashthapsarane. And repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashthapsarane. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch, the brief interruption we had. Let us continue into the next asana, which is Nikuttaka Karana, actually, which will be entering into a beautiful Karana. Now, bring yourself into the Aramandi position, the half squatting position. As you bring yourself into the Aramandi position and alternate switching your legs one by the other. Alternatively, as you bring one up and the other down, keep your hands parallel to each other in front of your chest and switch the movement of your hands too. This is the Nikuttaka Karana. Now from here, let us enter into the Angushtasana. Now sit down on the top of your heels with your knees facing forward. Bring your hand into the Anjali Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. Here we will be having a beautiful new Kumbhaka, which is the Brahmari Kumbhaka, where you will be buzzing subtly like a bee inside your deep inside your throat. And a new japa of Sadashivoham will be starting here. Angushtasana. Kabandhasnamityāhuः Gorakshasnamev cha Angushtamushtikam Nyayam Brahma Prasaditam Tatha. From here, now stretch one leg forward into Saurasana. प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्. The next asana is Vidhunanasana. Now lean forward with your hands in the Prana Mudra. Clasp the toes, engaging all the three bandhas. And bring the other foot towards the back of the opposite heel. Gulphasitau padamekam prasari tatpadagram samsprishe tatkarena. The next asana is repeating Saurasana on the other side. Stretch the other leg forward. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapya tvekapadakam. And lean forward, clasping your toes into Vidhunanasana on the other side. Gulphasitau padamekam prasari tatpadagram samsprishe tatkarena. The next asana is Brahmajurankushasana. Now keep your toes on the ground, sitting on top of your heels. Gap between your legs, back of your hands resting on top of your knees. Bring your head into the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze through the gap between your palms. Do phana pani hoy vaise, edi do guda nivese, korpag thalyanki mahilya isma hira shemili. The next asana is Kapilasana. Bring your knees towards the ground. As spread wide apart, hands on top of the knees. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni as you gaze towards your nose. Ubhay pagatali samit harave, tunako mahili kor milave. The next asana is Bhadrakurakasana on the other side. Switch your gaze towards your third eye, remaining in the same position. Do pagatali samputakare korvarili bhu paridhare. Next asana is Yasana. Now raise your knees off the ground. As you bring your hands in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers joined together, the thumbs joined together, raise it right above your head, engage the Uddiyana Bandha, gaze towards the gap in the palms as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Edi do gudatariyane phana pani bhaitaka punithane. The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with your toes flat on the ground, the perineum on your heels. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth. Visualize yourself as a frog catching the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra. Mandukasana. Padatalau prishtadeshe angushte dwej samsprishe jani upmam puraskritya sadhayan Mandukasanam. From here, let us enter into Uttana Mandukasana. Now bring both your hands towards the opposite shoulders. Continue to visualize yourself as a frog as you gaze towards your third eye. Mandukasana adhyastam korparabhyam dhritam shiraha etadhekavaduttanam etaduttana mandukam. The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles behind you. As you keep your knees wide, fingers spread on top, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue, exhale forcefully as you gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this again and again, visualizing yourself as a lion. Dakshinam savigulphena dakshinena tatetaram hastau jajanvo samsthapya swangulishcha prasarya cha. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit on your heels, bringing your knees wide apart from each other. Cross your hands behind your back, holding the big toes in the Prana Mudra. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze towards your nose. Gulbhau Chavishnasya Sivanyaf Pashva Yokshipet Pada Pashvatamanibyam Bhradvas Nischalam. And the next asana is Kailasa. Now bring yourself to a squatting position. Feet flat on the ground, knees open wide. Bring your arms in and around the back. Interlace your fingers behind as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in the hands of the Parashmudra. Prathame ve sukuritane do hatapagam vichane tinuko modi nalya paralyave pistapake kankasi karave. The next asana is Kani Pavasana, bringing your palms flat onto the ground. Bring your knees towards the back of your elbows. As you raise your legs off the ground, leaning forward, balance there in Kani Pavasana. Asana ko guna ashi dushita hoi to achi hoi. The next asana is Kapalyasana. Now bring your forehead to the ground. Raise your feet wide above, tall above your head. As you balance yourself on your hands and on your head, gaze at your nose, Kapalyasana. Sisha Sisha Dharti Teki Pagado Miliva Uncha Kukare Pagathaliya Kashidasa Sanamushirashe Dohata Ki Hateli. The next asana, now you can relax slowly from there as we enter into Parshvamayurasana. Now bring your knees to one side of your elbows, both your hands on one side, as you align each elbow with the knee and hip respectively. Now lean onto your arms, balancing. Extend your legs towards the side as you gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Parshvamayurasana. Mayuram Kuryan Mayuram Dandanamakam Kuryan Mayuram Pashvabhyam Mayurapashvanamakam. Now let's repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Dandanamakam Kuryan Mayuram Pashvabhyam Mayurapashvanamakam. The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now here, bring both your hands onto the ground as you bring one foot around the other hand. Visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava in your inner space, gazing towards your third eye. Bhairaganathasana. Asana Kauguna Piti Jayi. The next asana, repeat Bhairaganathasana on the other side. Asana Kauguna Piti Jayi. Next, let's enter into Unmukha Pithasana. Now bring your forearms to the ground as you raise your hips high into the sky, gazing towards your third eye. Bhunyastau Janani Hastau Chatushpadama Vangmukham Uttapitangri Gala Katisthalam Abhiruka. From here, let us enter into Vasishthasana. Now, bring your body onto one of your hands and raise the other hand towards the top in Vasishthasana. Raise your hips, gaze towards the sky, visualizing yourself as sage Vasishtha. Urdhva Kukkata Vasishta Marichi Halamatsakam Parivrittim Chodarasya Vividam Dhanurasanam. And repeat Vasishthasana on the other side. Urdhva Kukkata Vasishta Marichi Halamatsakam Parivrittim Chodarasya Vividam Dhanurasanam. Next asana is Anjani Asana. Now, bringing yourself into a seated position, legs stretched, toes pointing upwards. Bring your hands underneath your, sit on top of your hands, palms facing upwards. As you keep your spine straight, elbows towards the body. Tuck your chin into the chest as you gaze towards your nose in Anjani Asana. Do karke bheteli korvarli mele bheli soagane bhuparidashe mahane anguli milirashe. The next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now sit with your legs stretched out and bend down from your waist, holding the big toes with the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Bring your chest to the thighs, head towards the knees as you engage all the three bandhas in Paschimottanasana. Dhyano parilatantu paschimam tanamuchitena kena prakarena sukham dharyam cha jayate. The next asana is Ugrasana. Now keep your legs straight apart, clasp your hands from behind your head in the Parashamudra. Lean forward, bringing your forehead towards the knees. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Devi Kali in your inner space. Ugrasana. Sopanibhyam dhiram dhritva janu parishironya setasana ugramidam proktam bhavedanya deepanam. The next asana is Marichi Asana. Bring one foot inwards towards the groin. With the knee pointing upwards, lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back around the knee. As you bring your forehead towards your knees, visualize Sage Marichi in your inner space. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashta Prasarane. From here now, let's repeat Mahamudra. Let's do Mahamudrasana. And now bring your knees towards the ground as you lean forward, clasping your foot. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze towards your nose. Davam palki edi joy sivani animaga vesoi. Now let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashta Prasarane. And Mahamudrasana on the other side. Davang palki edi joy sivani anilaga vesoi dachinapadalambo jupasare tameyane kankasithane. The next is Bhadrasana 2. Now, bring both your feet together in front of your body. As you bring your hands towards the feet, press your knees towards the ground, gazing towards your third eye. Gulbhaut Vishnasya Sivnyaf Pashvayokshipet Padapashvetapanibyam Dharam Bhadva Sunischalam. The next asana is Vali Pavasana. Now here, bring your hands towards the respective knees as you lightly place your arms there. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and gaze towards your nose. Purva Charapati Chauka Kahyo Soi Vahi Vidhiyo Kiji Soi. The next asana is Joni Asana. Now bring your hands towards the inside of your feet. And bring your elbows towards the ground and your forehead towards your feet. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space as you gaze towards your nose. दो पगथली संपुट करे को एढ़मेढ़ के ढिंग धरे अर्धात को अंतरराशे लागट पगथल्या मुपर दाशे. Midiki Pavasana. Bring your arms flat on top of your knees, elbows stretched out as you gaze towards your nose. पूर्व विधि परि पगथली संपुट शोले एडी मिली राशे एडियम सुलग माहिली को अंगूठा की सदी सूर जोड़े. The next asana is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now bring your hands in from underneath your knees as you bring your palms facing upwards. Gaze towards your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. दो पगथली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा में धरे अंगुला ठंतरो राशे एड़ी को ऐसे विदिधाशे. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Now bring yourself up and place your hands underneath your feet as you open up your knees, feet like a book, facing towards the sky, pressing down on your knees with your elbows. Gaze towards your nose, Chiniki Pavasana. Do the japa Paramashivoham in your inner space as you do the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhalations more longer than your inhalations. दो पगा की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. The next asana is Charapati. Now bring your hands towards your knees, pushing your knees down as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, gazing towards your third eye, Charapati Chokasana. दो पगथली संपुट धारे आगा नेकर जोर पसारे घोड़ा भूषा लगता राशि हाथों को घोड़ा परिदाशे. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now bring both your feet together, lifting your heels up, bring the toes down towards the ground, knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha as you place your hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. Gulpho Sampirya Chanyonyam Vitkaminoti Tamshane Janvo Pashvakato Hasto Dandavad Bhairavasanam. The next asana is Samanasana. Now, bring one foot towards your perineum, and as you bring the other foot towards your chest, holding it with both your hands, gaze towards your third eye in Samanasana. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhana Teka Padamaro Dattva Guhyonyalinga Vaktrake. Now, the next asana is Apanasana. Bring one foot over the top of the respective shoulder as you raise your other foot upwards and straight. Keep your hands on the ground, gazing towards the third eye. केवलं पादमे कञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेद दण्डवत् प्रभो. The next asana is Samanasana. Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhana Teka Padamaro Dattva Guhyonyalinga Vaktrake. And repeat Apanasana on the other side. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhaman Apanas. केवलं पादमे कञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेद दण्डवत् प्रभो. From here, let us enter into Gomukhasana. Cross one leg over the other, aligning your knees at the center of the body. Keep your feet at the opposite hips, both your hands on the stacked knees, gazing towards your nose. Visualize the face of a cow. Savye Dakshina Gulpantu Pashtapashve Niyojayet. Next asana is Anusuyasana. Now bring your hands towards your toes in the Prana Mudra. So visualize Rishika Anusuya in your inner space. Visualize yourself with golden skin as you gaze at your nose. दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने भावंता के ऊपर आने. Next asana is Anusuyasana 2. Now clasp your hands behind your back in the Parashu Mudra. Continuing to gaze towards your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Anusuya as you bring your nose towards the ground in front of your knees. जीमना गोड़ा की संधि उपरेडा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिला राशे गोड़ा सोले पगथल्यालो आडवा ई सुधाराशे. Sorry for the brief interruption. We'll be continuing with the next asana, which is Anusayasana 2 on the other side. Lean forward, placing your forehead onto the ground. Jimana goda ki sandhi uparida va goda ki sandhi mila irashe goda sole pagathalyala vadava isu dharashe. Now let's move into Garudasana. Now bring one foot again, one heel against the perineum, the other foot in front of that. Keep your spine tall as both your hands reach onto your respective knees. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. The next asana is Naradasana. Bring both your hands clasped behind your back in the behind your neck in the Parishamudra as you bring your elbows outside the raised knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada gazing towards your third eye. The japa of Om Nithyanandoham in this asana. Pishtijuvam pagthali keri boparita hilagave pheri. Let's go into Matsyapitakasana. Bring one foot towards the opposite thigh. Wrap that arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight, holding on to the respective two, the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize Matsyavatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Vamena vamangushtantu grihitam Matsyapitakam yoni vamena sampidhya medhradupari dakshinam. The next asana is Gomukhasana. Now visualizing the face of a cow in your inner space. Cross one leg over the other and repeat Gomukhasana on the other side. Savye dakshina gulpanto prishtashe niyojaye dakshinepi tatha savyam gomukham gomukham yatha. Now let's repeat Anusayasana on the other side. दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचे उठाने वावुंता के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आधा पुनिपदे संधि पसारी. And from there repeat Anusayasana 2 on the other side. Jimana goda ki sandhi uparida va goda ki sandhi mila irashe goda sole pagathalyalo aduva isu dharashe. Now from there let us enter into the next asana of the sequence, where we'll be doing Garudasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as an eagle, as the vehicle of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Davam pagamodi edi mahila gulpamuladwari niche de. Let's repeat Naradasana on the other side. Visualize Lord Rishi Narada in your inner space. Pishtijuvam pagathali keri bhuparita hilaga vepheri. And repeating Matsyapitakasana on the other side. Vamena vamangushtantu grihitam Matsyapitakam yoni vamena sampidhya medhradupari dakshinam. From here, let us enter into Matsyendrasana. Now over here, place one foot towards the opposite thigh. Opposite foot on the ground on the far side. Twist, bring your elbow outside the raised knee and keep the arm by the neck. Turn the head back, gazing towards your third eye. As you visualize Lord Matsyendranatha in your inner space, gazing towards your third eye. Udaram paschimabhasam kritva tishtati yatnatah namrangam vamapadam hi dakshajanu parinyaset. From here, switch your arms around as you gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana. Asana kauguna jholo jaye. Bring both your hands straight onto the ground in Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendra Pitham Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. From there, let's repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Udaram Paschima Bhasam Kritva Tishtati Yatnatah Namrangam Vamapadam hi Dakshajanu Parinyaset. And Kubasana on the other side. Asana Koguna Jholo Jaye. Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Matsyendra Pitham Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram Abhyasa Kundalini Prabodham Dandastratum Hitadhati Pumsam. Now let us move into Padmasana. Now engage all the three bandhas as you bring each foot towards the opposite thigh. Gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as Lord Paramashiva in your inner space. Asanam dvidham proktam padmam vajrasanam tata urdhva rupache datte ubhe padatale yatha. Now from here, let's move into Padmasana 2. Cross your hands, clasping the toes in the Prana Mudra. As you gaze towards your nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati. Uttana Ucharana Krita Urusansthav Prayatnataha. The next asana is Kukutasana. Now place your hands in between the thighs and the calves as you lift your body up into the air, visualizing yourself as a rooster. Padmasanam samsthapya nanudoran karau nivesh bhumava tishtet vyomastakkukutasana into Bhadrakeki asana. Now place your palms on the ground, back facing backwards as you raise yourself onto your knees. And now rest your navel onto your elbows, lifting your feet off the ground. Here you will be visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Directly from here, we will be entering into another balancing asana, which is Mayurasana, where you will be visualizing yourself as a peacock while you stretch your legs out. So Bhadrakeki asana. Dharamavashtabhyakaradvena tatpur paristapita nabhiparshvaha. And stretch your legs out into Mayurasana as you visualize yourself as a peacock. अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव मयूरासन मंगलम यत्कृत्वा असुररूप निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ पूर्वपरोपरिदेहकम्. The next asana is Makarasana. Now lay flat onto the ground. Bring your hands behind your head in the Parashamudra and stretch your feet out apart, face feet pointing outwards as you visualize yourself as a crocodile. Adhyashyate hridayam nidhaya bhumau cha padau cha prasaryamano. Now from here, let's enter into Shalabhasana. Bring your palms by your chest. As you raise your feet off the ground high, visualize yourself as a locust. Shalabhasana. Adhyashashete karayugmavashtam bhumimavashtabhya karayostalabhyam. The next asana is Uttanasana. Bring your feet, clasping with your hands, and push it outside of your hips, visualizing yourself as a camel. Adhyashashete padigmastam prishte nidhaya pidritam karabhyam. Into Dhanurasana, now lay down on your stomach. As you clasp your hands, kicking your legs back up, pulling your feet towards the sky, lift your chest off the ground, gazing towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow. Dhanurasana. Prasarya padau bhudanda rupau karaucha prishte dhrita padayukmam. The next asana is Bhagasana. And now bring yourself into a seated position, your knees pointed forwards. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Place your palms down on top of your thighs and knees as you gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bhagasana. Ulata modi pavado vaise bahuro jugati kare kavaise pavana mahila gulpajuho kulapashtila veso. Now from here, bring your head onto the ground as you raise yourself into Gohyasana. Now in Gohyasana, visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism balancing on your head. Do hath ki kahuni joyi punhe kalai jane doi. The next asana is Shirasasana. Stretch your legs up above your head. Viparitam andalam cha dvidaiva vidiraminaha dandasaram dvida proktam viparita paveshane. The next asana is Kodhyasana. Now in a seated position, sit with your hands behind your calves, stretch your legs up, bring the forehead towards your knees and come to a vertical position. Do the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, forcefully exhaling. Doing the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Dau hath panabahar aane goda tarekank sithane. Into Parighasana, remaining in the same position. Bring your hands towards the shoulders, visualizing yourself as a mace as you lean back, gazing towards your third eye. Uttanam shayanam kritva pado militva prasaritam bhumo sprishyastabhyam kandaram badhva kumbhakam kritva tishtet parighasanam bhavati. The next asana is Naukasana. Keep your elbows and palms down on the ground as you extend your legs up, visualizing yourself as a boat. Uttana shayanam kurparabhyam bhumavashtabhyastau nitambam nidhaya. Next asana is Rudrasana. Now bring your feet towards your chest. As you keep your spine upright, gazing towards your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the ferocious form of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Pagathali samputikari hatasya paga uchai. From here, let us enter into Unmukha Pithasana. Now lay flat on your back with the feet on the ground, palms down, fingers touching the back of the heels. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground as you tuck your chin towards your chest, gazing towards your nose. ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शैद्वोद्मुखं तथा. Now, let's enter into the final asana of the first 108 Pratma Vinyasa Krama sequence, that is Shavasana. Lay on your back, completely unclutched from any micro movements as you completely lay flat. Let your body remain dead. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is liberating you. अथ शवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Just relax there for a few moments.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Now slowly move your hands, move your legs. Move your hands, move your legs. Rock yourself up into a seated position. You have all successfully completed the first 108 asanas. Let's take a short break before we enter into the next 200 asanas left to go for the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama sequence. Do take a break, drink some water, serve yourself, and do come back for the next 200 asanas. Now with that beautiful sequence we just completed, we'll be entering into the first asana, which is self-motivated as we enter into the Yathasana. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with your index and thumbs over testing each other. Paryankam Tatma Kyatam Yathasamsthaya. The next asana is Sanasana. Now in Sanasana, bring yourself to cross-legged position. The next asana is Mukha. Now remain with one foot in front of the other foot on top of it. Visualize the next asana is Siddhasana. The next asana is Dhyasana. Now remaining in the same gaze to the ground. Engage all the in Rudrasana 2 now. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra. As you sit to the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Buddha. The next asana is Sansadhanasana. Now sit in the same position and put your gaze towards the nose to embody tranquility. The next asana is Siddhasana 2. Bring one hand over the other. Visualize Swamiji in your head. Rijikaya Samasthena Siddhasana. The next asana is Bandhayoniyasana. Now bring your hands into the center. Feeling up underneath the lower left index finger of your chest. Closing the nostrils, your index finger. Open the eyes from here. Yatra Madhyamaha Bandhayoniyasana. The next is Virasana. Now, place one foot on top of the other and touch your thumb and index finger together. Visualize yourself embodied, brave. Into Varnasana. Now bring your left foot to the right. Right foot to the left side. Dava Pagati Pagati Pranam Dishi Med Shani. Next asana is Yoni Mudra. Visualize the Yoni Mudra and gaze yourself. Bama Pagati Pagati into Yoni Asana. Now just Yoni Asana. Next asana is Bhaja. Now bring both feet together in front of you. The next asana is now in the same position where you are with your face as the left hand rests on the Do the Abhyanta Kumbhaka as it helps you right now forward and exhale. Visualize yourself as a slowly gazing towards the sun. Bring your feet together in front, toes and together here. Place your elbows on your heels. Visualize yourself as a female elephant reaching towards the gaze of Jalabandha. Vali Pavasaka. The next asana is Parasana. Now raise your knees, arms beneath the thighs, and place your fingers between the feet off the mat. Gaze towards your nose. Parasana. Yoga Pradipika Bhakti Hariki Amuri Vakata. Into Gopi Chandasana. Interlace your fingers around the from outside. As you bring your heels towards the chest, keep your toes at the roots. Turn your hands and feet towards the nose. Embody the statement space of the feet. Pura Bhajiti Pagata Bhuta Ketha. Udarasana. Now bring your hands from underneath and half the legs and bring your feet towards the chest and your chin over top of the chest. Udarasana. The next asana is Vishishtasana. Now, touching your feet, bring your feet towards the top. Visualize yourself exhaling and the next asana is Bhutasana. From underneath the knee, tuck your hands as you visualize yourself in Bhujasana. Sthirasana Vidya Kapsasana Kapsasana Bhujasana. The next asana is now wrap your hands behind your back. The Panish Mudra. Visualize like yourself so beautiful. From here, let's enter the sun. Now, take one foot on top of the other. While you bring your feet first, place your hands on the opposite feet. Then elegant turn. Vama Paradam left side. Now slide your legs and foot out from underneath your body. Keep walking hands on top of the feet. Visualize the crown and now into Matsindra. Place your right foot on the left side and left foot on the right side. Bring your left hand behind the back. Hands place back on the left side. Uncross, untwist yourself and a big toe, lean your forehead down. Also in Matsindra. Raise up now into Guru. Keep your hands clasped together in the Mudra as you place it on the feet of engage all the three better as you welcome Guru. Guru Mole with that, let's Pankata on the left. Vama Padam So bring your feet into Matsyendrasana. Twist your body during Paramashivoham. Repeat Matsyendrasana. From here, let's Guru Asana. Get all the feet. Guru Mule. The next asana. Now bring ground holding your yes towards the third eye. Padasale bhuma nidhaya now into body shokasana. Now in the same position, bring your chin towards the knee. Judges has the board bliss and we gave it. Draupadi from here, now please continue this taking with Purugata asana kalya. Doha Goda now maintain your bring it over back to together. Gaze towards the navel. Visualize meditation. Muladhara. Now let's enter it. Keep your face flat on the ground. And bring your fingers in which do all the three bandhas. Danda Padmadhara. What zero is the now lean forward into our now the next is zero. Now bring your hands together underneath the bring your back Bhedokasana. Prathama base. The next asana is Balandri Padasana. Now bring your feet to knees as your palms face upwards. Gazing towards your nose. Though yedi nine se beta next asana is Urdhva. Now bring your towards the back. As you lean forward, now lean back flat with your neck behind your head. With the opposite hand, hold it, straighten up your body. Let it move endless. Now visualize it complete circle that you roll on to let's now raise both your knees, what we Drisha. Now raise yourself from back to repeat. lean back and on the other side. Roll on the side if you do. The next asana is Yoga Nidra. Now here what you're going to be doing is stay on sit your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back to gain first to move. Yoga Nidra. Bring your hands behind your back. Pratham is the next one is Gopika. Now laying your back. Extend on steady break. Though have to feet up. Here will be ending in the now to do this, just wearing your back, please hold it. Now you're going to be facing your head off. In the double keep both in your head. Repeat this on the the next one is Vipalapita. So lay on your back, bend your feet back up. Hold your ankles, lifting your feet hips up, gazing towards the visualize yourself as a the other. The next one is Pariyamaka. Uttanashayinam Hasatalasam Goma. The next asana is Motana. Now, lay on your back, knees towards the chest, keep your hands on your shoulders, move your hips to the chest. Place yourself on the graceful dog on it. Turn, the next asana is the breathe. Now, in the breathe, engage with Andhra Bandha. Bhutale Dhatva repeat Viparita Karana. Lay on your back and stop the movement. Karini Viparita. The next asana is Dangana. Now, lay on your back, lift your head over your feet over the head, toes on the floor behind you. No. In Langala. Griva contains movement. The next asana is Padmasana. Now, lay on your back, bring your hands, touching the feet. Visualize one of the 84 asanas. Now, flexing your toes, spread your feet wide out across your head. As you keep your hips close to the floor, next asana, bring both your hands towards the ankles. Heel in. Savasana se do the next asana is The next chapter is now in this case, keep your feet together with your hands down. From here, let's enter into Mudra. Now bring your legs flat onto the ground behind your Matsyasana. Mukta Padmasana, Krishna Utthana hai. Now in Paramashivoham, bring one in your arms over each other. प्रथम करें घोषा लगता है so bringing your hands to the back, okay, below your hips. Raise your feet up. Visualize Swamiji in your space, engaging the Jagannatha. Sarvangasana. The next asana is Bhusasana. Now lay on your back, bring one foot towards your in both arms. Repeat. The next asana is Vrishapana. Now legs flat on your back and bring your off the ground. One leg on the other knee. Also, knee again like a bicycle. Uttanam the next asana is Marottanasana. Now laying on your back, lift your legs one by one for 3 years. Now lay on your back, bend your knees and raise yourself up into stand. Come back down to good. Stand up and sit down. Let your hands Vripasana. The next asana is Muktasana. Now over here, you're going to be doing like a back. Lay on your back, keep throwing the legs above your head. The next asana is Now bring yourself into a prone position. position on the ground. Now bring your hands to by side. Contract your legs, making a sound like a the next asana is the next asana is now bring your hands towards your feet. Walk forward in the this asana. Visualize yourself as a sister rolls wide. The next asana is the next asana. The lowly asana in which bring yourself into the Armani position and keep your hands to the chest level, moving the arms across your body. The next asana is now stand straight in a position. Keep your body like a rock. Arms by the side, visualize the single baby weight of the cross body. Other sarkasana must be the next asana is now bring your hands down towards the feet as you place your feet on your respective hands. Walk forward and backward on the mat, looking like a camel. Next asana is Ashtanga. Now, in the same position, move and the next asana. Now, in a standing position, the interlace fingers and pull it down towards the top of your back. Visualize yourself as a diving bird. Or in the asana, the next asana is bringing yourself to the bring your hands and open it out, bring the feet lean forward. The next asana is Kailasa. Now, in a standing position, bring your hands together for slightly bend forward. Visualize your rhinos in your image. Khadgasana. Next asana is Uttanasana. Now, Punah the next asana is Uttanasana. Now, bring your hands above your head, jumping up and down because you visualize this as a name. Paramashivoham Next asana is now from a standing position, pull the sole of Here, let's move into Sarva. Now, do a pistol squat, but visualize yourself as Paramashivoham, the founder of that. As you raise one leg, AK the bring one foot, bring the foot into the inner. Visualize yourself being the king of Brahma. Brahmana asana rakshe, the next asana is Garuda. Now, in a standing position, tap one leg over the other. Cross the reciprocal arm underneath the other. Bringing the palm and Kurma Pita. Next asana is Ekapadasana. Bring one foot to the opposite side. Hand relax side and knee. Daksha and Himba. In Dhruvasana, the 200 asana sequence, after two and the mudra is 50 repeats per this side. Relax the cloth and start again. The next asana is straight command. Raise one foot towards behind the head as you alternate between standing Rewiring. Now let's see. The next asana is Pandavasana. Visualize yourself safely lower down. एक पहले bring your foot to your inner side. Brahmana. Is Garudasana. Repeat Ekapadasana. Repeat Devasana. Bring the foot behind your leg. On the other side. Rewiring. all, it sounds like relax. Now, best part of me, what you have visualize not visualize in your inner space. प्रथमे उभे हुए भागों के the next answer is contact. Now, in the squatting position, put your hands in flat on the car. Squat down, hold your hands. Over Madhyana elevation. The next answer is Bhairava. Now bring your and hold your hands behind your inner. दो प्रकार की कौन मिला ना खड़ी कौन है in Varaha. Now, if you're far away, visualize the ball one of the it will be working Varaha. Pagthali ki mangi ko the next asana is Tripithasana. Now, here hip as you have visualize Swamiji here. The next asana is Bakasana. Facing your knees on the back of your visualizing yourself so in Bakasana. Astabhyano listen to this. Bring your forehead to palm straight to support, raise your body like this, Padmasana. Shank Kapali Asana. Asana Kangula. The next asana is Uttasana. Gaze is working on. Janurvo Arantarai Pado. Now from here, let us now in this asana, raise yourself up into a as you gaze towards the left side three. The next asana is with Suasana. Those are the 30 masses will be the next asana is now bring yourself into prone position on the ground. Body focus off the mat down and up again like this. So let yourself adjust. Matsyasana 2. Nubjam Shayanam Purusarva. Now let's the left to the right. Move like Karpasana 2. Yubjam now lay the next asana is now push your legs back, bringing your palms on the floor. Bend your knees, umbrella. Now lean back, but flat on the ground. Gazing towards the visualizing Danda Padmabhaya Veeravatsana Samani. The next asana is Meshasana. Now bring yourself to the alternate side of the ground with your opposite foot. Experience the sense of power. Meshasana. Gajasana Sahitam Bahu Motare. Meshasana Bhavati. Now lift your legs up, lowering it up slowly, your forehead down, touch the ground. Let yourself unburn. The next asana is Dhanasana. Now sit on your heels with your legs together. Interlace your around the place. Keep your hands in the respective towards your nose. Pura Bhaviti Pagavariha. The next asana is Angamota. Now interlace your fingers. Put your hands forward to the side, backward, giving out to the weight. Muscles in your body. Hasta your Unguli Vagga. The next asana is Karunasana 4. Now sit on top of your heels, feet turned outwards. Keep your spine straight, hands on knees. Press your hand up. Let Vishnu Mahalakshmi in your back. Jambhur Bhyandharam, take your feet forward to Jacqueline. Karunasana Mukti. Bring your hands towards the back of your head. Let your knees go wide. Expand the base of the face for control and the Mandirasana. Bhakti Veeranatha Mandirasana Mr. Thomas. The next asana is Panchasana 2. Knees wide, hands underneath the knees. Bring your hands to the knees. Krishna Sampiri will come. The next asana is Narasana. Now place your palms and keep your toes up on the mat. Yes, Next asana is Vrishaka. Now sit on your toes, place your feet on your knees. Take your knees sideways, place on the ground. Make a hold on the top of your shoulder. Keep your thumbs under the feet, close your lips, gazing towards the left, left nostril into the mouth. Visualization is daily overall. The next asana. Now bring your elbows and your elbows, bring your visualize the Bagathali. The next asana is Vajra Samhara. Now stand on your toes with the soles of the feet together. Bring your knees off the floor wide apart. Hold your elbows behind your back. Visualize it as a diamond like for you and your The next asana is Bhajanasana. Now keep your torso and cross behind you. Take the palm of the gazing towards your nose. Bhajanasana. From here, let's cross your feet, place the perineum on the back of your feet. Keep your knees wide on the floor, rest your hands on your knees, gaze towards the wall. You set a circle in your inner space. Gulbha Javishna Stadha, just remaining in the same position, your gaze, visualization towards Pamji. Gudam Yamya Gulbhavya, Mukramya Sankha, Yoga Sambhavi Dede. From here, let's move into Vijoga. Stand on your knees, crossing your ankles behind and hold your palms to your respective side. Visualize the turn of oneness with the Guru as the gaze towards the third eye. Godam Bama Ubhay Hoi, Goda Adera, Vidoi, Tachadaki, Ushtrasana. So in a kneeling position, bend backwards, holding your ankles with the lifted hand. Keep your arms straight, push your hips forward, push your head backwards, and lift yourself with the camel. Ushtrasana 2. Meru Dandagrandha. Some people take command photo. Now bending your knees, lay flat onto your back, and slowly bring your elbows to the ground, feeling yourself as a lotus blooming. Tatyasana. The next asana is Viratasana. Now slowly, using your without using your elbows to support as much as possible, raise yourself off and down, gazing towards the nose in Viratasana. Jangham Prati Pomo Nidhai Viratasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Kapotasana. Now in bringing your knees, keeping your knees on the ground, bring your forearms on the ground behind and your head between the feet and pull down. Kapotasana. Mayaru Dandagrandha, Samsitade Shukha. The next asana is Varasana. Now bring yourself onto your knees and hold the opposite elbows with the hands. Visualize the bone circling past the receiving bones of Paramashivoham gaze the nose. Varasana. Jani Bhuma Sapasabhyam Bahu Parastram Dhritva Next asana is Varahasana 2. Now keeping your knees together, lean forward, bring your elbows to the mat, your head on the ground. Visualize yourself as a boar, one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu. Suryam Chandram Bhekha Yasanati Patyante Purva Om Ape Pashim Sambir Apate Varasasana Savati. The next asana is Mundasana. Now kneel down, placing the crown on the head. Lift your knees up and raise your body upside down. Visualize yourself as a lob created gaze towards the wall. Adho Mundasana Madhya Sarveshwarkani now. Relax now. The next asana is Anthasana. Now kneel down with your head between your knees, elbows at the knees, hands holding your head as you gaze towards nose. Exhale through your mouth. This asana is good for curing night blindness. Next asana is Viparita Salabhasana. Now lay on your belly with your arms extended. Lift your right arm to chest off the ground. Let the locus in your inner space. Salabhasana Bheda. The next asana is Savasana. Now lay flat onto the mat. As you lift your feet off the ground, keeping your pelvis down. Set yourself as a skull. Kapalam Bhurva Nidhayo. Now from here, bring your feet over the top of your head. Place it on the ground in front of your face. Set yourself as a free and open duck line in Akasana. Now kneel down and place your forearms on. Be steady and visualize yourself. Next asana is Vrishtikasana 2. Keep your hands and elbows on the mat. Take your legs. Exhale towards your head. Hold it. Like a scorpion. Vrishtikasana. Receive up. The next asana is Vrishasana. Visualize yourself as a bow. Place your left foot outside the femur of the right foot. Your hands on the mat. Vrishasana. Resemble a bull. Yame will pepper the mole vavabhagi. So place both your palms flat on the mat. As you raise both feet off the ground, stop crossing your asana. Place your palms flat on the mat. Lola asana. Lola asana. Next asana is Vrishasana. Repeat Vrishasana. The bull. Yame will pepper the mole vavabhagi. The next asana is Balaguna. Now, here, place your left toes on the ground. Sit in the heel of the left foot. Right foot back on the knee. Raise towards your chest. Palm on the wrist, knee as you maintain an upright. Visualize Balaguna, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Asana Kavara Janati. The next asana is Graha. Now raise into the feet, starting from the hip. As you bring your hands underneath your shins, as you hold up your ankles inside out. Visualize planet yourself as planet in your space. Grahasana. Padatale Bhumo Susthat Dhanumatya Grahasana. Now let's repeat Balaguna. Visualize Balaguna in your inner space. Asana Kavara Janati. Now from Uttanasana. Raise yourself, sitting your heels on top. If you need pointing forward, please note Kailasa. Ila Vidhasita, Vichaya, Dasane, Dhyanam, Anam, Sita, Sudhana. The next asana is Vajrasamharasana. Now raise yourself onto your heels with your knees pointed outward. As you place your hands behind your back, touching your elbows, visualize Swamiji in your space doing the Antaranga Kumbhaka in your space with Santa Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Vajrasamharasana. प्रथम पणापानी हुई जैसे दो एड़ी गुदा निवेश घोड़ा उभा रखे सीधे आड़े देवी को आने की जुगत. The next asana is Anurasana. Now here, squat or sit with your feet hip width apart, hands under the soles of the feet from the inside, palms downwards onto the ground. Stepping on top of your palms, keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize you're able to live, consume off of air alone. दो हाथ भूमि पर रखने, पहुनी पैर ना भुला आपने खुदा तो ऐसे विधि करे, कहते यहाँ की परिधि है. Now from Anilasana, let's move to the next asana, which is Paduka. Now place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing towards the body. Tap your feet on the top of your hands and hands wrapped around your feet. Let's start to walk around, front and back, over, around on the mat. As you visualize yourself walking across the length and breadth of India wearing Paduka. Hastatalur, Padakale, Satva, Tashet, Tashet, Padukasanam, Bhavati. The next asana, which we will be entering into, is Kukutodana. Now place your palms flat onto the mat and raise both your feet upwards with the eye, keeping it up, and let it fall back down. Repeat this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster. Hastatale, Bhumo, Krishna, Padakale, Urdhvam, Uddhanam, Krishna, Bhumo, Kute, Sampanapana, Kurya, Kukutodanam, Vadati. The next asana is Nithyananda. Now raise yourself into a handstand position. Raise your legs upwards and move around on your two hands as if dancing. Feel yourself become free of all inhibition. Nithyananda. Hasatala Abhyam Bhomashtabe Udhaparage Hasatala Abhyam Natural Vipareetam Bhavati. From here, the next asana is Kunjarasana. Now, separate your feet standing downward. Place one palm down on the mat with your arms straight and bring the opposite hand towards the head. Remain stable in Kunjarasana. अथवक्षे महादेव कुण्डरासनमुत्तमं हरेणैकेन पादाब्जं मोतिष्ठति तत्परः. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. As you switch those hands around, do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, light firmly in your inner space. Separate your feet, place one palm on the mat, the other palm towards the head. अथवक्षे महादेव कुण्डलासनमुत्तमं करेण पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः. The next asana is Padambasana. Now keep your feet flat onto the ground with your heels close towards the body. Hold your respective ankles, lift your feet off the ground. Visualize yourself as a Padambasana, palms to promoting long life. Padambasana. पार्श्वभ्यां भूमवस्त्रहस्तत्रयेण गुरुः धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्बं भवति. The next asana which we will be entering into is Pavanamuktasana. Now, sit with your heels at the perineum, hold your knees with your hands, swing your knees towards your chest. Visualize any excess vata in the air, any imbalance in the air being balanced with your system breathing in Pavanamuktasana. Pavanamuktasana, dvayoः सुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्तवे संस्कृते काननि वक्षसि भभ्रातिकरबन्धनैः एवं विधस्ते यत्र तत्र वायुमुक्तासनं भवेदेनेन सुधीर्मलस्थवाम्योऽन्तनम्. The next asana is Korasana. Now sit lifting one leg behind your head. Place both your hands flat onto the mat. Extend the opposite leg up, the knees straight. Lift your entire body off the ground, keeping your chin up. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. In Korasana, gaze towards your third eye. पूर्वतानां चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनस्था पूरभ्यां नभभुजङ्गामपि दृष्टम्. The next asana is Dhanurasana 2. Now, sitting on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Hold the foot towards the left ear. Extend your right leg out, keep straight, holding the big toe again in Prana Mudra with the right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. पादाङ्गुष्ठौतपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकाशकायुक्तं धनुरासनमीरतम्. The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now, in Ashtavakrasana, lift your one leg on top of the shoulder. Bring your other foot cross and hook it on top of that foot. Lean forward and down while lifting up your head and chest. Find your balance. Extend your legs out. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. वासिष्ठमकौण्डिन्यमोधकुक्कुटमेव अर्थवक्त्रं सेतुबलधनम्. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now here, place one foot on the left side and bring your left foot flat on the ground. Having arms flat on the ground, visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely other gaze at your third eye in Pranasana. एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति कामरः एकपादं एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं मूले समारोप्य धृत्वा कुण्ठप्रसारयेत्. Now, in Paramashivoham Level-3, the master of Hatha Yoga, bring your right foot to the root of the left hand, bring the left leg back side of the leg. In this posture, hold the left leg by the right, body remaining steady. As you visualize, gaze towards the third eye. Pashvati Vamoru Mule Now let's repeat. Sit, lift one leg on your head. Take good path, start on the ground. Extend your opposite leg up and then lift straight. Extend time body off the ground, keeping the as if you like the powerful shot as you knees towards the third eye. Purvatana Pakam Pitham Tatyasana the next asana is to hold your right shoulder, finger from the extend the left leg out, slide your foot in Dhanasana. पादाङ्गुष्ठौतपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुरासनाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्. From there, now let's repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Lift your right leg over the shoulder, step across, putting the top of the right foot, lean forward and down, extending the leg to the right. Lift your head and chest to find your balance. Let it as a slide. Vasishmatakamudinyo mudukupputameva Mayuram seti baddhanam. The next asana is Pranasana on the other side. The right foot on the left side. With the left foot flat onto the ground. Have your left shoulder underneath the raised leg. Visualize your marker. Debilitating slowly from Pranasana as the gaze towards the third eye. Pranasana. Etat prabhedam vakshama bhagavati The next asana is Parsvamottesana. Now repeat Parsvamottesana on your roughly the side of the and twist the body remaining as you visualize the great stage in yoga mantra gazing towards the third eye. Next asana is one leg straight and twist the cranium with the other knee. Knees by the side, press forward and down, clasp your foot, the hands and bring your head towards the knee. Ekam padam prasari, ekam padam prasari, Stevenitampi, Dadya Hastasvaya, Padam Gritva, Danu Parimatakam Yate, Tadam Bhavati. The next asana is crown asana. Now place the right ankle outside to the right. Hold in the sole of the left foot and lift the leg up towards the forehead. Keeping your knees straight, gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in crown asana. Vasishtamatkondinyam mudukupputameva ashtavakramathopa Sundetu Patsunamutana Pakam Kraman Veerabhaddakam Patrahajintrikonam Sangasutprakarane. Now from here, repeat on the other side. एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादाय शीतनी तद्वयेन प्रसार्य धृत्वा. The next asana is Pravanasana on the other side. वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यमोधुगुप्तमेव च अष्टावक्रमसोत्तारं मयूरं सेतुदर्शनं पानपादं क्रौञ्चं च महिषं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च चित्राङ्गश्चक्रसारथि. Now from here, let us repeat. Let's move on to the next one, which is Swastikasana. Now in Swastikasana, place one foot on top of the other. As you bring your hands towards the side, visualize a swastika in your inner space, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Do the Jivatala Kumbhaka Mula Bandha in Swastikasana. Janurva Orantare Sule Ubhe Next asana is Ghorakasana. Now in the same position, cover your heels with the respective hands, tuck your chin towards your chest. As you gaze towards the tip of your nose, engage the Jalandhara Bandha and visualize your Gorakhdasa here in the space. Gorakshasana. Janurva Orantare Pada Uttano Vyakta Sumkhito Ulbhota Adhyastabhyam Uttanabhyam Prayatnah. The next asana is Bhakrasana. Bring your left heel towards the perineum, the right foot on the left side. Close your eyes with the index finger, nose with the middle finger, ear to the thumb with the Shanmukhi Mudra. Gaze towards the third eye, meditating upon the Arihanta, the Lord Vishnu, in Bhakrasana 2. Vamapashno Gudam Sthapya Vamapashne The next asana is Yogasana 2. Now place your feet on top of the opposite knees, hands on the ground. Keep your spine straight as you gaze towards the nose and visualize yourself uniting with Lord Paramashivoham. Uttana Uttarana Vritta Samstatya Parijanana Asana Upari Samstatya. The next asana is Kukutasana. Now from Padmasana, place your hands flat on the mat beside your body. Put your hands into the mat and lift your knees off the ground. Here, visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukutasana. Vasishmatrom Lingam Kukutameva Cha The next asana is Siddhara. Now, in Siddhara Asana, bring in between the knees and place them onto the mat. Do not lift your body up, just stay seated as Swamiji. Moving into the Mahaprinsi Kumbhaka, where inhaling through your tongue and tube and प्रथमम पद्म आसन को करें, हस्त को गोल धीरे धीरे रखें और हिंदी में रखें. The next asana is Hamsasana. Now from Padmasana, you raise yourself up into Kukutasana. You will bring your knees way above. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Hamsasana. Kukutasana was Paryantam Urushe Hamsasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now place your hands between the thighs. But reach backwards and toss your hands to your body in the mudra. Interlace your fingers, bringing your forehead to the floor. Gaze towards your nose. Paramashivoham. Visualize yourself and not प्रथम पद्म आसन को करें, द्वारा संधि में ही धीरे. The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Now in Kurmasana 2, visualize yourself turtle, a stable body, angle for hundreds of years. As you bring your hands underneath your head and calf, bend your elbows, holding the respective your hands. Balance that in Kurmasana 2. Bami Chandra को परिकल्पना पर Chandra परिकल्पना क्या है? पहले अंग The next asana which we do is Granthi Dhyana. Now continue the capital Mudra. The next asana is Uttanasana. Now place your hands out and roll onto your back. Your turtle laying on your back. As you gaze towards your nose, lay on your back, hold your respective shoulders. Kukutasana bandhasana. Chandruparam. Peetham kurmavadutta. Kuttana kurmakam. The next asana is Angu. Now raise yourself up into the Padma. As you bring your hands to the side, place one hand flat on the floor, hold a twist with the other hand. Now lift the body up off the ground. Hold that, let yourself release. Kukutasana Sthitva Ekena Hastena Anyasya Manibandham Dhritva Klena Bhuvam Angu Kukutam Bhavati. The next asana is on the other side. Place the other hand between the back to the side. As you raise yourself up onto your hands. Kukutasana Sthitva Ekena Hastena Anyasya Manibandham Dhritva Klena Bhuvam Angu Kukutam Bhavati. Now from here will be Asana. From Padmasana, placing your fingers as you visualize gone beyond all Janurvaram Tri Padam The next asana is Padma. Now, keep your left foot on the right side. Put one hand over the other. Keep your spine straight and relax firmly in your left. Uttana Uttarana Vidha Sutistu Yogi Rasa Yugala The next asana is Padma. Now remaining in the same position, bring your hands towards the spine straight into gaze. Visualize Lord Paramashivoham. Etat Padmasanam Prahlada Dhayesha Pitva Punah Punah. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now, from Padmasana, put your right. Lift your elbow and feet, go back. Place your left hand. Left Athani Asnama Vakhe Vapura Praksna Sutta Padasana 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 Sutta Yositam. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now cross the arms behind your back. Inhale to your thumb, straight and let it out. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as cross the front. Remember to engage all the bandhas. Continue perineum and Karmuka Asana Katya Udare Puri Ayuda Sukyate Kasini Sukma Vayuna. Remaining in the relax the bandhana into Dridhasana. As you lift it, visualize the reaction of Paramashivoham's third eye. Anything which comes to you, destroy it. Gaze toward the third eye, the hands to the pranamudra. Orubhya Mukhaistapya Padayugman Prayatnasah Dakshinam Satadeshvata Dakshinam. Yes, in Dridhasana, sit back. Orubhya Mukhaistapya Padayugman Prayatnasah. Now from Dridhasana, take back on the back. So, in the Nagrasana, visualize yourself lifting gaze towards your nose, place back onto your back. Pratama Padma Asana Soha Pasane Ane Sadangu Pakadeka Nyakaya Pasi. Now, lay flat on your back in Kandukasana. Now, in Kandukasana, bring your knees towards your chest. Bring the forehead towards your chest. Visualize yourself as a ball. Roll your body in Kandukasana. So, move from there. Vetra, Sane, Sava. The next asana is Urdhva Pavanasana. Now lay flat onto your back, knees raised together, big toes evenly together. Keep your hands interlocked underneath your head. Gaze towards your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. प्रथमे सूर्धोसैन गोड़ा उभय मिलावे गुलभमा हिला अंश दोई करे कसा मेल रसोई. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Lay on your back, bend your knees, keep your feet flat onto the mat. Place your upturned palms underneath the heels and lift your hips, automatically engaging the Jalandhar Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakashithasana. उत्तान शयनं पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्तं नयेत् मरकटीकं भवति. The next asana is Uttan Shikipikasana. Now in the same position, raise your hips. Support your hips with the hands placed at the waist, elbows bearing the weight of your body. Keep your chin pressed at the throat as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Uttanushkipittakasana. Janghorbalahi Uttanushkipittam apramatprakurvita bhutefragvijitendriyah. The next asana is Narakasana. Now lay on your back. Raise your hips and legs up, elbows and hands extended on the mat below. As you raise your feet up straight, visualize yourself blissfully traveling to hell unscathed. Narakasana. Griva kanthena bhumi vishtambhapada ghadva murdhamutrayet narakasanam bhavati. Tiryanavukasana. Now just lean your legs or downwards onto your palms on the opposite side. Visualize yourself as a boat. Naukavat sthitva urdhvam padakradvayam naye tiryanavukasana bhavati. And now place your hands flat onto the ground. Visualize Kailasa's flag distributed all across all nations in Dhvajasana. Tiryanaukavat griva kurparaihi bhumavashtabhyamaskalatshena padagradvayam naye Dhvajasanam bhavati. Now, from here, lay flat onto your mat in Mritasana. Visualize your body is dead. The supreme point of Hinduism is liberating you. You are completely liberated, laying flat, as if your body is completely dead. Atha Shavasanam. Uttanam Shavavadbhumau Shayanam tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shamaharam Vishantikarakam. Lay here. Do the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Visualize the energy, the awareness traveling through every part of your body.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Slowly.
Om Nithyananda.
Now, slowly rock yourself up into a seated position. Move your hands, move your legs. Bring yourself into a seated position now. Congratulations to all those of you who are here with us. We have all successfully completed the full 308 asanas. And we have a new life starting today, a new day, as we now get the energy of Swamiji to flow through us throughout the full day, to be our fuel to run the whole day today. So with that, let us offer our gratitude at Swamiji's feet. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands together in the Anjali Mudra. And let us end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Namasto Om Nithyanandam
Nithyanandam. Yes. So nice to see all of you again here today with us. Now, I know we all just had a very intense and powerful yoga session where all of you successfully performed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the sequence of the 308 asanas. So, I request all of you to come and settle down now so that we can go ahead and enter into our day. Please change your clothes, ensure you're hydrated, drink a lot of water, ensure you're comfortable, and come and settle down for the day, and we can go ahead and get started. So, I request all of you to quickly come and settle down. And in today's first session, we are going to be manifesting the power of third eye. And I'm sure if any of you who are completely new, it will be an amazing experience for you. And even if you're not new, it's going to be another learning experience where you will be able to express more and more of these amazing Shaktis of Paramashiva. So, if all of you are ready, let's go ahead and get started. First, we are going to be listening to the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye. See, each and every power which Swamiji has revealed to us is authenticated with four pramanas, or in English we can say evidences. Swamiji has authenticated each and every one of these powers with these four pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which we are going to listen to now. The Shastra Pramana is the scriptural reference for this power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 8. The Shastra Pramana goes, कपालान्तर्मनोऽन्यस तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसोदार्ढ्यात् लक्षये लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. So beautifully, over 60,000 years ago, Paramashiva himself has revealed the Shastra Pramana of how the technique of how to manifest and express this Shakti of third eye. The next is the Pramana. So the next is the Pramana. It is the time-tested, foolproof experiences of our ancestors, the rishis, siddhas, munis, all of those great beings who not only were able to manifest these powers, it was a part of their day-to-day lifestyle. So this Apta Pramana goes back to the time of the Mahabharata war. The Mahabharata is one of the greatest Hindu Puranas, standing alongside the Ramayana. And this Hindu Purana, this Mahabharata, takes place during the 8th incarnation of Bhagwan Mahavishnu, that is Bhagwan Sri Krishna, who is one of the most loved and worshipped gods till today. So, in the Mahabharata, just before the 18 days war started, Arjuna fell into a dilemma and turned towards Bhagwan Sri Krishna for help. Sri Krishna, the ever compassionate, the Purnavatara, then revealed the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, consisting of the 18 chapters. The Srimad Bhagavad Gita was revealed by Sri Krishna directly to Arjuna on the battlefield, and during the revelation, Sri Krishna tells Arjuna that he is going to initiate him into the power of third eye to have the darshan of his Vishwarupa, the Vishwarupa darshan, which is the vision of Bhagwan Sri Krishna's cosmic form. It's a very rare and amazing happening. And so in the 11th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, the 8th verse, Sri Krishna tells Arjuna, न तुमां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. He says, you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine vision, the divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. Out of his extreme compassion, Bhagwan Sri Krishna initiated Arjuna into the power of third eye to be able to behold his Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. Arjuna was not only able to have the vision of his cosmic form. Arjuna was able to describe every single detail of the Vishwarupa Darshan. The next is the Atma Pramana. The Atma Pramana is the direct experience of Swamiji himself, of how our Guru Swamiji was able to manifest and experience this power of third eye. This Pramana goes back to the Swamiji was just a small 12-year-old boy. One day, Swamiji was sitting on the sacred hill rock, Pavaya Kundri in Tirunelveli, and was meditating. Suddenly, Swamiji was able to see the entire 360-degree vision around him. He was able to see everything around him, above him, below him, the whole 360-degree vision. But this powerful experience doesn't just end here. Swamiji goes on to describe, saying that he wasn't only able to see everything around him with his eyes closed, he was able to feel and experience everything around him as a part of him. Yes, you heard me right. Swamiji was able to feel everything around him as a part of him. Swamiji says in his own words, I felt that the skin of the stone on which I'm sitting and the skin of of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. It's such a powerful experience for just a 12-year-old. But Swamiji is no ordinary boy, as we all know. Swamiji is the avatar of Paramashiva himself. So this is the Atma Pramana. And I said we have 4 Pramanas, right? Yes. The last is the Sakshi Pramana. The Sakshi Pramana, what is that? Each and every one of you sitting along with me here today. Now you might be wondering, what? What do you mean? Let me explain. Sakshi Pramana, Sakshi means witness. Sakshi Pramana is the testimonial of each and every devotee and disciple of Swamiji who is able to manifest and experience this power after being initiated into the power by Swamiji himself. And each and every one of you sitting here are the initiated disciples of Swamiji. So all of you are going to be experiencing this extraordinary Shakti right here and right now. So if all of you are ready, let's go ahead and get started. To manifest this power, you will require an eye band, a mindfold, or any opaque cloth or a shawl with which you can tie your eyes. Ensure that the shawl is thick enough to completely cover your eyes, but do ensure that you're also able to breathe and you're comfortable. So I'll give all of you a few minutes. I request if all of you can quickly go and grab your eye bands, mindfolds, anything which you can tie your eyes. Then we can go ahead and get started with the first round of third eye. Okay. So now if all of you are ready with your shawls, IBAN, mindfolds and everything, let's go ahead and get started with the first round. Today, all of us are going to be identifying various letters which is going to be projected in front of you. So I request all of you to first tie your eyes now. Please cover your eyes with your IBAN, mindfold or shawl. Ensure that you're comfortable, but also ensure that there is no light which is able to enter through your blindfold. So please tie your eyes completely and let's all sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. The only thing which we need, the most important thing which we need to manifest these powers is not any great technique or sitting and doing meditation. No, it is the simple space of oneness with Swamiji. All of these powers can be manifested just through the space of oneness. And that's all you need in today's power manifestation session. So I request all of you to sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and intensely start chanting the Mahavakya. Chant the Mahavakya from your navel center. Let your whole body, let your whole being just vibrate with the Mahavakya. Can all of you start chanting, please? Let's go ahead and start chanting the Mahavakya. Connect to Swamiji. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Now, in this same space of oneness, in this same space of feeling connection with Swamiji, let's enter into the first round. Now, I'm going to be projecting a letter in front of all of you. Okay? In this same space, scan through your third eye and see what is the letter which is projected in front of you. Now, please go ahead and start. The first round starts now. Yes. Now, please relax. Now, you can all remove your eye bands and slowly open your eyes. I request if all of you can now take a few minutes to pen down whatever was revealed to you in your third eye, whatever you were able to see through your third eye. What was the letter? What was the color of the letter? Any special description of the letter? Whatever you were able to see, please go ahead and start typing that down in the chat section below. Okay. So if all of you are done with posting whatever you were able to see, let's go ahead and verify what was the letter which was projected to all of you. Yes. And as you can see, the letter is I. And as you can all see, it's in a golden color with flowers in the middle. You can see two roses, one a darker shade of pink, one more lighter shade of pink, with green leaves and basically a floral design on it. So if any one of you were able to see the letter I, if you were able to see these flowers, if you were able to see the floral design, then you have manifested. So please let us know what you were able to see and how was your experience while manifesting this power today. So please take a few minutes to share that. Meanwhile, let us understand the importance of manifesting powers after performing the Nithyananda Yoga. So just before this session, all of you successfully completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Why is it so important to manifest powers right after performing yoga? Because this Nithyananda Yoga, this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which all of you have just performed, is not any normal yoga because we do it along with the 12 components. It has the bandhas, the kriyas, the mudras, pranayama, and so much more. So we are not only physically preparing our body, we are also preparing our mind. So we're building a yogic body and a Vedic mind. And we are aligning our whole body and mind to the cosmic geometry. While you're performing this yoga, over time, slowly, your whole body just gets ready, comes into that space and aligns to the cosmic geometry. And there's no better time than after yoga to manifest powers because your whole body is just ready. It's in that space. It's like a hot potato just out of the boiling hot water. It's so easy to peel the skin and cut it. So just like that, you're fresh from yoga, and when you immediately do the power manifestation, your whole body is just ready to let Swamiji land and flow through you. Your whole body is prepared to just go into that space of feeling connection and manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. So that is why it's very important that we do yoga after that we do power manifestation after yoga. And today we are going to be having the darshan of Sadanitya Murti. So the whole day, throughout the whole day, you are going to be learning about how you can awaken your entire DNA. It sounds a little interesting, but what you're going to learn today is just a small glimpse of what you can actually learn in the Paramashivoham program. In this upcoming Paramashivoham program, you are going to be learning about all of these truths with so much more depth and with so much more context and understanding. What you're seeing now or today or in the last few days is just a small glimpse of what is really awaiting you in this 21 days journey. So I once again tell all of you, don't miss out on this amazing 21-day journey of Paramashivoham. Reach out to your family members, your friends, and anyone who is out there. Reach out to them and get them here to come and experience Paramashivoham for themselves, to experience and manifest their highest possibility. So reach out to anyone who you can, and you also come and attend this 21 days journey, which is starting in just another few days. And we'll be excited to see all of you there in this Paramashivoham, in the upcoming Paramashivoham program, where you can learn. It's not just about manifesting wealth, health, or relationships. It's so much more than that. And all of you will get to experience it if you join us in the upcoming program. So, with this, we now come to the conclusion of this of this power manifestation session. We are now going to enter into our day. In the first session of the day, you are going to be learning about the Panchabhutas. All of you would have heard, or all of you will know about the five elements, right? So now you are going to learn about these Panchabhutas directly from Swamiji himself. So please sit back and enjoy the session.
Panchabhuta, the air example. I am giving you one example. Panchabhuta is 5 elements, all of you know. The earth, water, fire, air and space. The air, constant level means just the air. Changing level means 80% of it will be air, the remaining 20%, some other element will become part of it. Only then it can become changing. Please understand, the cyclone does not happen just by air. Whether the heat or space, something else gets added to that air, water or fire or space. Some other elements become part of that air. Only then it becomes cyclone. The cyclone starts happening. At some spot, maybe the temperature is down. So that is why the vacuum gets happened, the depression happens. Then from one place the air rushes to that spot. That is what is cyclone. So in any element, the constant and changing, same way, the earthquake. When the earth is constant, just it is earth. But when the fire inside the earth changes, moves, or water alters itself, or the space gives way, when the earth moves, that is what is earthquake. So the samyama on constant dimension of Panchabhuta and changing dimension of Panchabhuta and all-pervading dimensions of Panchabhuta, that samyama leads you to experience extraordinary powers, feeling connection, making you fall in tune with 5 elements, and through this you can control the elements, and through this you can go beyond the elements and get enlightened. Being unaware. The base from I wanted people to start the understanding is, by the nature of your intelligence, your body can directly produce whatever it wants from the Panchabhutas, means from the sky, from the air, from the sun rays. Sun rays is the fire representation. And from the water, from walking on the ground. It can just imbibe whatever it wants directly. You may need to support very little for the earth element, whatever has grown out of earth, like little grains, little vegetables. Maybe that support you need to add, that's all. Otherwise, your body is independently intelligent to run itself. In that 5 Panchabhutas, only one bhuta you may need to supply little bit. Supply only required for... First let us understand something about breath. From the moment of your birth to death, the one and only thing which you do without any discontinuity is breathing. Anything else can be stopped. You may be a child, or you may be young man, or you may become old, or you may fall sick. You may eat, you may not eat, you may sleep, you may not sleep. But you cannot stop breathing. That's a basic thing of life. Breathing is the one and only activity which you are doing continuously. Your being is made out of 5 elements. Earth, Prithvi, earth element, your bone and the base structure is made out of earth element. Next, water, your blood and so many other things in your system. Water element represents the water element energy. constantly burning in your Manipura. Next is air, breath, prana, breath element, the air element. The fifth is ether. Ether is your mind, where your visualizations are happening, where your thinking is happening. That space is ether. Five elements are there. And Tantra says, if you can directly work with the subtlest element, you will achieve enlightenment immediately. Working with earth means then you have to move to the water, then you have to move to the fire, then you have to move to the air, from there you have to move to the ether. You have to move from one step to next. You can see one will be subtler than the other. If you go deep, it will be subtler and subtlest. The earth and the water will have a form, and the fire is formless form. Air and the ether will not have form. Fire can lead from form to formlessness. These are the five elements. If you can work with the subtlest, straight away you can become enlightened. You can reach the cosmic energy. You can reach the Atman. From Atman comes the Akasha. From Akasha comes the Vayu. From Vayu Rabha. From Vayu comes the Agni. From Agni comes the water. From water element comes the Prithvi, earth. If you can work with the subtlest element, straight away you can reach the enlightenment, the inner space. Here the subtlest element is Akasha, ether. But the big difficulty is you cannot directly work with ether. You cannot directly work with ether. You cannot directly work with your mind. The more you try to work with your mind, you may create suppressions and more difficulties. That's the reason Shiva is straight away working with air, little less subtle, but which is practical. You may have a question, how can I become enlightened? Just by watching my breath. How can I become enlightened? Just by going into the space where my breath is taking turn. How enlightenment is possible? Logically, you may not understand, but when you go deep, it happens. It happens. Human beings as such cannot work directly on the ether, on mind. The thing which they can directly touch is only the breath. And breath is the bridge between you and the universe. It is the bridge between your body and the mind. You can see very clearly. Till breath, you are only body. After the breath, you are mind. If you see all the five elements. Till the air, you are only body. Whether it is earth, water, or fire, or the air. All these four are only body. But after the breath, after the air, after the prana, it is mind. The ether is mind. The breath is the bridge between your body and mind. Your matter and spirit. Body is the matter. Spirit is the energy. Breath is the bridge between your body. Please be very clear. Constantly you are connecting with the universe. You are relating with cosmos through the breath. Once the breathing goes in, and before it turns out, it touches your inner space. Let it be very clear. Every single breath is directly managed by your Atman, not by your mind. Let it be very clear. That is why even if you forget, you go on breathing. It is not under the control of your mind. It is under the control of consciousness. Every single breath, you go and touch your inner consciousness. You straight away go and reach your inner consciousness, then come out. Every single breath is directly related to your inner consciousness. That is the easiest method to reach enlightenment. Let me be very clear. With any other technique, you have to do something. Here, you don't have to do anything. Just be. And automatically you will be taken into the space where the enlightenment is happening. Automatically you will reach the space where consciousness is your nature. Automatically you will enter into the space where you are in Shiva consciousness. Every moment you are reaching the space of Shiva consciousness, you are entering into the space of Shiva consciousness without even your knowledge. Only thing, all you need to do is just be with the vehicle which goes into the inner space of Shiva consciousness. If you just keep quiet and sit in the train, that is enough. Your breath is the train, vehicle, which is going into the Shiva consciousness every moment. But the moment it goes near the Shiva consciousness, you feel a little suffocated and you say, no, this is not for me, let me get down, you get down. And when the train comes back to your station, you get into the train and come back again. Just before the turning up, there will be always a gap where you don't breathe, where the breath is not happening, where it is taking turn. If you can relax in that gap, if you can be aware of that gap, a sudden explosion of consciousness is possible in you. You may think, how can I achieve enlightenment? Just by watching the gap between the breaths. Please be very clear. Your breathing and your thinking are directly connected. They are directly connected. If you observe the length, breadth and depth of your breath, length, breadth and depth of your breath, it changes according to your thoughts. Let me be very clear. Every single thought changes the length, breadth and depth of your breathing. Length, breadth and depth of your breathing can never be the same with two different thoughts. Every single thought brings a change, a slight change, maybe in length or in breadth or in depth of your breathing. Every single thought is associated with a particular length, breadth, depth of your breathing. So your breathing is not same as you think. You can see this obviously when you are caught in some emotions. Emotions like anger, you can see your breathing totally changes. Emotions like lust, you can see that your breathing is totally different. The emotions, when you are caught in the emotions, you can see how your breathing changes. You think only in the high emotions, your breathing changes. Not only in the high emotions, even in ordinary thinking, even in an ordinary way of thinking, every thought has got its own length, breadth, depth of breath. Be very clear, every single thought brings its own change in your breathing. If you work on your breath, straight away you work on your mind. If you work on your mind, you are straight away working on your breath. But the difficulty is you can't work on your mind. You cannot work on your mind. It is too subtle. It is too subtle. You cannot do anything. Try your best to work on your mind. End of the day you will feel only bored or tired. One more thing, if you observe, if you stop breathing, you can't think. Your thinking will stop. even for a moment, stop breathing, thinking will stop. And if you stop thinking, breathing will stop. You can't stop thinking completely, but you can enter into the space where breathing is not happening in you. You can beautifully enter into that space without any side effect or after effect. The only byproduct or side effect will be enlightenment. Whenever the incoming breath takes a turn as outgoing breath, it is. And whenever the outgoing breath takes turn, becomes the incoming breath, again you experience the neutral space. Your breath moves in only a circular way. It is not parallel line as you think. Because it goes in a straight way, you think it's a parallel line. It's not parallel. It takes a turn. Parallel lines never meet. Your breathing and mind both are very closely associated. The prana and mana, prana sarira and mana sarira are very closely connected to each other. If the prana becomes slow, the number of thoughts per second also reduces. Along with the length, breadth, depth of the prana, thoughts per second also reduces. Please understand. The length, breadth, depth of the prana or the breathing is directly related to the number of thoughts which you are having. If for example here, if the prana is slowly coming down, slowly going into the inner space to take turn, this is the space in which it takes turn. This is ingoing, incoming, outgoing. This is the prana. Along with that, mind also slowly slows down. Very slowly slows down. But the difficulty, you are afraid of losing your mind. You are afraid of losing your mind. That is why you never keep your awareness in this zone. This is like a neutral zone. If you know driving, you can understand. Whenever you shift gear from first gear to second gear or second gear to third gear or any change, you have to come to neutral zone. Only after coming to the neutral zone, you can change the gear. Even if it is from first to second, or second to third, or third to first, whatever it is, you have to come to the neutral zone. Same way, the incoming breath taking turn as outgoing breath. This turn, this zone is a neutral zone. This is neutral zone. You are afraid of this neutral zone because in this neutral zone you are empty. You don't have any identity. The biggest fear human beings have is fear of losing identity. Fear of losing the identity. I tell you, even fear of losing death is not great fear, like fear of losing identity. Fear of losing death itself is nothing but you don't know how you will be after death. If you are very clear, you will be in some way, you don't have the fear. Here, you are not very clear about how you will be after death, how you will be after you leave the body. It is the identity, the fear of losing identity that is much worse than fear of death. Here, when you pass through this neutral zone, when your breath stops, your mind also stops. You do not want this space. That is why you just jump this space. You never keep your awareness. You are never aware of this space because you do not want to lose your identity. If your mind stops, you will not have identity for a few moments. You will lose your identity and you always think you are only identity. You exist just only on identity. When you feel your identity is lost, you feel you are no more. That's the reason whenever you come to this zone, you just take a jump. You are never aware of this zone. Every moment this zone is happening in you again and again. Whenever your incoming breath takes outgoing as outgoing or outgoing takes as incoming, this is also neutral zone. But you are afraid of these two neutral zones. You just take a jump. You do not want to be aware of this space. Every moment, when the incoming breath takes as outgoing, outgoing takes as incoming, you are afraid of this neutral zone, because in neutral zone you don't exist. In neutral zone your identity is lost. You do not want to be aware of losing your identity. You do not want to lose your identity. You are so obsessed with your identity. You are so caught. You are completely caught with your identity. You do not want to even remain for a moment, even for a kshana. You do not want to be without your identity. Constantly you are protecting your identity. But the big problem is your identity is completely social. It is not existential. It is just comparative reality. It is not existential reality. Whatever you think as your identity, your money, relationship, your age, your sex, whatever you call as your identity, it is just societal, unsuicidal. Societal, unsuicidal. It is not the existential reality. It is just comparative reality. But the big thing is, you are afraid of existential reality and trying to protect your comparative reality, but you think you are protecting something which is. It's a real fun actually. You are trying to protect which is not against which is. Which is your reality, that neutral space, that gap. Which is not is your comparative reality, your identity. You are trying to protect your identity against your reality. That is where you miss the whole game. That is why our life is a big failure. You are trying to protect which is not. You are trying to fight for which is not against which is. See, the light has got an existence. It has got positive existence. But darkness doesn't have positive existence. It exists only in a negative way. It doesn't have positive existence. You are trying to protect which doesn't have positive existence against which has got positive existence. In this space, in this zone, the neutral zone, the inner space or consciousness is the reality. It is a truth. It exists in you every moment. Every moment when your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath, you are in that neutral space. You are in that consciousness. But you neither wanted to experience nor feel comfortable with that zone. You are so caught up in your identity, especially with the Western culture. Surrender means death. Just by hearing the word surrender, people get frightened. But you don't know, you are trying to protect something which doesn't have basic existence. You see, all your identity is what your mind. This is what is your identity, the mind. This is breath. It's a breath and it's mind. Mind is nothing but your identity. Again here, outgoing breath, mind. This is the zone, neither breath is happening nor the mind is working. This is the zone where both stop. When your breathing stops, when your mind stops, you experience the zone of consciousness. This is what I call neutral zone. The difficulty is, if your mind doesn't feel comfortable, if your identity doesn't feel comfortable, then naturally you just jump this zone. You do not want this zone in your life. Constantly you are trying to avoid God. Constantly you are trying to escape from God. Constantly you are trying to escape from consciousness. The main thing, you need to feel comfortable with that neutral zone. The more you feel comfortable, more you feel protected, more you feel secured with that neutral zone, you will start experiencing the neutral zone again and again. When you start experiencing the neutral zone, you will stay in consciousness. And if your identity is based on the outer world, you will not feel comfortable in that neutral zone. Person who feels comfortable in the neutral zone will be constantly rejuvenated. That is what I call eternal bliss. Constantly you will be energized. Understand? It's like every moment you are sent to a high plane. Every moment you are high. Every moment, if you start feeling comfortable with the neutral zone, every moment you get high on prana. Prana means the life source, the life force, the energy or the consciousness which is the base for your existence. Let it be very clear, the word prana does not mean air. In Sanskrit, the prana has got deeper meaning. It is not simply air, it's like air. Air is a product delivered from the outer world. Prana is the energy which you receive from the product. If you can be comfortable in that neutral zone, every moment, again and again, you will be rejuvenated, flooded with energy. In this lower neutral zone, when the incoming takes outgoing turn, you are flooded with energy. When the outgoing takes the turn of incoming, you are flooded with intelligence. Please understand, as I was telling you yesterday, incoming is life, outgoing is death. Incoming breath is life, outgoing breath is death. This is the lifeline and this is death. With the life, you are flooded with energy. With the death, you are flooded with intelligence. If you are unaware, you will miss the energy and miss the intelligence. Every death teaches you. Every death. One more thing, when I use the word death, I don't mean only the physical death. If you lose some money, suddenly you lose $1 million. Some part of your being is dying. That is why you feel so much of pain. Your identity as a millionaire is dying. Same way, even if you don't have good relationship with your parents, if they die, suddenly you feel emptiness, the pain. When you watch both the gaps, when you are aware of both the gaps, you will be constantly flooded with energy and intelligence. If you go a little deep, you will understand one more important thing. Every moment you have thought and energy, 0 and 1. The whole binary system is based on this only. The whole binary system of 0 and 1. The thought and energy, energy and thought, thought and energy, the energy and thought both are directly related. Actually, for a moment you will be flooded with Ichha Shakti, the next moment you will be flooded with Kriya Shakti. One moment you are flooded with energy, next moment you are flooded with intelligence. Constantly, these two are playing the game. This is the game of Shiva and Shakti. This is the whole cosmos, matter and energy. Constantly in your inner space, Shiva and Shakti are dancing. The matter and energy are dancing. If you can be aware of the gap, you will experience the eternal consciousness, the Shiva consciousness. Ichha and Kriya both are dancing in your inner space. If you can be aware of the gap, you will achieve the Jnana Shakti. The Ichha Shakti and Kriya Shakti, both of them are just dancing. The energy is enjoying itself. Energy is expressing itself in your inner space. If you can be little aware, if you can feel comfortable with the gap, suddenly you will see that Jnana Shakti is awakened in you. Here, let you understand, again and again and again you are flooded with energy. You are flooded with energy. When you start experiencing this inner space, the neutral zone, the source of inspiration will not be the matter for you, it will be spirit. Please understand, as long as the source of inspiration is your identity, you are driven by your identity, you will try to strengthen your identity, which is not there. Which is not there. See, your identity as a rich man will be alive if you are among the poor people. If you go and be with the rich people, what will happen to your identity? It will be lost. Your identity as a young man will be alive if you are with old people. If you are with old people, what will happen? Your identity will disappear. Be very clear, your identity is completely relative. It is comparative. It is not reality. If you are comfortable only with inhaling and exhaling, you will be strengthening your identity. Your inspiration source will be your identity, and you will be working to strengthen your identity. Means death to death. If you shift your comfort zone, if you start feeling comfortable with the neutral zone, if you start witnessing, if you start observing these two neutral zones, and if you are relaxed in that neutral zone, you will start creating a new source of inspiration for you, which is not your identity, which is not matter. Please be very clear. As long as matter is the inspiration source for you, as long as your identity is inspiration source for you, you cannot be alive, active eternally. You cannot be alive or active eternally. You will be entering into the space of death again and again, because matter cannot be alive. Matter by its very nature is not alive. If you start feeling comfortable with the neutral zone, the spirit will become inspiration source for you. You will be driven, you will become active, alive again and again by the spirit, by the energy and intelligence. Energy and intelligence will become source for your life. Whenever you are flooded with energy, whenever you are flooded with intelligence, you will be able to receive it. You being flooded with intelligence and energy is what I call God consciousness, experiencing Shiva. Do not think experiencing Shiva means Somewhere you will see a big god with that 4 hand and a snake and with a trident. That is not experiencing Shiva. Experiencing Shiva means you being flooded with energy and intelligence. Whenever you are flooded with energy and intelligence, be very clear, you are experiencing Shiva consciousness. You may be aware or unaware, but you are experiencing Shiva consciousness. The first level pranayama is just regulating the 4 actions, 4 flow. Going in, staying in, coming out, staying out. The second stage of pranayama is elongating. I can say the second stage, I am putting it now serially, elongating that 4 stages. The third stage of pranayama is stopping in any one of that 4 stages. The fourth stage of pranayama is, because of being centered in some object internally or externally, if your breathing stops, that is what is fourth. So being centered either on external or on internal object can lead to the stoppage of air movement, can lead to just prana going in and settling into your system. This is the fourth stage of pranayama. Please understand. Concentrating on external object or internal object. And because of that, if your breathing movements stop, you will experience the stage of breathing without thinking. Breathing may not happen, but your thinking will not be there. That stage, I can say, is one of the most powerful pranayama, the fourth stage of pranayama. In this stage, you will be able to create anything you want, because all the materials are created out of prana. You will have access to that base material. It's like if you have clay, you can make anything which can be made in clay. Same way, if you have a prana under your control, you can make anything you want, because everything is made out of prana. All the materials made out of prana can be made by you if you achieve the state of stoppage of breath by being centered, your awareness being centered on something internally or externally. Inhaling, holding the prana which was held in your body, that prana spreading all over your body, and exhaling and cleansing. Inhaling, holding, spreading, exhaling and cleansing. These are the 5 life breath movements, Pancha Pranas. Prana, Vyana, Udana, Samana, Apana. 5 movements. If these 5 movements are balanced and proper, naturally your body will be in health, your mind will be in a balanced space, your consciousness will be soaring higher and higher and higher. Understand? Hundreds and hundreds of good positive effects on your body, mind, consciousness will happen in your system just by balancing this Pancha Pranas. Samyama and fire have a lamp. Please understand, when you do samyama, have a lamp lit by ghee. Don't use any other oil, don't use candle, don't use any other type of fire, just lamp used with ghee. You may think, what is the difference between ghee lamp and other oil lamp? The material you use and the quality of the fire are actually related. If you gaze at the lamp used with ghee and gaze at the fire created by kerosene, you will see the difference. So for samyama, always use lamp of ghee lamp. 1 feet away, keep a piece of camphor. Do the samyama. Let me give you the exact instruction. First feel you are inside that light, the flame of the lamp. Then visualize that flame is inside you. First 21 minutes, you inside the flame. Second 21 minutes, the flame inside you. Third 21 minutes, feel that camphor is also inside you. The flame, camphor, you. All three are inside same space. I am not telling you some story. Really, the camphor will catch fire. When the samyama happens, the camphor will catch fire. This is the samyama and fire. Please understand, I am not teaching you the samyama to do some extraordinary power or show or magic. This samyama will heal all the digestion related, stomach related problems. All the problems related to digestion. Constipation, loose motion, and all problems related to digestion. Intestine, Jadaragni in Sanskrit. Jadaragni means the fire which is there in you constantly to transform all the food into energy. Any food you put inside, that gets transformed as energy. Jadaragni. Jadaragni will be healed. Please understand, this samyama is more for physical healing. Actually, the extraordinary power also will happen. That happening may give you a lot of inspiration, that's all. Second samyama, have a bowl of water and have a small dhruva grass floating on it. Do the same thing. Like feel you are one with the dhruva grass first. Second, feel that dhruva grass is one with you. Then give any command to move left, right, center or anything. Whatever you say, the dhruva grass will listen. When the dhruva listens, samyama is perfected. All the blood related disease in your body will be healed. This samyamasana does not take ages, don't worry. Don't think 12 years you have to practice, no. maximum 10-15 days, because these are all possible samyamas. Only thing you understand, usually when these samyamas are all taught to you by a person whose biomemory has experienced it, immediately your biomemory catches it. That's all, nothing else. One samyama on fire, next samyama on earth element. Please understand, this dhruva grass floating on the water is not water samyama, it is samyama on earth element. Dhruva represents earth, matter. Third samyama, sit in front of a mirror, gaze at your own third eye, feel the reflection is you, you are the reflection. The reflection will disappear, mirror will be empty. This is the samyama on space, means thoughts. When the reflection disappears in the mirror, mirror is empty. The samyama on the space has happened. These three samyama you can practice even without my direct supervision. Even then, I don't want kids to practice this samyama. After 18, you can practice even without my direct supervision. There is no side effect. But only thing you need to be careful about where you keep the camphor. Only the camphor should burn. Things around the camphor should not be burning or flammable. The camphor should not create fire accident. Those things you need to take care. The next two samyamas, samyama on the water and samyama on air, I'll explain, but better don't practice. Do it only in the direct supervision. Sit near the river, feel just one with the river. This samyama will actually liberate you from all the 1, 2, 3 problems. See, earlier when I described this dhruva, I said water. Sorry, just make correction. The dhruva samyama is the samyama of earth element that will heal all the disorders related to bone and bone marrow, not the blood flow. When you sit with a river and do samyama, only then all the disorders related to blood flow gets healed. And same way, samyama on the air. Have some hand fan or a electric fan which creates a strong air flow, the current. Do samyama exactly on the flow of the air. Feel just like that air flow, you are also flowing. Feel one with that air flow. How the air is flowing like a beam, feel that your body is flowing like that, and both are one and the same. There is one more samyama on these 5 elements. You concentrating at the same moment on the fire in the stomach, blood flowing in the heart, bone marrow of the knuckle. Please understand this, hand joint. This area is bone marrow. Bone and bone marrow of this area, the entrance of Kurmanadi. And the eternal sound you experience in your ears when you close your ears. if you just put your hand, you will have that eternal sound. And all the thoughts happening in you. These are the 5 elements inside your body. Understand? The bone and bone marrow of the Kurma Nadi represents the earth element in your body. Blood flowing in the heart represents water element. Fire in the stomach represents fire element. The sound you hear in the ears when you close your ears with both hands represents air element. Thoughts you are having represents space element. If you do samyama on these 5 also, you will be able to fall in tune with the Panchabhutas. As I said, all these samyamas make you fall in tune with Panchabhutas. Maybe I can guide you into this samyama for a few minutes, so that you can fall in tune with all the major 5 elements in your body. You can get healed and fall in tune with the 5 elements. Just sit remembering. You can put your hands on your ears, hearing that sound, being aware of thoughts, fire in the stomach, the bone structure of the knuckle, and blood flow of the heart. All 5, just be aware. You may be feeling, oh, where will I concentrate? You may be running around all 5. Even if you run around between all these 5, that's great, no problem. But nothing 6 should be allowed inside you. Just run around with these 5, no sleeping. Bring your awareness to the sound in the ears, thoughts in the mind, fire in the stomach, blood flow in the heart, bone of your hand joint, where your right palm joins the hand, this part, the entrance of Kurma Nadi. Bring your awareness on all these 5. Your awareness should be between these 5. You can remember any one of these 5 or all these 5 or 2, 3 of these, no problem. In that samyama, remember just these 5. Don't bring 6th object to your mind.
Nithyanandam. Yes, after that wonderful session where we directly learned from Swamiji about the Panchabhutas, the five elements, let us now enter into a small internalization exercise where we are going to be understanding a little bit more about these extraordinary truths. So, if you're all ready, let's go ahead and get started. So, let's start with the basics. What are the Panchabhutas, the five elements? We all know it is earth, water, fire, air, and space. So, earth and water are the gross elements that are responsible for our health. Inside our body, the fire and air element is responsible for our mental health. The space element, which is inside us, that is where all our memories are stored. Thoughts are recorded and stored in our space element. So, are all of you understanding this? Earth and water are the elements responsible for our health. Fire and air is responsible for our mental health. And space is where all the thoughts are stored. All our thoughts are stored and recorded in the space element. Agni, fire, is the bridge which has form and doesn't have form. Incompletion is form, completion is formlessness. When you don't even remember your form, even in your inner space, what happens to you is called grace. See, when you remember all of the top, list out the top five aspects that you remember about yourself. I think that my nose is just a little sharp. It could have been better. These ears are very small. It could have been better. And this is a little bigger. This is a little smaller. I wish this part of me was better. This part of me was like this. So we'll have certain ways which we want our body and our life around us to be. Whenever you remember, you always want to alter. That is incompletion. When there is no form that is remembered, that is only completion. So there's a beautiful verse from the Ishavasya Upanishad that goes, Agnenaya supataraye asman vishwani deva vayunani vidvan yuyodhyasmat juhuranameno bhuyishtamde nama uktim vidhema. Anybody who wants completion can chant this mantra just 1008 times and offer ahuti to Agni, and you will achieve that completion. Because this whole mantra is about praying to the Parabrahman to give you completion, Agni worship. So I hope all of you are able to understand this and relate with this. Can all of you now take a few minutes and share with us what is your understanding from this session? We just had a beautiful session where Swamiji explained all about the five elements of the universe, the Panchabhutas. So, what is your understanding? What were you able to understand? Can all of you please take a few minutes and type that down and let us know? Can you please go ahead and share that with us? Yes. So, if all of you are done sharing whatever is your understanding from this amazing session, let us now enter into the power manifestation session. Today, we are going to be manifesting a very exciting and extraordinary Shakti, and that is the power of Vayu Shakti, the power of air bending. So, if all of you are ready, let's go ahead and get started. First, we are going to be understanding what is Vayu Shakti. What is this power? First, we're going to be understanding more about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started now. Vayu Shakti is the power, the ability to experience oneness with the wind element, also known as airbending. The first and foremost lesson which we need to understand to manifest this power is that Vayu Shakti, this power is not having control or power over others. It is have the power of oneness over others. But unfortunately, our unconscious mind always pushes us to naturally think that we will be pushed to manipulate, to control something else, to control another person. But manipulation is not manifestation. That is the clear difference between black magic and white magic. And yes, even through manipulation, we can have power over nature. But that is not going to be the same. It will just be for a very limited time. So if you're finding it hard to understand this, let me explain, okay, with a very simple example. So now take a few minutes and visualize that you have 2 cups of water in front of you. Okay, you have 2 cups of water, and in another 2 vessels, in one vessel you have just plain water. In another vessel you have castor oil. Let's say, if you take that castor oil and start pouring it into the water, how much ever castor oil you pour, will the oil ever mix with the water? No. We all know that the density of the oil is more, so it's never going to mix with the water. You can pour how much ever castor oil you want, you can keep mixing it, but it's never going to mix. This is what happens when we try to have power over nature, when we try to have control over nature. We might be able to control it for some time, but we will never actually be able to experience that oneness with the nature, with that nature. Because we'll just be like oil and water. How much ever we try, we'll never be able to experience that oneness. We'll never be able to actually have that power over the nature. But when you manifest this power from the space of oneness, it's like pouring water into water. What is going to happen? There's no difference. Both is just one and the same. You can take the same water, you can pour it into 10 different vessels, or you can put it all in one same vessel. But the water is going to remain water. It's never going to change. Correct? So this is what happens when you have oneness over nature. When you're in oneness with the nature around you, when you're in that extreme, when you're manifesting this power with the space of oneness, then it's like adding water into water. Um, you'll never be separated. There's no separate identity. You just are one and the same. Because both water is coming from the same source, even though it's in 2 different vessels. So it's just connecting that source together and it becoming one. Whereas oil and water are completely 2 different things. And how much ever you mix it, it's not going to mix. It's a very simple example which I gave, but the understanding behind this is very, very powerful. And that is the understanding which you need to manifest this power. Every time you manifest a power, whenever whether it is aggravating the wind, or whether it is stopping the wind, or whether it is bringing rain, or stopping, reducing the sun, whatever it is, when you do it from the space of oneness, you start gaining more and more friendliness, power over the wind. It's not control, it is friendliness with the wind. See, in Hinduism, even the wind, Vayu Bhagwan, is considered as a god in Hinduism. And as per the Hindu Puranas, Vayudeva has a son, and his son is Hanuman. So he'll sit and he'll tell stories to you. He'll sit and confess, Hanuman was my son. See, I gave birth to him, and see what has happened. This kid is so powerful, he went and tried to swallow the sun. So if any of you are confused, let me explain. As in the Hindu history, there's a Leela, which was played by Hanuman when he was just a small kid. He is the monkey god and a very ardent devotee, a very ardent bhakta, devotee of Bhagwan Sri Rama, the seventh incarnation of Mahavishnu. So when Hanuman was just very small, as a small kid, he looked at this, he saw the sun through a tree and he thought the sun was a mango, a bright, big, juicy red mango. And he was like, wow, look, this mango looks so big and juicy. I need to get that mango. And in our olden days, it was no surprise that our ancestors could fly, could manifest all of these great Shaktis. So he just decided, I have to get that mango. That mango is actually the sun. So he started flying towards the sun. He was so innocent. He didn't know that the sun is the sun and it's not a mango. He just wanted that mango, which was according to him a mango. So he jumped up and started flying towards the sun and tried to swallow the sun. Then all of the other devatas, Indra, all of them came and intervened. And that time, Indra hit him with his Vajra, that thunderbolt, and it hit his chin. And Hanuman fell to the ground. Then Vayudeva, his father, then went and he shut himself in a cave. So Vayu Bhagwan is the god of wind, right? So the entire air supply to the all of the lokas just got cut off. So again, then all of the devatas realized their mistake. Oh God, like everyone is dying without oxygen to breathe, without air. So all of the devatas realized and then went and spoke to Vayu Bhagwan. And then they gave Hanuman the blessing that Hanuman will never be affected by any divine weapons, by any divine astras. He will never be affected. He will be immune to any of the divine nuclear weapons. So this is how Hanuman got the boon, and he's very powerful. Hanuman can manifest amazing Shaktis. So, and he's an ardent devotee of Bhagwan Sri Rama. So, Vayudeva, Vayu Bhagwan will sit and talk to you. He will tell stories. He will, talk, and that it's like talking to an old friend. If you see an old friend after so many years, how it will be. Hey, how are you doing? How is life? How you'll sit and talk. That so much of friendliness, so much of love will be there between you, right? Just the same way, you are going to be sitting and talking to Vayu Bhagwan as if he's an old friend. But this happens when you manifest this power from the space of oneness. As long as you try to control, you will never gain that real feeling connection or that real power or control over the wind because you're trying to manipulate or control. But when you bring the deep friendliness, the deep love, tremendous friendliness, then simply you will have oneness with the nature. You can just command and the wind will, more wind will come. You can just command and the wind will stop. You can command and you can bring rain. All of these powers are real. And we are not joking when we say that you can manifest them. They are real and all of you are going to be experiencing this. And if you think that this is an amazing power which you're seeing just now, then you should be ready and buckled up for what is awaiting you in this upcoming Paramashivoham program. Understand what you're seeing here right now in these last few days is just a small glimpse of what you can actually experience in the upcoming Paramashivoham program. In this 21 days journey, you can experience so much more, and what you're seeing now is just a glimpse. So be prepared for what is coming to you in just another few days in the Paramashivoham program. See, moving on, Paramashiva explains this whole science of enlightenment and manifesting powers. The first understanding which we need to have, no power is a power. It is only the confirmation of your oneness with that object. For example, if you're able to stop the wind or make the rain shower, it's not your power over the wind or the rain, it is your oneness over the wind or the rain. As I was just explaining, what is the first and foremost cognition which we need to hold, which we need to have while manifesting this power? That we are not manifesting this power having control or manipulating the nature around us. It is through extreme friendliness, extreme oneness and connection with the nature around us. This truth is very, very, very important, and it is the most preliminary lesson for manifesting these powers. Because when we believe that, oh, I stop the wind, it is me who is stopping the wind, I have power over the wind, then we'll start becoming arrogant, we'll start becoming abusive and egoistic. But when we believe that when we stop the wind, when we're able to play with nature, when we believe that it is our oneness with the nature, you will have so much of love and friendliness. The wind himself will sit and reveal his secrets to you. Because a friend is someone who is continuously exploring the deeper sides of you, continuously exploring the beautiful sides and the deeper sides of you. So that is what we need over here. That extreme, tremendous friendliness and love should be there while manifesting this power. Okay? So, with this powerful cognition, let us enter into the power manifestation. I hope all of you are pumped and excited for this power manifestation session. It's really going to be a blast. And throughout the whole day, also, you are going to be learning about how to awaken your DNA. So, it's such an amazing, it's such an amazing day today where you are going to be learning about how to awaken your DNA, ending with the amazing darshan of Bhagavan Sadanrittamurti, Nataraja himself. So, before entering directly into the power, let us let us listen to the Apta Pramana for this power. The Apta Pramana is the time-tested, foolproof experiences of our ancestors, the rishis, siddhas, munis, all of those great beings who not only manifested these powers, but as I said, it was a part of their day-to-day lifestyle. So, as we were just talking about, we were talking about the mighty Hanuman. So, this Apta Pramana goes back to the Purana of the Ramayana. The Ramayana is one of the greatest Hindu Puranas, standing alongside the Mahabharata war. And it takes place during the Treta Yuga, during the 7th incarnation of Bhagwan Mahavishnu, that is Bhagwan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu. So, during the Purana of Ramayana, during the battle, Lakshmana, one of the brothers of Bhagwan Sri Rama, was fatally wounded. And the divine physician, the physician will tell Sri Rama that there is only a specific special herb which can heal Lakshmana. And that is the Sanjeevani herb, which is found in the Dronagiri Parvata, modern day Uttaranchal. So, and this was miles away. And the physician tells Sri Rama, that the herb has to be administered to Lakshmana before sunrise. Otherwise, he wouldn't make it. And Lakshmana was very dear to Sri Rama, and always his ardent devotee, Hanuman, was there to save the day. Hanuman immediately flew across thousands of miles. Yes, you heard me right. He flew across thousands of miles all the way to the Dronagiri Parvata, which is modern day Uttaranchal. And then after reaching the place, after finding the mountain, he couldn't identify the herb. So what did Hanuman do? He can't delay anymore. He can't keep his Prabhu waiting. So what did he do? He carried the entire mountain. He carried the entire mountain on his hand and brought it back all the way to the battlefield, where Sushena, the physician, was able to identify the Sanjeevani herb and administer it to Lakshmana on time, which saved his life. So it is such a beautiful Apta Pramana, where we're seeing how Hanuman is so easily, out of his devotion, is able to manifest this power of being able to not only fly thousands of miles, but he's even able to carry an entire mountain back with him and ensure that the herb is given to Lakshmana on time. Such a beautiful Apta Pramana. And now we are going to be entering into the power directly. In today's power manifestation session, the first level, we are going to be turning off a flame, a deepa flame, a lamp flame, using wind. So I'll give all of you a few minutes. I request if all of you can quickly go grab any deepa, a lamp, candle, anything which is available to you. Quickly grab that and come and ensure that all of the fans are turned off. Ensure that your windows are closed so that no external breeze can turn off the flame. Okay, I'll give you all a few minutes. Can you all quickly go prepare your lamp, your candle, anything, and quickly come and settle down so that we can enter into the power manifestation session. Please go ahead and come back quickly. Okay. So now if all of you are ready with your lamp, with your deepa, candle or anything, just check one last time, ensure that all of the fans, windows, everything are closed and turned off. Then we can go ahead and get started. Okay. So now I request all of you to sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. To manifest this power, as I just said, to manifest this power, the most important thing you need is the space of oneness, that extreme friendliness and oneness, nothing else, nothing less, nothing more, just simple oneness and friendliness. So I request all of you to now sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Intensely, sincerely connect to Swamiji. Connect to the wind around you. Connect to the wind around you and allow Swamiji to flow through you.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham
First, let's all get into the space of oneness. Please chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda
Continue to chant the Mahavakya and connect to Swamiji. From this space of oneness, now, from this same space of oneness, I request all of you to focus on that flame in front of you. Connect with the wind around you and command him to come and give just a gentle breeze enough to turn off the flame. Okay? Let's all go ahead and start manifesting. Continue to chant the Mahavakya and remember, all you need is that space of oneness. From this space, please start manifesting. Please start chanting the Mahavakya. Connect to Swamiji.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now relax. I request all of you to relax. Now, I request if all of you can take a few minutes and share your experience. How were you able to manifest? What was your experience? How did you feel? I'm sure each and every one of you will have a different experience. Maybe one of you felt a slight breeze coming, or maybe you felt that the flame was flickering. Whatever you were able to experience in this power manifestation, please go ahead and let us know in the comment section below. And don't forget to share this experience not only with just us, but with all our virtual family in your social media, with your family members, friends, and anyone who you can reach out to. Remember, when you enrich another life, you are enriching your own life. You are manifesting your reality when you help another person manifest their reality. So, with this, we come to the conclusion of this power manifestation session. I hope all of you really enjoyed it. Please don't forget to share your experience. And we are now going to be moving on to the next session, which is the Akasha Tattva. So, all of you sit back and enjoy.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Length, breadth, depth, time. You say you know only these four. Where does this four exist? That is what is space. These five are called unit dimensions. Listen carefully, not dimensions, unit dimensions. Centimeter itself is not enough information for you to understand how many centimeter cloth you need. For example, you go and ask the tailor, I want to stitch my dress, how many meter cloth I need? He says, meter. Meter means what? Tell me how many meter? Meter is only a unit, not quantity. Length, breadth, depth, time, space, these five are unit dimensions, not actual dimensions. The permutations and combinations of these five, length, breadth, depth, time and space, permutation combination of all these five, playing around, understand, that is what is the 11 dimensions. the permutation combination of all this playing around is 11 dimensions. Understand length, breadth, depth, time and space. Actually, when the length, breadth, time gets activated in the space, listen carefully. When the length, breadth, depth, mass gets activated in the space, it generates time. So the mass and its velocity in the space produces certain friction which is called time. Mass, when it produces certain velocity in the space, the friction generated is called time.
Space, kasha. Let me use exactly the word Mahadeva uses. Akasha is modern Sanskrit word. In original Agama, the word kasha only is there. There is a possibility in that palm leaf. Sometimes this corner of the palm leaf gets broken. So, anyhow, whatever available, even the palm leaf breaking is his action only. So what he left it for us to understand, from that the word kasha only is there. So let's use that, that's all. Space, simple understanding, where length, breadth, depth, time, all these are dancing, vibrating. That is the aspect called space. It's a very simple understanding, but now I am going to give you how understanding space is going to have some use for you. See, ultimately our goal is to rest in the highest existence and highest consciousness, what we call as Mahasadashiva. See these simple words: feeling suffocated, irritated, I am not okay with all these simple words. Only by uttering them again and again, you create that feeling. How many of you understand this? Usage of those words avoided, that experience is also avoided. How many of you understand that? So, can you take 2-3 minutes and pen down, listen carefully. Usage of words in your space, becoming experience, few incident. When you started using these words, cherishing these words and manifesting those experiences in your space. Just for you to understand, listen, please listen. If two objects are stuck, sound is generated. If a thought is stuck on the space, reality is generated. That's all. Thought, idea, depression, irritation, simple words. How you teach to these teenager kids, how they pick up between when you guys are fighting, I cannot tolerate this, I can't digest this, hell with it, better to die than living like this. All these words, they pick up while both of you fight. And when they use that word on their space, they generate that as an experience. You yourself have done this crime against you. First time when you did this crime, Try to remember and pen down. See, where you could have avoided the word and avoided the experience, that is called freedom. You chose the word and chose the experience. After that, even if you don't choose the word, experience does not leave you, that's called marriage. Bondage. Understand? See, first few times when you use the word, I am irritated, I am agitated, I can't tolerate this, I can't put up with this, better to die than living like this life, hell with you, all these phrases, there is tons. All these Jerry Springer shows phrases. All these words, listen, when you are using first time and manifesting them as reality, you had a choice not to use them and manifest those experiences and reality. How many of you understand that? So, but after continuous usage and those experiences produced, when that become your normalcy, that is what I can't understand this word normalcy. What is common? What is normal? Most abnormal thing is normal. Most stupid things are common. Sometimes people question me, why our kids are taught so much of importance for the language is given. Our balasans are not supposed to even utter the word no, not, all that. Avoid knowing. So much importance is given for their language because when the language is stuck in the inner space, the reality is generated. Understand the Damaru of Mahadeva, dancing in the space of Chidambara, generates the cosmos. So the language we use inside is the Damaru of Mahadeva. Whatever is generated here becomes reality. Just remember one or two incidents and write so you will understand when you started doing this big crime against you, using strong words and generating those ideas and experiences in your inner space stupidly. And same way, even when you use the good words, generated good words or generated bad words, when they hit the space, they become real. Whatever makes the word into real is space. Akasa, kasa. You are an adult. You can choose your words. Try to write both experiences so you understand how initially the word you generate in your space manifests reality. These three words. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chidakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, If you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. The state, space where you live. The state. Space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha. Am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality. But if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Gatam. No, Gatam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space. Listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist. Taharavidya. Taharavidya means the knowledge of enlightenment, science. Now, whatever I am talking to you, all these can be classified as Taharavidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence. Tahara. Grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Taharavidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha, the space of your life, alive. Your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened, can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? The words you utter, that creates the space you operate. That makes your breathing space as Katakasha or Chitakasha. Chitakasha means consciously generated space. Means if you are uttering all the words consciously, tuning to your life's goal, you create Chitakasha. If you are uttering why without knowing why you are uttering, or because of compulsions and manifest default reality by fault, that is called Katakasha. Listen, default reality is Katakasha, conscious reality is Chitakasha. These three words, Taharakasha, Katakasha and Chitakasha, and Mahakasha. Mahakasha is whatever exists, that you don't know anything. One good thing about Akasha is it can never get corrupted. It can be easily programmed. Like electricity cannot be corrupted. It may be helping you for last 100 years, but it will not bother to kill you in 1 second if you do something wrong. Same way it may be killing so many people in so many places if something wrong is done. It will not bother to help you if you do it proper circuit. No qualities acquired, no favoritism, and no corruption. That's the quality of space. No favoritism, no quality acquired. It is all about what you want to do from now. That decides the whole programming of the space. That's all. See, only when you are initiated, you use your will. With that will, you manifest something consciously in your space. Only then soul enters into your system. Till then, soul means the jiva is not operative in your system. Your body is alive and functioning because of the Vatavarana, not because of the individual soul. He calls it Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jakratam. I will be using this word many times in the satsang also. Individual conscious will awakening and declaring its existence. If you know, yes, I exist and I have this as a problem, this as an inspiration. Even if you have a problem, it's okay. But your individual will should perceive the problem, only then it will start cracking the code. Understand, the Katakashic existence is called accidental existence. You need to use your will persistence ferociously you need to break the laws of Katakasha, that is called tapas. Breaking the chains of your Vatavarana by will persistence is called tapas. More tapas, more alive you will feel. That is why in Hindu tradition, if somebody wants to become a king, he will not enter into politics. He will retire to forest and start meditating for 12 years. When he becomes alive and walks into the city, the elephant comes and puts the garland and carries him and puts him on the throne of the king. Whether conquering infrastructure or internal structure, breaking Katakasha by your will is the only thing any human being need to do in the life. Katakasha is the accidental ambience you are breathing, which gives the illusion or delusion you are alive. Your existence is given a delusory idea that you are alive. Because you are breathing, you are made to believe you are alive. Like ups and downs of the wave gives the feeling as if the ocean is alive in that area, even though there is no independent individual energy exists. Listen. Will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned, pre-programmed and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released is Shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept and used. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will, to manifest will persistence and will, you need not be trained for 12 years. Person who has tried to have will for 22 years and who is beginning today, both will have the same will. Because will is the weapon from the space which cannot be programmed. Listen carefully. Subtler and subtler you go, they can only be less baggaged, programmed. When you are going in bullock cart, you can carry the whole city. When you go in bus, you will have to reduce. When you go in train, you have to reduce more. When you are going in the flight, it has to be reduced a lot more. If it is jet, you can only carry pills. The subtler and subtler you go, baggage, the past patterns, compilations, judgments, concepts are not allowed. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Understand, past, the good news I have for you. Past is irrelevant when you are working with the space, akasha. Present is too relevant when you are working with akasha. Clear? You have been 20 years devotee, 25 years devotee, or born and brought up along with me does not matter, or yesterday only you entered the program does not matter at all. From this moment, what do you want to do matters. Taharakasha means your soul is infused into you in the form of Shaktipada as a will. Will means experience, I exist larger than what I was feeling as me till before the initiation. How many of you are catching what I am saying? How many of you feel? Listen carefully. After the initiation and power manifestation, even the way you feel you is much larger. That only manifests into Katakasha and makes it into Chidakasha. If you don't manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Katakasha. If you manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Chidakasha. Signs of initiation. Diksha. This word Diksha need to be understood. The word initiation is too superficial for Diksha. If I have to translate exactly the word Diksha into English, breathing life, infusing life. The frequency of your will existence raised to the level of frequency of will persistence to become the realization of will, reality, realization. Understand? Taharakasha, breathed, Guru breathes life into Taharakasha. With that you start that will persistence. With the will persistence you start manifesting. Not only powers, even the life as you want. Katakasha becomes Chitakasha. Listen. Gap between one thought and the other thought is space. Here. Gap between one Big Bang, another black hole is space here. Listen. Listen carefully. LBD active. LBD active on the space generates time. Anything gets active on the space generates time. Space is the canvas on which all these four exist. Listen. Whenever a mass rotates, it creates gravity. Whenever LBD gets active, it generates time. Where all four exist is space. Because you have space inside, you are able to perceive everything. Because there is a space in the cosmos, all the generation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation happens. The space here, Chidakasa, perceives everything. Space here, Parakasha, allows everything to happen. Little more. Little more. Eyes receive information, digitize it. I should call bio-digitizing. Sense it. It hits at one space and the response comes back. For example, you see the snake, response of let's run away or beat. The spot where this information hits and the response comes back is called space, Akasha. The spot which responds to information is space. If the thought, the gap between one thought and the other thought is too little, you do not perceive the existence of space. If there's a more gap, you perceive the existence of space. It's like if you are taking 2000 files, quickly you have to come back. If you are taking only 2 files, you can spend time with him. Ability to spend time with him is called luxury, Lakshmi.
Just like gravity has its own logic, consciousness has its own logic. Brahmanda, cosmos, is Pindanda, the body you are carrying. If you decide we all need to know decisions are not a logical thought current. It is Sankhya, multi-dimensional logical force. Sankalpa is not one more thought or idea you have. Listen carefully. Conscious visualization is impacting your inner and outer reality in multi-dimensional way. Conscious visualization is the Sankhya, multi-dimensional logic, way, I will repeat, listen.
conscious visualization, Satya Sankalpa, is the way you can impact your inner and outer reality drastically. This powerful cognition is the Sankhya multi-dimensional logic of consciousness and Parashakti. We all underestimate the power of conscious visualization. Do not underestimate the power of conscious visualization. Because conscious visualization directly impacts the space, Akasa Tattva. Akasha Tattva is powerful enough to manifest what you want in your life. Multi-dimensional functional logic of Akasha Tattva, space principle, the space power. I will reveal it to you now. Listen. What I am revealing now will become reality to all the beings who declare their integrity to me. Listen. If you want, take few seconds and consciously declare your integrity to me. It does not require you to give your money or any precious things you think as your possession. Nothing need to be renounced. Be very clear. I am putting it very clearly. Now, you declaring your conscious integrity to me does not require anything to be, anything which you like or love as your life to be given away. Conscious integrity is the Sankhya multi-dimensional logic, methodology through which you connect your spiritual umbilical cord connection to me. Whoever connects whatever Paramashiva has revealed to me, I can share that to you. You can receive that to you into your system. Hinduism is all about Guru-disciple tradition, Guru-Sishya Sampradaya. All the great things are revealed through the Guru-Sishya Sampradaya to the world. I tell you, whenever you declare your integrity to a Guru, all his realizations and experience, expertise, Satya, Satya, Shaktis become yours. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chitakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, If you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. The state, space where you live. The state. Space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha. Am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality. But if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Gatam. No, Gatam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist, Taharavidya. Taharavidya means the knowledge of enlightenment, science. Now, whatever I am talking to you, all this can be classified as Taharavidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence. Tahara. Grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Taharavidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha, the space of your life, alive. Your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, Nithyanandam to all the participants. Nithyanandam, everyone. So we all just learned from Swamiji about the principle of space, about the Akasha Tattva. and how this is directly related to each and every single one of us. In fact, how it exists in everyone. So, Akasha Tattva, what exactly is Akasha Tattva and how does it help us? What is the principle of space? In simple words, what Swamiji explained to us is when our words become a reality, the center point where the words, the space which the words hit and which the words manifest into a reality is the space dimension. That is the Akasha Tattva. So it is the inner, it is inside all of us. It is there in our inner space, our conscious space where we manifest our reality. It might, whether you manifest a reality unconsciously, which you don't want, or a reality consciously, which you want to manifest. Anything becomes a reality because of your thoughts or because of your words is the Akasha Tattva. For example, as Swamiji says that when you see a snake, at that time the information goes inside you that, oh, there is a snake. It goes and it hits somewhere in you, and from that area a reaction comes that, okay, I have to run or I have to protect myself, I have to beat the snake. The place, the center point at which the information comes and a decision is made and it goes out to become a reality is the space dimension inside us. It is basically the Hiranya Garbha, the space where the reality is generated. But over here itself, there are two important things. One is the Chidakasha, where we create our conscious reality, and the second is the Katakasha, where we create the unconscious reality, where we are unconsciously living and creating realities which we don't want or which we don't like, but it still is unconsciously created within us. And the most important thing is differentiating between these two, finding out where all in your life are you creating this unconscious reality. Because the whole space inside you, outside you, wherever you are living, everything is one and the same. It is all created in this Akasha Tattva. So when you identify that, okay, yes, this is where I'm unconsciously creating my reality, this is where I'm manifesting the Katakasha inside me, at that time you will be able to create your life, create your reality as you want, because you would catch yourself. You would see that if you are about to say a word inside you, like, oh my God, everything is just not falling in place. Then, before that thought is generated inside you, you are able to catch it, you are aware of it. And when you keep practicing this, when you keep bringing awareness to this, at that time you will only create your Chidakasha, your conscious reality. So, how many of you are excited for this? How many of you are actually clicking with what Swamiji is saying? You can raise your hands or post in the chat.
Yes. So very simple but very, very powerful technique given by Swamiji. Swamiji has initiated all of us into a very powerful technique where we can simply manifest what we want, right? That is the power of space all of us have. So what are the words we are constantly using really matters. So all of you, please share with us what is your powerful click, what is your cognition, and which thing which you feel like, I really want to manifest this in my life. Please share with us.
Yes, actually, if you want to put it in a very simple example, Swamiji says, like when two objects struck each other, at that time sound is generated. In the same way, when your thought or when a word from you is hit into space, is hit with the space dimension, reality is generated out of that. So when your thought and space struck each other, when they are hit at that time, the reality is generated. So it is very important that the thought which goes and strikes the space, the thought which goes in your space dimension is what you want. It is not something opposite to what you want. It is very important that all of us consciously make sure that this is happening, because we can't control our thoughts or our words not going and striking in the space dimension. Every single thought which is generated, every single word which is spoken does go into the Akasha Tattva, into the space dimension. So it is up to us to decide, okay, yes, this is what I want to manifest as a reality. So these are the thoughts I am going to generate. These are the words I am going to speak. For example, if you have a headache, instead of saying, oh, I have a headache, it's hurting so much, my head is really hurting, I don't want a headache, I don't want a headache, that is only going to create more of a headache for you, because the word headache is continuously going and striking in the space dimension. But when you say, I want to heal my head, I want to, I want to have a healthy body, I want to heal my head. When you keep repeating that, that goes and strikes the Akasha Tattva again and again, and that is what gets generated as a reality. This is the law of the cosmos. So this is not something, whether you feel that yes, it works, or you feel that okay, maybe at the end this is the law and this is what is what will happen. So when you consciously decide, when you consciously decide to live this, at that time you will see that you will really be able to manifest your reality. And that is exactly what we are going to be doing now. So I request everyone to please bring your pens and papers. You can take a minute to go and bring your papers and pens. And in this exercise, you're going to be seeing where all do you manifest the Katakasha inside you, and where all do you manifest the Chidakasha inside you. So I hope everyone is excited for this exercise. Now I request everyone to please start penning down 5 negative statements that you commonly use in your life. The Katakasha which you create in your day-to-day life. For example, it can be something like, oh, I am feeling so suffocated, or I'm irritated, I cannot handle this. Like this, any 5 statements that you use. For example, you end up in a bad situation, or you're late for school, you're late for office, or it can be something as small as your hair is getting tangled, or something as big as you lost your job, anything which happens. Many of us go through many things in our daily life. So whenever you go through something, any negative statement that comes up unconsciously in you, that comes, which you keep using, that, oh, this is so irritating, the word irritated, or the word suffocated, I am feeling so suffocated. All these negative statements, the 5 most commonly used ones in your life. Please take a few moments to pen them down. once all of you have finished penning down the 5 statements, we'll be moving on to the next step. And in the second step, you will be penning down 5 positive statements that you use in your life. The Chidakasha which you create, something which you actually experience and which you verbalize, which you think of. When it hits the Akasha Tattva, it manifests as a positive reality. For example, you always feel very peaceful after doing puja. So you think, okay, yes, puja really gives me that peacefulness, the completion inside me. Or you tell someone, you tell your friend, or you tell your sister, you tell that I really like doing puja. It creates this space of peacefulness. And when you keep saying this, or when you think about it, when you use this statement, at that time you are getting a deeper experience of that. You are actually starting to experience the peacefulness during puja more and more. Or it can be something like, whenever I do seva for Kailasa, whenever I listen to Mahavakya, I instantly get that feeling of fulfillment. I get de-stressed. Whatever experience you are getting, all the positive statements which you use for that. Take a few moments to pen it down. I hope all of you are able to understand and do the exercise. Ma Priyatma Swarupini, Ma Saralananda, Ma Purushananda, Ma Anandeshwari. If you have any doubts, feel free to post. Even all the viewers watching us live on YouTube, you can post if you are not able to understand or if you need any help.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
All the viewers and all the participants, you can post on the chat or on the comment section once you are done with the second part. If you have any doubts also, you can post.
So please understand, this exercise will make us understand how we are unconsciously creating our realities, as well as where all we are creating the positive effect in our lives and what is the power of words we utter, right? So from now on, let us see how we can manifest what we want by consciously creating the words in our inner space. Our words are very powerful. They go and they hit the space, and that is how we manifest our realities. So let us all post in the chat, how was your experience? What are your clicks and cognitions, and what do you decide to do? How do you want to decide to manifest your life from now on when you cognize how powerful your words are? Please share with us.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda
Yes, and now we will be entering into the power manifestation. So, in this round of power manifestation, we are going to be manifesting powers with the wind element. And how all of you are going to be manifesting it is just by using the space, your just by using the Akasha Tattva inside you, just by consciously creating your reality, you're going to be manifesting the power of bringing the wind element right to where you are. So just now we learned from Swamiji about how just by the Chidakasha, just by consciously manifesting your reality, you can actually see that outside, see that physically materializing for you. When you have a thought, or when you speak, when you say something, at that time you manifest that as a reality because that goes and hits the akashas, the space inside you. So now you will just connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya, and you will give the command. You will either have it as a thought inside you, or you might say it out loud. But when you say that yes, Swamiji, please flow through me, or when you in that space of oneness, when you connect to with nature, when you pray to Vayudeva that please come and please lift the feather, at that time that word goes and hits the space inside you, and that manifests as a reality. So that is what you're going to be doing. And how are you going to verify that you're actually manifesting the wind element is by keeping a feather or a lightweight object like a feather if you don't have one. So when you manifest the wind element, when it comes at that time, you will see that the feather will start floating. It will automatically float because of the wind. So I request everyone to please take 2 minutes, and if you have a feather, please do bring that. Otherwise, any lightweight object, you can bring your objects and close your windows and doors to make sure that no wind from outside is coming.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Us really matters the most, as these thoughts uttered inside will hit space and get manifested outside. That is absolutely correct, Ma. It's very nice to hear your understanding. I hope you are ready with your object, Ma Priyatma Surupini, with your feathers. Everyone else also, if you are ready, we can start the power manifestation now. So make sure that all of your windows, all of your doors, or any way through which wind can enter is blocked so that the power manifestation can be foolproof. And then place your feather or your object on top of your palm and connect to the wind element, connect to Vayudeva, and feel that extreme love and friendliness towards the wind element. Just bring that space of oneness inside you and start chanting the Mahavakya. And look intensely at the feather with all three of your eyes, and consciously decide, have that thought and create that reality to increase the wind around you, to manifest the wind around you, to make the feather float on your hand. Continue chanting the Mahavakya and establish that space of oneness with nature around you, with Prakriti, with the wind element. And in that space of oneness, just have the thought that yes, you want to create more wind around you. You want to manifest Vayudeva around you. Just like how you need, it's just the matter of a thought for you to make your hand go and pick up the bottle in front of you. Because you are in the space of oneness with your body, you know that your hand is one with you. So you just need a thought to make it go and get the bottle. In the same way, when you have oneness with the wind element, at that time it just requires a thought to manifest the wind around you. So just chant the Mahavakya and connect in the space of oneness. When you have the thought, when you declare in the space of oneness, at that time you will see that the wind element will manifest around you.
You will see that in the space of oneness, simply the feather will float. Just be in that space of oneness, enjoy that space. Unclutch from the feeling that whether it will manifest or no. Just unclutch and be in that space of oneness. Remember, it is Swamiji who is manifesting, not any one of us, but it's Swamiji. Let's keep chanting the Mahavakya. And please keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line.
Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi.
I request everyone to relax now.
Spiritual lullaby for samadhi.
And you can go ahead and verify your manifestation.
For Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva.
You can post your manifestation in the chat or on the Facebook page. Post your experience of the manifestation. You might have felt a small breeze around you, or you would have seen that the feather has actually moved a little. It would have floated, or you would have actually felt, like how when we are in front of the fan or when we are experiencing a breeze, at that time you feel cool, or the feeling which you get, you might have gotten that feeling, because all of this is various levels of the manifestation. Either you will get the feeling that you are sitting in a breezy place, or you will feel a slight breeze, or the breeze will actually make the feather move a little, or it will make the feather float. Like this, what were you able to manifest? What was your experience of the manifestation? Ma Priyatma Swarupini, Ma Anandeshwari, all of you can go ahead, post your experience, post your manifestation on the chat or on the Facebook page.
Please understand, this is a very important part, that we go and we share our experiences on social media with our friends, with family. When you enrich others, when you cause other person's reality, your reality will be caused. So do not miss this very important step of the whole process we are going through. So I request all of you, please to share. It can be anything, your powerful cognitions, clicks, what was your breakthrough, or what was your manifestation or experiences. It can be anything. You don't know, thousands of lives are waiting to hear one experience of you. And who will be connected to Swamiji and whose life will be transformed. So every sharing of yours goes long way. It's a very, very important thing. Please do not miss this.
And as all of you are sharing, we will now be concluding the power manifestation and moving on to the next session, where we will be learning from Swamiji about the power of space creation. So do stay tuned for this next session as we learn about the higher powerful cognitions from Swamiji, as all of you learn the science behind creating your reality, manifesting the reality the way you want just by your space.
In E equal to mc square, Einstein is trying to maintain the speed of the light as a constant. Listen carefully. Speed of the light or time is not constant. I'll tell you what is exactly constant. Consciousness reflecting on the space, the fifth dimension of the universe, consciousness reflecting is constant. In all our consciousness, Paramashiva is reflecting in all our inner space. Paramashiva is reflecting that is constant. Understand? These 5 elements and 5 dimensions are related. Length, breadth, depth, time and space, earth, water, fire, air and space. These 5 are connected. Listen carefully. When Paramashiva, cosmic consciousness, reflects in your inner space, that reflection is constant in all beings. Not speed of the light or time. Time and speed of the light is not constant, but the way superconsciousness, Paramashiva, reflects in your inner space is constant. Means the way cosmic consciousness dances, reflects in your pure inner space. The way Sadashiva dances in your Chidambara is constant. All the beings who feel Aham, he exists in that. That is the only constant. Understand? From that starts the will persistence. Manifests the will persistence. Whoever gets back to that source from which he is reflecting, all of them fall into that space called oneness, which is constant. Paramashiva is equivalent to the will persistence decision to look at the source by the reflection. The constant in the cosmos is feeling of Aham. There is nothing in the cosmos which does not feel the Aham, including stone, Stavara, Jangama, everything feels the existence of Aham. When Mahadeva, Paramashiva says, Vyapakam, anything which feels Aham, he is in that. Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. The pure consciousness reflects on the space. That reflection is individual consciousness called Aham. The frequency of that reflection is constant in everything. But the side effect of that reflection, will persistence, is not constant in everything. Reflection is constant. Will persistence is not. So based on your will persistence, your life is decided. Are you going to spend 80% of your time in time related, or depth related, or length related, or breadth related existence of you? Neither length nor breadth or depth or time is low or wrong, but you not knowing the source vision your reality, which is constant and playing in these other dimensions, there is every possibility you will get lost. If you remember your cosmic identity, if you remember the constant in you, which is your Chidambara, where the cosmic reflection Paramashiva, cosmic source Paramashiva is dancing in your pure heart Anandagandha, your inner space. Listen, cosmic Paramashiva is like a sun. Your pure inner space, that space Chidambara, Akasha, Antarakasha, Chitakasha, is like a mirror. That sun reflecting in this reflection is called individual consciousness, Pratyagatma Chaitanyam. That is the constant in all beings. This constant's first side effect is will persistence. That is not constant in all beings. The quality of your will persistence decides whether your life is going to be stuck in time or depth or breadth or length. You remembering which is constant in you and which is not constant in you will not put you in a delusion where you make permanently damaging decisions of your life due to temporary mood swings. Guru is the person constantly resides in the constant and supports your will persistence to get back to your constant. The higher dimensions, when they enter consciously into the lower dimensions, they manifest as powers. Unexpected positive turn of the events and the reality you experience. You can name it as miracle, you can name it as power, you can name it as a God's grace, you can use any name you want, but the greater science, the cosmic science is the higher dimensions entering into the lower dimensions. For example, length, breadth, depth, time, space. If the space dimension enters into time, time literally manifests everything space wants. If the time dimension enters into depth, depth manifests everything time wants. Understand? This length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these dimensions are independently intelligent, alive, able to make their own conclusions and respond within their frame and working zone. Please understand. The length dimension is responsible for your logic, rationality. The breadth dimension is responsible for your ability to feel the emotions, feeling connections. The depth
dimension is responsible for you making cognitions, a powerful cognitions about life beyond your logic and emotions. So understand, every dimension, when it enters into the lower level dimensions, it manifests intense power. Now, I want you to understand, time and space is independent intelligence and power. I'll give you simple understanding, very raw, crude, down to earth. Simplest understanding. You just try to internalize this one understanding. I'll help you to go through the whole initiation and make you manifest this power. I commit with you. Just understand this one. Time is as alive as your skin. If you believe, cognize, your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If somebody cuts it, you feel bad, pain. How much your skin is alive, that much, I should say little more than, much more than that, time is alive skin of the cosmos. Listen, where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. Actually, your skin and the skin of the cosmos both always touch each other. You can't be away from cosmos. Understand this? Where your skin ends, exactly that is the spot time starts. Time is the skin of the cosmos. Time is the skin of the cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents inside you, same way the cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents, that is the space. Your skin is alive. Your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent of your skin for the cosmos is time. Equivalent of your nervous system for the cosmos is space. I'll give you some of the important, powerful cognitions about space. Just if you internalize this, you can use the power of space in your day-to-day life in a very practical way, simple and very practical way. First, space is a living entity. It's not emptiness, it's not dead, it is living. Second, it is very close to consciousness. Third, the space you are carrying inside you, where the thoughts manifest, is directly connected to the space where this universe is established. Chidakasa, your conscious inner space, is directly connected to Mahakasa, where this universe is established. The space where this universe is established is directly connected to the space, your inner space where you are established. It means you have absolute ability to influence, inspire, directly intervene with the outer space on which the world is established. Any mass has a power to influence the space. When you are able to influence space through which you can influence anything which is established in the space, and just by sheer power of thoughts, you can raise, lower your mass through which you can influence the space, through which you can influence anything established in the space. Please understand. When you meditate on cognize something very heavy, higher than your brain can grasp, your space becomes powerful. That can influence the space outside, and anything established in the space outside. Thoughts can travel using space as medium. Anything which has a mass can influence space, through that can influence anything established in the space. Let me be more clear and straight. Just through your thought, power of cognition, the power of your inner space, Chidambara, you can influence anything established in the space, whether sun or the moon or the universe or the black hole or the Big Bang, anything established in the space can be influenced through the power of your inner space. Every time you hold a space for something, if there is an incompletion, the reality you created collapses. So again you will have to complete this incompletion and hold that reality back. So listen. So it cannot be called as creation. I wanted every one of you to provide intense listening, because one of the major mistakes we are doing in the science of creating space, and why we go on losing confidence over our space or blaming ourselves, oh, the space creation and all works sometime and doesn't work sometime. I want you to learn this nitty-gritties of space creation. Once you create a space, if there is an incompletion, the whole space collapses. Don't think if you just complete that incompletion, that space runs. No. You have to recreate again. So whenever you find an incompletion, complete that incompletion and drop and recreate the whole space again. Only then it gets its own individual energy, intelligence, inspiration. If you want wealth, you create the space for attracting maybe $100 million. After you created the space, after 2-3 minutes, who is going to get fooled by this space creation idea and all? Maybe by teaching the space creation idea, he might have become what he wanted to achieve, but we have not got anything. Some foolish, stupid thing. The moment that incompletion comes, but you are so intelligent, you catch that. You catch your SDHD and complete with that and drop. After you complete and drop, you think that space you created earlier is by itself powerful. No. Once you complete the incompletion, again you will have to visualize step by step and create the space. Because when you complete the incompletions and drop them, along with that, the visualizations you created earlier also goes away. The science of space creation is, it's a self-Kundalini awakening process. Understand? The science of space creation is a self-Kundalini awakening process. You can awaken your Kundalini on your own right, on your own energy, on your own intelligence. You can awaken your Kundalini on your own. The science of space creation, the science of creating the space, can awaken your Kundalini on your own.
Most powerful, greatest sacred secret greatest Satya, I should say this is the greatest alchemy I can contribute to all your being. So please listen. The logic, length, dimension of your existence. In that, if you understand about oneness, it is imagination. Breath, the heart dimension of your existence. If you are able to grasp oneness in that level, it can be visualization of oneness. The depth dimension. In that, if you can grasp oneness, that will be declaration of oneness. In time dimension, you just need to manifest ferociousness. So, this imagination about oneness, visualization about oneness, declaration of oneness, gets into your space, your Akasha, that is when the Mahasadashivatva, that is where the Mahasadashivatva manifests. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart and cognition. Length, logic, breadth, heart, depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what do you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow. The smell, the flavor of your space, the flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence. Like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, The dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. Listen, no power can manifest in you if I have not entered into your space. Even if you manifest one power once, be informed, I have drilled you already up to your space. Kailasavasi celebrates the manifestations of his space. The manifestations of the length, breadth, depth. Manifestations of the length, breadth, depth is so superficial. So superficial. They are not worthy. Manifestations of length, breadth, depth is too superficial. They are not worthy. They are not at all worthy. Manifest the space. Celebrate your capabilities based on your power manifesting abilities and space.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, Nithyanam, to all the participants. That was a very beautiful revelation. Swamiji spoke on the concept of space, power of space creation. Before we move ahead, I like to complete with all the participants for a little delay being caused for all of you during the program. We were facing some technical issues. I'm completing with that. So let us now understand the power of space creation. Very beautifully, Swamiji is sharing that Paramashiva, so understand Paramashiva, the cosmic consciousness reflects in your inner space, and that reflection is constant in all beings. So, your conscious inner space is directly connected to Mahakasha, where this universe is established. It means you have absolute ability to influence, inspire, directly intervene with the outer space on which the world is established. See, what does Swamiji mean by this is the world around you. That is the outer space. You have the power to intervene it. You have the power to influence it. You have the power to inspire it. Because this consciousness, your inner space, is centered on Mahakasha, which the world around you is also established on it. So, understand, I request all participants now, this power of space creation, meaning when Swamiji says what is happening in the microcosm, does impact in the macrocosm. Same way, when you're making any decisions in your life, it does impact your world around you. For example, if you continuously cherish yourself, I am bad, I'm suffering, you are going to manifest that only in the reality. But whereas, if you say to yourself continuously, I am powerful, I am Paramashiva, I am Swamiji, that is only going to manifest for all of us in the outer space. So, because the Mahakasha and your inner space, the world around you, the outer space and your inner space, both are centered on this one universe called Mahakasha, one beautiful space called Mahakasha. So, now Now request all participants to choose any one reality that you want to manifest. Intensely create a space inside you for that reality to manifest by visualizing it in the present. Bringing your future possibility into the present is the power of space creation. See, understand, all of us want to experience a bright future. How do we avoid such things in our life without anything? Well, when you bring the future impact in the present and influence that helps us to experience space creation. For example, if you want wealth, you create a space for attracting maybe $100 million. After you created a space, you think, who's going to get fooled by the space creation idea and all? All this is not going to happen. The moment that incompletion comes, catch your SDHT and complete with that and drop it. After you complete and drop, you think that space you created earlier is by itself powerful. No. See, whenever we create space creation, always there's an inner chatter which is coming inside ourselves saying that, oh, how can we manifest such thing in our life without even doing any hard work? Just by creating space creation alone, just by creating space for it, how can we manifest it in our life? But it is possible. Swamiji is saying that it is possible. How? See, if you understand this one thing what Swamiji is saying about space creation, because you are made up of the same source material of the cosmos. You are made up of the same source material out of which the cosmos is made up of. So understand, you are connected to the universe. You are connected to the world around you. Therefore, you have the right to influence, intervene, change the way you want to manifest your life. So I request all participants, first let's write down whatever you want to manifest in your life. The power of visualization can actually help you to manifest what Esther Remember Swamiji said in one satsang. That, for example, the power of visualization does happen in reality because you can use this power of visualization, even the smallest thing that you want to eat a candy, or as big as you want to achieve enlightenment. For example, for a kid, the only thing which he wants to manifest in his reality is he wants to have lots of candy in his life. So what does he do? He visualizes that I am having lots of candy with. Basically, he's living like in a house full of candies. Naturally, that is going to manifest as reality. See yourself becoming that. But many times what we do, instead of letting that space, that will to manifest for all of us, we only let the incompletion to come and stop the space creation. As Swamiji says, the moment incompletion comes, just drop it. Don't think the space which you have created earlier by itself is powerful. No, because you have put SDHT. Then, for example, Ganga is flowing. All of us know Ganga is flowing. Now, if you put waste on Ganga, she's now going to be dirty naturally, and you can say that, oh, she was already clean before, so let us just continue. Yes, of course, Ganga has the innate thing of cleaning herself, but only when you stop removing the garbage and remove the existing garbage, She is completely pure. Same way, now the space creation which you have created. Once you will let the SDHT, it's almost like you putting the garbage in Ganga. Now once you have dropped it, now you have removed your garbage. You stop putting the garbage. But still, just because she was already clean before, like just because she was clean before the garbage does not mean she is pure. So take up the responsibility to complete restart by taking the responsibility to clean Ganga again so that she can become pure. Same way, when you are having the space creation for you to manifest what you want, create a space. Do not let SDHT to come in it. The moment you let SDHT to come with it, understand, you are only not experiencing the possibility which you are having. You do not understand the power of visualization. Swamiji says very beautifully, power of visualization itself will help you to manifest what you want in your life. So, yes, I'm sorry for the interruption. So, the moment SDHT comes, immediately complete with it. Immediately complete and restart your visualization. Once you complete the incompletion, again, you will have to visualize step by step. Create the space, because when you complete the incompletion and drop them, along with that, the visualizations which you have created earlier also goes away. So, whenever you are space creating, do not let your incompletion come in that way. As when incompletion comes, they are going to take the visualizations along with them, which you have earlier created. So now once you do the completion process, again redo the power of visualization. Again do the space creation. See, understand what is it. See, now Swamiji said beautifully, write down what you want to manifest in your life. Now, see it's happening in the present moment. Visualize it's happening in the present moment for you. You are manifesting that. For example, you want to become a billionaire. Visualize you are actually becoming a billionaire. Then, create a strong will, a strong intention to manifest. This is how you create a space. So request all participants, let's take a few minutes. First, I request all of you to pen down all the realities you want to manifest in your life. Paramashivoham. Now, the second step, visualize it happening in the present moment. For example, if you want to experience a good job for you, for example, you want to, let's say if you are a student, you want to study in Harvard University, or you want to work in Microsoft, or you want to work on Facebook, or you want to become a YouTuber, you want to become an influencer in Instagram. Visualize that happening in the present moment. Visualize you are experiencing that reality is manifesting for you in the present moment. Now, create a space, create an intention, create a will that you want to manifest this in your life. I request all participants to post if you have any questions, any doubts you have. Please feel free to post in the chat section. So now whatever intention you have made, whatever desires you want to manifest, create an intention that you are going to manifest this in your life. No matter whatever happens, you are going to manifest this desire in your life. Create an intention, a strong will that you are going to manifest this. If during this process any incompletion is coming up, if any self-doubt is coming up, I request all the participants to write down the SDHT. Write down the incompletion which you're having. Complete with it. Again, restart this whole process. As Swamiji says, when you drop the incompletions, when you complete along with them, the visualization, the space creation which I've created earlier will also go along with it, which also goes away. So, once you have completed with the incompletion, restart this process again, and with an intention, without any incompletion, with a strong will that you are going to manifest this. Create a strong will and intention that you are going to manifest. You will see immediately it start happening in your life, because your intention, the power of visualization itself has the power to manifest whatever you want. So request all participants now you all of us have seen how it manifests in the present moment. Now create an intention, a strong will that you are going to manifest this in my life. I know what I visualize is going to impact the world. What I'm visualizing is going to impact the outer world around me. With this intention, from the space that I am Paramashiva, I have the right to intervene, impact, yes, I'm sorry for that again. What do you want to manifest? You have the right to intervene, impact, evolve it in your life. You have right to impact the outer world around you. So with that intention, with the clarity, from the space of that you are Paramashiva, create the strong intention that you are going to manifest that in your life. Now, with the strength, with the strong space and intention all of us have created, let us now move ahead to the power manifestation session. So, as all of us learned that when we want to create something in our life, just have the intention, it is going to manifest. That's the power of space creation. Your intention is enough for you to impact whatever you want in your life, for you to manifest whatever you want in your life. So, as throughout the whole day, all participants, all of you are beautifully manifesting power of playing with the 5 elements. We are going to be continuing to manifest this power, where in this round, you're going to be playing with the fire element. You're going to be playing with the fire element in this round. So, understand this power manifests, strengthens your experience of being one with the whole. When you manifest this, when you experience this power manifestation, it's going to strengthen your oneness experience with the whole universe. So now, I request all participants to choose any command you will want to give. Either it can be reducing the flame, or turning it off, or increasing the fire, can be anything. So first I request all participants to prepare a lamp. You can have a lamp in front of you. If you have a candle, that's also great. Request all the participants to get either of it. If you make sure the lamp is lit and you're sitting in an area where there is less air, there's less wind around it, so that due to wind, the fire will not be switched off. Okay. Now, once you have the flame in front of you, the candle or the lamp, now request all participants to choose a command which you are going to give to the fire. Choose any command which you are going to play with the fire. It can be reducing the flame, or turning it off completely, or increasing the fire, or moving the flames of the fire. It can be anything. It requires all participants to choose which of the commands that you would like to manifest. Now, remember Swamiji in your inner space. Connect to Swamiji. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The moment you visualize him, Swamiji is there with all of you. He immediately appears for all of us. It requires all participants to connect with Swamiji. Now, I request all participants to start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Now, in the oneness space with Swamiji, look at the fire with all your three eyes and command the flame whatever command you want to give. Whatever will you want to manifest, request all participants to have that intention. Command the flame to listen to your command. In that oneness space with Swamiji, now give the command to the fire. You see, simply the fire will listen to all of you. Triggers all participants to continue chanting the Mahavakya. Look at the flame with all your three eyes. Have that intention, that will, that you want to experience power manifestation. The will of the command which you are going to give to the fire. Have that will, make this as an intention that you are going to experience Paramashiva. Like whatever incompletions coming in my way, any self-doubt coming in my way, let me drop at Swamiji's feet.
this Mahavagya.
Because all participants to continue chant the Mahavakya.
Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Understand? This power manifests when you are experiencing oneness with the nature. When you declare you are one with the nature, no matter whatever happens in your life, have this one clarity that I am in oneness with everything around me. I am the one who is manifesting it in my life. When I add oneness component to anything which I am relating, it becomes power manifestation. The same object, the same intention, without oneness space. It is just simple action you're doing. But the same action with oneness space becomes power manifestation. Because all participants who continue chanting the Mahavakya have that intention that you are going to manifest this power. Experience, declare that you are in oneness with the nature. You will see, simply nature will listen to all of you. Now, because all participants to relax and post how Paramashiva is manifest for all of you. Understand? Paramashiva is always manifesting. Swamiji is always manifesting. It is just that we are not able to see the manifestation. So because all participants now to see the manifestation is happening for you, to see whether the manifestation has happened for all of you. See, subtly Paramashiva will manifest for all of us, just that we don't see the manifestation. So now request all participants now look at and see how Paramashiva is manifested for each and every one of you. Be a very unique thing. So in these sessions, all of us learn the power of space creation just by having the intention, just by visualizing it. It gives you the experience of manifesting the reality the way you want to. This power of visualization will also lead up to understanding and awakening the cosmic DNA in all of us. Let us now understand from Swamiji what is the cosmic DNA. How can we awaken this cosmic DNA in all of us? And what are the benefits do we get when we awaken this cosmic DNA in all of us? So let us now listen from Swamiji. directly on the truths revealed on the cosmic DNA.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Let us now move ahead to understand deeper truths on the revelation on cosmic DNA. How can we awaken this cosmic DNA in all of us?
Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
The Linga Purana describes the beginning of creation when Brahma the creator asked Lord Shiva to create some beings to trigger the process. Lord Shiva created beings in the replica of his own form and personality. These immortal and most powerful beings are known as the Rudras.
Rudras are the completion of Mahasada Shiva.
Their bodies are so strong they can never be disturbed by any hormones, emotions and feelings.
Their bodies, lives and space
is completely dedicated to Maha Sadashiva. They have the very DNA of Paramahamsa Nithyananda. They expand and celebrate themselves as Maha Sadashiva.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
DNA you have. One is known by the science, which is responsible for your form, disease and all that. The unknown, the second one is unknown, which scientists call as junk DNA or shadow DNA, which I call as Jivatman DNA, self DNA. Awaken that self DNA, because that has all extraordinary powers. Life will become extraordinary joy when that is awakened. And the known DNA will dry. Those biomemories has to be dried. No other way. It cannot give you the life. That is not your blueprint. That is not your blueprint. You need to know that. As long as you catch that as a blueprint, life will be struggle. It will be struggle. So catch the macrocosmic DNA, allow that to open up. Life DNA, allow the Jivatman DNA, self DNA to open up. That will lead you to the ultimate. Your body evolved various levels, from amoeba to fish, fish to monkey, monkey to man, and still it is evolving. This process is called mutation and natural selection. For example, based on the situation, for your survival need, your body goes through a process called natural selection, and your DNA gets better and better with this natural selection process. Unfortunately, still human beings are not realizing the truth. You are totality of the evolved body and descended consciousness. Please listen. You are totality of evolved body and descended consciousness. You are not just evolved from monkey, just an evolved body. Evolution theory is not wrong, but not complete. Listen to the truth. How the body evolves with the process called mutation and natural selection. That's the words scientists are
describing as a reason for our body, our system evolving, and DNA having breakthroughs. Just like evolved body, the descended consciousness have its own process. Descended consciousness has its own process. In the body, it's called natural selection. In the level of consciousness, I'll give this process, the equivalent of the natural selection process happening in the level of superconscious descending. I'll give the title of, listen carefully, conscious decision. In natural selection, you have to select from available options. In conscious decision, everything is possible for you. There is no limited options presented in front of you. There is no such thing as here there are million options, choose from this. No. Only in the body level, physical level, million options are presented and you are asked to choose anyone. That is what is called natural selection, based on the situation, survival of the fittest, and multiple reasons you do natural selection. But the descendants of the superconsciousness, it's a conscious decision. The good news is this moment you can decide to be liberated. There is no step by step. This moment consciously you can declare, I am unclutched. And the pure superconsciousness will just blast your whole body and DNA and alter it to the level for the superconsciousness, Paramashiva, to manifest his glory. First thing you need to clear, stitch, heal within yourself is through your conscious decision, make even natural selection process as conscious decision. In natural selection process, stop giving cheap options to yourself by becoming vegetarian and by bringing a living Hinduism lifestyle, charya, in your life. Making yourself organic, vegetarian, eating as Paramashiva reveals, doing yoga as Paramashiva revealed, connecting with Paramashiva through the kriyas like puja, homa. All these gives right higher level options for your natural selection process. But the conscious decision, if you start practicing, it gives you a real breakthrough. You are not functioning anymore with the natural selection process. You start functioning in conscious decision process. It's not that your DNA gets as a better DNA. It just gets a breakthrough DNA. Paramashiva's DNA. Understand? Whoever experiences that conscious decision in their very core DNA level, they are incarnations. It is possible for you. It is possible for you. Decide continuously hold that conscious decision, you are Paramashiva. And tell Paramashiva, Prabhu, Mahadeva, I know you reside in me. I invoke you with all my being. Please open up. Let your conscious decision capacity manifest in my DNA and upgrade myself from the natural selection process to conscious decision process. Listen. You do not need anything more than consciously deciding Paramashiva. He is waiting to manifest in you the moment you decide Him. But if you allow this conscious decision process of Paramashiva in you, by invoking Him, connecting with Him, declaring oneness with Him, declaring your integrity and allegiance to Mahadeva, Paramashiva, just the very declaration is enough because He is waiting. With the declaration, He rushes into you, gushes into you. He just opens the floodgates and explodes into you and changes your DNA's natural selection methodology to conscious decision methodology. Understand, when your DNA decides to shift from natural selection to conscious decision, you manifest powers. Because power manifestation is a breakthrough, not growth. So understand, anything which you think not possible, pen down 25 items. Why, you know? Actually, you have 25 heads. In your real sense, Paramashiva. 25 independently intelligent tracks running in your brain is a normal standard for any Hindu DNA. Listen carefully. If you are born Hindu or initiated by me, your DNA is Hindu DNA. Listen, we have proved through multiple scientific researches and documentation. When I initiate you, your very mitochondria cell energy goes up. The deeper layers of your DNA gets awakened. If you want, go and see the scientific studies and researches, observations we have documented. So listen, because when I initiate you, I make your individual self connect with your higher beings in the parallel universe, like Swargaloka, Mahaloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka. I've spoken only about the three lokas, Swarga, Maha and Jana. Later on, I'll speak about the other lokas. Listen. A normal, common Hindu, practicing Hindu, I should say this word, a practicing Hindu, as
25 independently intelligent tracks available for his brain. Infusing consciousness into the dead DNA structure was a science available in Indian tradition. In Chennai, Mylapore, there was a Chettiar girl, Pumbavai. She died in the snake bite. So her remains, relics was preserved by her father in a pot. So Thiruñāna Sambandar, a great saint who knows the science of DNA. Among the modern day saints, modern day means, sorry, I should not use the word modern day, among the recent day saints, in the Vedic tradition, 1000 years means recent days. The recent day saints, this Jnana Sambandar and Tirunavukkarasar, these two have shown physically the science of DNA in their life, doing miracles. That they showed that they had a power over a DNA structure. He gave life. He infused consciousness into the DNA and liberated her. Because whether you like it or not, want it or not, our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. You can see. So, if you elevate your consciousness, naturally like Bhagirath, you will infuse life into the DNA structure of your ancestors and raise their very frequency. If they are in Pitruloka, you will promote them to a higher level. If they are in Bhuloka, you will elevate them to higher consciousness. I can explain the whole Mahabharata, how this one liberal action and conservative reaction, just that with that one quality, Krishna played the whole drama and won the Kurukshetra war. Sometimes he lost the battle but never lost the war. Yes, in Abhimanyu's issue, they lost the battle. Krishna did shed tears, understand? Because Krishna's one of the important vishwas. He wants this whole Bharat to be ruled by his DNA. And he wanted his DNA to be the source of Bharat, which is the right decision, which is the right thing. So it is through Abhimanyu it is going to happen. When Abhimanyu died, he had tears. But fortunately, already Abhimanyu's wife was pregnant. So he won the war but lost the battle. He would have produced few more kids and managed the country in a much better way. In Abhimanyu's issue, Krishna lost the battle. Abhimanyu's issue was not just Arjuna's son. It was Krishna's ambition too. It is through Abhimanyu, Krishna was getting the best DNAs collected, the best Kshatriya and Krishna's intelligence. The Yadava, understand? It is Kshatriyas, Yadavas together formed Bharata, and the whole Bharat is ruled by Kshatriya Yadava DNA. You see the Parikshittu and Dhananjaya and the whole, the original DNA is the perfection is achieved in Parikshittu. That is why I tell you, we can never be destroyed, because Parikshittu has built the tendency even to withstand the Brahmastra. Understand? Bharat can never be killed. Bharat can never be killed because the whole DNA process itself went through the Brahmastra attack. Of course, don't be lazy for that.
But I want to tell you the truth, it cannot be killed. Because the DNA itself has gone through the test. If you know Mahabharata, you can understand what I am saying.
Research reports. The most profound research proof of past life connections is documented by National Geographic DNA Journey, Genographic Project, they call it. Diba Ilmes, a past life regression therapist, wrote, "One of my clients is a 39-year-old woman, a computer engineer in Turkey. At first meeting, she mentioned that she had an attraction to Russia. Since childhood, she found herself as a woman in Russia. In first past life regression therapy, she sent her DNA samples to Genographic Project to National Geographic. The results show the origin goes to Russia." In DNA, understand. In the second regression session, she found herself as a young woman in a small village which she called Lapland. She had been killed by German soldiers along with the entire village. Evidence showed that Lapland was an area in Sweden and the German soldiers had killed all people in Lapland in the late World War II. Again, the National Geographic Genographic Project showed her DNA connection to Lapland. I completely agree with it. I can give you from my own example, my own life, the extraordinary intelligence I showed in the knowledge of the Vedic tradition, Puranas, the Upanishads, or the traditional scriptures, and the memory I exhibited before even the age of 10, without even being trained in any formal way. Of course, not just my family, the whole village, Tiruvannamalai village is a witness for the extraordinary way of me expressing the stories, the Upanishads and Gita and Yoga Sutra and whatnot. So I can tell you, this revelation is truth, And of course, Bhagavad Gita says, "Bahuni me vyatitani janmani tavacharjuna tanyaham veda sarvani natvam vetta param tapaha." Krishna says, "You and I have passed many births, O Arjuna. Difference is I can remember all of them, but you don't know yours." A research by Caroline from Galactic Foundation. They have a website, galacticfoundation.com. They say, dormant DNA activation activates the dormant portions of the brain. Average person with one strand of activated DNA use only 10% of brain capacity. So DNA activation increases the capacity of the brain. And this is one truth, how the activation of DNA, the second strand, third strand, the next strands, activates the capacity of brain. There is another one research, Dr. Rick Strassman states. So his research says, DNA activation in turn activates the pineal gland, Ajna Chakra, located in the middle of the brain, at the back of the third eye region. It is called seat of the soul. Inside the pineal gland is the master cell, which is the master key to all our functions, from color of our hair to the way we wiggle our feet. Beth Coleman is research. this master cell in the pineal gland has the youth and vitality chromosomes responsible for aging process. Activation of this gland leads to increase in melatonin secretion responsible for anti-aging. Melatonin is anti-aging hormone. And there is another one research, Wellness Research Foundation. They say telomere is a portion of DNA that governs an aging process. Each time when a cell divides through the course of evolution, a small portion of this telomere is not copied to the other cells, making them shorter and shorter over time. This is the cause for aging. Aging is defined as per the science. I will define aging as per the consciousness. I will add my own experience on this line. There is another one beautiful research conclusion by Philip D. Minton and Mr. Alciard. He says, telomerase is an immortality enzyme that controls aging process by rebuilding the telomerase. But gene controlling this telomerase is switched off. Activation of telomerase enzyme leads to anti-aging. So these are some of the Shastra Pramanas, means the Pramanas from the ancient rishis or modern rishis. Now I will add Atma Pramana, my experience, to what it is. So it can be a Apta Pramana for you. The more and more life is added to your life, more strands of DNA is awakened. There are two things. When your deeper, more strands of DNA are awakened, you will have a complete freedom to live or not to live. Understand? I am not all for living long. I am all for you having freedom to live long or not to live long. When the deeper strands of DNA, more strands of DNA is awakened, you will have, first thing, depth in life. Second, freedom about length in life. So awakening the next strands of DNA directly leads you to awareness. The intense awareness directly leads you to the awakening of deeper strands of DNA. But it's a vicious circle. Understand? It's a vicious circle. When you try to awaken the DNA, you feel you don't have enough awareness. If you try to have enough awareness, you feel enough strands of DNA is not awakened. How to break the vicious circle? That is where the role of the master's play comes in. That is where the master's role comes in. Transmission of lamp is needed. Person whose all strands of DNA is awakened can easily, physically transmit and awaken your next level strands of DNAs, second, third, fourth, fifth. If only one strand of your DNA is awakened, you can easily awaken at least next 5. If already 3 is awakened in you, you can easily activate next 10. Sorry, totally 12. Next 9, you can activate the whole thing. So pushing you to the next level happens by initiation. That is what exactly I am doing in Inner Awakening. Taking you step by step. First, removing all the fear engrams. Then, greed engrams. Then, deeper engrams related to matter. Removing the mud in which you are stuck. And through initiation, awakening all strands of DNA. So that you can have wisdom and anti-aging. So process with the master, Upanishad, process with the master is the only way for growing younger and growing in wisdom. The inner awakening will awaken the DNA. I think I can name it as DNA awakening. Inner DNA awakening. Inner awakening leads to DNA awakening, and that naturally leads to more awareness, growing younger and growing in wisdom. The scientist Daniel Winter and his heart coherence team found proof that human emotions can reprogram your DNA and shape your immune system. The whole NSP is proved just this one statement, through this one statement. NSP is all about reprogramming your human emotions, removing your fear, removing your useless, tiring desires. This truth says your human emotions can reprogram your DNA and shape your immune system. When these emotions are removed, the unnecessary emotions and samskaras are removed, your DNA is reprogrammed, immediately your immune system also gets shaped. That is why people walk out of chronic diseases, deadly diseases, incurable long-term diseases, the disease which needs long-term drugs and therapies. Even from those diseases, people just like that walk out. Why? I have seen thousands of people walking out of cancer in NSPs. Just 4 days. At least few thousands I have seen walking out of cancer. And 90% of the people who attend the program I have seen walking out of depression. 90% walking out of depression. The remaining 10 also does not want to walk out. It is the depression. They have too much of vested interest in their depression. I have seen. Almost all spiritual tradition stops with awakening the non-mechanical parts of your brain. That's all. They stop with it. Siddha tradition is the first science, spiritual science, which has dived deep into the realms of awakening the deeper strands of your very DNA. Making new man is possible only through Siddha tradition. Of course, Siddha tradition is not separate from Vedic tradition. I can say a small secret mystical group which was doing higher parts of research and development in Vedic tradition can be called as Siddha tradition. Nobody has done so much work, so much of research and development. Nobody has revealed so much in the line of awakening the deeper strands of your DNA. Siddha tradition works with such powerful process. Straight away, they work with death to awaken your deeper strands of DNA. Always decide for life. You have a right to live. With this context of Ishavasyam idaggum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Even if you have not achieved that context, decide to live and align that context to you more and more. Because you have not yet achieved that context, don't decide not to live or against the life. No. Decide to live. Declare. Decide. My DNA, I have the authority to reprogram, deprogram, program as I want. Decide to live. And even if one corner of you has self-doubt, I have decided many times not to live, what to do? I don't care. Now I am deciding to live. And whenever those decisions against life comes up, I'll clean it up, but I am declaring and deciding to live. Kurvan neveka karmani jijivishetchadagum samaha. As a disciple of Upanishadic Rishis, as a follower of Upanishads, declare, Kurvanne veka karmani jijivishet chadagum samaha. I decide to live. My decision is for life. From now on, not only consciously, even unconsciously, subconsciously, I will not entertain decision against life. I'll entertain only decision for life.
Even 1 year or 2 years, the kids who practice this yoga systematically, properly, their very DNA structure changes to Mahasadashiva's DNA. Every Kundalini Rajju and every Shiva Stamba is literally Sadashiva's Murti, Mahasadashiva's Murti. Through yoga, literally, your DNA can be altered to Mahasadashiva's DNA. Alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes
when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. All my disciples and all my Sri Kailasas, all my Adinams and Ashrams, temples, gurukuls, every person and every place associated with me should radiate the power of unclutching. Absolute peace-centered powerfulness. Peace-centered powerfulness in the very air, in the very garden, in the very entrance. All our temples, ashrams, Adinavasis, devotees, disciples, anyone follows me. Understand? This is the brand. Your three eyes should radiate the peace-centered powerfulness. People should know, what is this? So much is going on. Our devotees should be in a space. No sudu, no sornai, no bothered, any titting, any abusing, no sudu, no sornai, no bothering, no disturbance, absolute peace, love, joy, bliss. Titting, mouthil, blood vending, getting earsil, no blood vending. Titting, mouthil, blood vending, getting ears, peacefully existing. Understand? No sudu, no sarnai, no problem. Is brand of Nithyananda. Neither violent nor agitated or powerlessness. Absolute peace. Peace established in powerfulness. Powerfulness established in peace. That's a space of Sri Kailasa. Understand? I want to tell you. All the devotees whom I really love sincerely, who are in love with me, learn this secret. I tell you absolutely. With all my integrity to Paramashiva, I promise. Paramashiva is real. Sri Kailasa is real. Kalabhairava is real. Nandi is real. Ganapati is real. Subramanya is real. Parashakti is real. Vishnu is real. The space of Sri Kailasa is real. I tell you. It is just to tell this to all of you and inspire all of you. Give you the glimpse of this experience so that the virtuous circle will start in you. See, once I give you one experience, then you start moving towards the Paramashiva. Then he gives more experience. Then you start moving towards him more. This is what I call virtuous circle. Pushing this virtuous circle to start is what is the job of Guru. And maintaining the virtuous circle and increasing the speed is job of the Linga and Sangha. Understand? That is why I sincerely request all the viewers, please register for Atmalinga Mandala process coming December 14th and 15th, we have 2-day Atmalinga Mandala process and Vishesha Diksha initiation. All of you will receive Atmalinga made out of the space of Kailasa. Understand? When the space of Kailasa is brought and made into material, matter, it becomes Spatika. And the Kailasa energy, Sri Kailasa energy, is filled in that and given to you as a gift. Send an email, register programs.nithyananda.org/Atmalinga. It's completely free program. You can come to any one of our Sri Kailasa all over the world, any one of the ashrams, temples, gurukuls, universities, adhinams, and receive the Atmalinga. Understand? Peace-centered powerfulness is the fragrance, breathing space of Sri Kailasa, Paramashiva. Bring extreme peace, peace-centered power manifestation, peace-centered powerfulness. More and more completion inside, more and more unclutching inside. Throw all the rubbish out through cathartic processes, detox processes. Do samskara dahana kriya, do mrigasharira vasa. All these are detox processes. Do nirahara samyama. Unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. Unclutching is such ultimate. As I said, it makes you altogether a different metal. I have seen how unclutching makes people powerful. Somebody sent a message. I want to know what is being taught in Nithyananda Sangha. All the devotees and disciples, men, women, especially women, are standing so strong for Swamiji. What is being taught? Simple, unclutching. Any titting, any abusing, any negativity, any false, any rumor, no sudu, no sornai, no agitation, no disturbance, no agitation, no powerlessness, no violence, titting fellow while bloodwanding, getting person ears, silent, peaceful irnding. Absolute powerfulness-centered peace, peace-centered powerfulness. Not the peace out of weakness, no. Powerfulness, peace-centered on powerfulness. Anoraniyan mahato mahiyan. The consciousness which is atom inside the atom and universe more than the universe, that starts growing inside your body when you start developing the practices which raises the peace-centered powerfulness. Understand? Peace-centered powerfulness starts growing in your life with these 5 things. Detoxing methods like Samskara Dahana Kriya, Mrigasharirvasa, Nirahara Samyama, unclutching, completion. Do all these practices. Deeper and deeper peace-centered powerfulness will start growing. Peace-centered powerfulness makes you different, metal altogether. It changes the very structure of your DNA, molecular structure, biomemory, muscle memory, the very quality of bioenergy. There are 4 situations in your life where consciousness is directly influencing your DNA. When you are hungry, when you are angry, when you are lusty, when you are about to fall sleepy, too tired, just want to get lost, withdraw. These 4 situations, your consciousness directly influences the DNA. The door between the consciousness and DNA is open. During these 4 situations, if you use these 4 situations, you can detox, remove all the unconscious ideas, words you stored inside you, and you can pull them out at Mahavagya. Powerful sounds, Mahavagya, inside you. I'll give you the precise conclusion. Whenever you feel hungry, angry, lusty, sleepy, intensely reverberate your whole being with Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. With the decision, let my being, let my consciousness manifest itself through my DNA using this Mahavagya as connection point. Let Mahavagya be the connective point. I tell you, immediately you will experience Kailasa. This Mahavagya is directly from Kailasa. Your life is all about what kind of a connection your consciousness and DNA has. That's all. Chit Jata Kranti. Chit means consciousness. Jata means DNA. DNA is the closest matter which can have connection with consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. The knot between the Chit and Jata. What is the material with which that knot is made? That sound. Sound is the material with which that knot is made. What kind of a sound made that knot? Listen, I'm repeating. If Mahavagya is the sound with which Chit and Jata is connected, you will have ultimate superconscious mutation. Ultimate superconscious mutation. Understand? The strands of DNA, components of DNA is kept together through sound. So, if you want superconscious mutation in you, the sound through which your DNA is kept together need to be dismantled and the ultimate sound need to be inserted. Understand? You need to disconnect the threads with which your consciousness and DNA is bound together and alter the connecting point, the sound, into highest possible sound. What kind of a sound is used to bind your consciousness and DNA strands together? That decides what kind of a powers you are going to manifest and what kind of a life you are going to have in your body. Same way in the inner awakening, every session is to turn on, activate the DNA so that the experience can be transmitted as it is. There's one more very interesting bit of information I have. It's from psychedelicadventure.com, website psychedelicadventure.com. Scientists irradiated DNA with laser light. On a screen, wave pattern was formed. The wave pattern still remained even after removal of DNA. It infers, point 1, the energy from outside of space still flows through activated wormholes after DNA removal. Means once the initiation is given, even if you are not physically around me, the connection and energy transmission constantly goes on. This is the secret. DNA can create magnetic wormholes which receives bits of information outside time and space. That's what we call consciousness. So till the wormholes are created in your DNA, you need an outside master. Once the wormholes are created in your DNA, you don't need outside master there. Outside guru sits inside you as antar guru and teaches you. He sits inside you and goes on supplying the knowledge. And another one important information, the last punchline. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Whatever I downloaded through my wormholes and DNA can be transmitted to you without using my words, without you seeing or listening. Just if your DNA is activated or turned on. That is what I call initiation, Upanishad. Only in the beginning you need to listen to my words. If the DNA gets activated or turned on, no need for words, no need for ordinary way of teaching. Just the transmission, the initiation, energy darshan is enough. That is what I was telling yesterday. Initiation is like an intense downloading into you. The knowledge and consciousness and information in this biomemory, in this DNA, is just transmitted. That is why these acharyas, once they are initiated, our trained teachers to go around and take classes, once they are initiated, there are thousands of information they never learnt from my books or heard from me, starts expressing through them. The answers which they would have never heard from me or read from my books suddenly starts expressing. How? This is the science. If your DNA is turned on or activated, these bits of information which gets downloaded through the wormholes created in DNA can just be transmitted without any conventional methods. This is what is happening.
Yes. Adhyanam to all the participants once again. That was a very beautiful revelation. Swamiji spoke on how to awaken this cosmic DNA in all of us. First, understand the cosmic DNA. As very beautifully Swamiji shares, the telomeres, when it is being copied completely from one cell to another cell, it is the process of conscious DNA awakening. But when the telomeres are not being duplicated, are not being copied from one cell to the another cell, it is because of incompletions, pain, suffering, which then leads us to the process of aging. This is how all of us experience aging in our life. Aging starts the more and more incompletion you put into yourself, the more and more incompletions you cherish, the more and more incompletions, sufferings, problems you're cherishing in your life, that becomes your result in the process of aging. For you to experience anti-aging, it's not too late. Just sit and do completion within yourself. Let us now understand deeper truths of what exactly Swamiji mean by awakening this cosmic DNA in all of us. What does exactly Swamiji mean by this cosmic DNA which all of us are experiencing in our life? Understand, there are two parts of DNA. One is known by the science, which is responsible for your form, disease and all that. The second is the unknown. The second one, which scientists call as junk DNA or shadow DNA, the Jivatman DNA in the cell. Awakening the self DNA because it has all extraordinary powers. All of us need to understand one thing. What scientists have considered as the junk DNA, it's not actually a junk DNA. It is called the Jivatman DNA. Very beautifully, Swamiji calls this DNA as the Jivatman DNA. Why? Because all your possibilities, such as manifesting powers, experiencing Paramashivoham, all these extraordinary experiences are situated, are associated with your Jivatman DNA. So understand, these two things are very important for all of us to understand in our life, because the one DNA which science have come to know about, where all your form, diseases, all that, the known part. Now the Jivatman DNA has all your extraordinary powers, the way the living life of Paramashiva, all extraordinary related things are kept in your Jivatman DNA. So, when we awaken this process, understand, you are going to experience a tremendous breakthrough in your life. Understand, the descendants, all of us are the descendants of the super consciousness. It's a conscious decision. The good news is, this moment, you can decide to be liberated. There is no step-by-step is required. This moment, consciously, you can declare, I am unclutched. Then the pure superconscious energy will just blast your whole body and the DNA and alter it to the next level of
for the superconsciousness. Understand? Very beautifully, Swamiji shares that the process of aging happens when we are holding on to our incompletions, to our sufferings, to our patterns in our life. But what happens when we just declare unclutching? When you declare unclutching, you are experiencing when you unclutch, your whole body, your whole inner space is just blasted with the signs of superconsciousness. Your whole body experiences superconsciousness, which leads you to altering the very level of your DNA itself. So it's a very beautiful and subtle truth that Swamiji has revealed for all of us to awaken this DNA in ourselves. So, when we do more and more unclutching, when we do more and more power manifestation, you're going to experience this in your life. And I request all participants, let's decide. Let's consciously take this declaration. Decide continuously, hold to that conscious decision that you are Paramashiva. Tell Paramashiva, Mahadeva, I know you reside in me. I invoke you with all my beings. Let your consciousness have the capacity to manifest it in my DNA so that I can upgrade myself from the natural selection process to conscious decision process. You do not need anything more than consciously deciding. Paramashiva, he is waiting to manifest in you. The moment you decide him. Understand? Paramashiva is available for all of us. The moment we take this declaration, he is there in front of all of us. Very beautifully, Swamiji shares that Paramashiva is such a Bole Baba. He's called Bolenath, meaning he is. That's all. He does not require anything from his life. He's happy with whatever he has. And he waits for you to declare you are him. The moment you declare you are him, you will experience tremendous breakthroughs within you. So, and because all participants, let's take a few minutes. Let's declare this declaration. Let's take a few minutes and consciously declare this declaration to Paramashiva. Understand? Actually, you have 25 heads in your real sense Paramashiva. 25 independently intelligent tracks running in your brain is a novel standard for any Hindu deity. I now request all participants to write down anything which you think impossible, anything which you think it's not possible. Pen down 25 such items where you feel it's impossible for me to manifest it. For example, it's impossible for me to experience completion with my mother. It is impossible for me to experience completion with my father. It is impossible for me to manifest a job which gives me $1,000 salary. It is impossible for me to become a billionaire or millionaire. It is impossible for me to manifest powers. Anything which you think is an impossibility. I request all participants to please write it down. Pen down such 25 such impossibilities in your life where you feel it is completely impossible for me to manifest. Pen down 25 of those.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Okay. Now, all of us have penned down 25 different impossibilities in our life where we feel that it is impossible for us to manifest. To give an example, you're not able to manifest, you're not able to experience enough money for you to experience serving a pizza. Or you're not manifesting good health for yourself, you're not manifesting a good career or a good relationship for yourself. All these are 25 different impossibilities which you are having in your life. Let us now understand how to make this as a possibility for all of us to awaken. Understand when beautifully Swamiji says one satsang, what I ordain, I sustain. When Swamiji says something, there's no way of impossibility. It always manifests. Whether you want to experience the science of alchemy, where you want a copper to become gold, or for you to manifest enough money in your life to become a billionaire, or for you to manifest the health, longevity, anything you want to manifest in your life, it will manifest. Because when he said it's going to manifest, it is going to manifest. When Swamiji say it is going to manifest, it is going to manifest. So understand, when Swamiji is saying that there's no such thing called impossibility existing in our life, that means we have the possibility to manifest these in our life. So, now all of us have written 25 different items, impossibilities, where we feel it's impossible to manifest these in our life. Yes. So now, what is it that constitutes an enlightened being as an enlightened being? The DNA. Whatever you know, as you should stand with this one idea. Whatever I know, I will become bigger than that. Not by making that smaller, but by raising me higher. See, understand? See, let's say boss and us. We always feel boss is higher than us. Why? Because of the status, the responsibilities, and everything what we have. But if you want to manifest that, don't make the status of boss smaller. Instead, raise yourself to the higher where you can experience the boss. This is what Swamiji is saying very beautifully. Whatever you know, I will become bigger than that. Not by making that smaller and making me stay where I am. No, but raising me to the higher level. That is only awakening this cosmic DNA. So understand all these impossibilities in your life which you're having. Don't make this impossibility smaller. Instead, raise yourself to the higher frequency. Raise yourselves where you'll get the power to manifest all these impossibilities as possibilities in your life. And because all participants, if you have any questions, any doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section. So understand, when you want to experience something in your life, raise yourself to that standard and more than that. Not lowering the standard of that. So now, with this understand we get from this session, we'll be now moving ahead to a very beautiful meditation technique which Swamiji has beautifully revealed for all of us. So now, let us now prepare ourselves to receive a meditation. So understand, love plays a major role in our life. Understand, love plays a major role in awakening of this divine life, the Jivatman DNA in you. It is because of this only we are able to experience that in our life. So I request all participants to understand this. Understand, love plays a major role in our life. So now, we are going to be entering into a very powerful meditation, which is the Hridaya Kamala meditation, where you open your heart center. As love is love, when you're radiating love, it is radiated by your Anahata Chakra, your heart center. So now, I request all participants to let's get ready. So understand, this is just we're going to do this for just few minutes. Now the only thing you have to do is imagine yourself as headless. Not meaning that you are dumb or you do not have the action of thinking. Not in that way. Just imagine yourself, your head. Your physical head is not there. You are just a body without a head. Walk. Sit down. Feel as if you are headless. Feel that your head has disappeared. All your focus will now be on your heart. In the beginning, it will just be a pretense where you might feel weird or disoriented. But what happens to all my sense organs? How will I see, hear, and speak? Your sense organs have not disappeared, they have simply slipped into your heart region. Just like how blind men use their hands to see, you will be using your heart to see. You will be seeing with your heart from your heart center. Because all participants, let's close your eyes. Let's do this for a few minutes. Visualize you are you're a person without a head. You're doing all activities in your life without a head. If you prefer closing your eyes, you can also close your eyes. As love is the main component which all of us require to awaken this Jivatman DNA, the cosmic DNA for all of us. So I request all participants to close your eyes. Visualize you're headless, where you do not have a head, but you're continuing all the activities of life. You're walking without a head. You're sitting without a head. You are feeling without head. What are your daily activities? Just visualize yourself without a head. that you are without a head. You're doing all the activities of life without a head. Now, let us move ahead to the second step. Now, look deeply into your eyes. Feel as if stand before a mirror and look deeply in your eyes as if you are looking from your heart. Allow every act to be controlled by the heart. Feel the love in your actions. By and by. You will feel the heart center flowering, actually flowering. You will feel a blossoming inside yourself. And then you will feel the onrush of love. You will find your very act becoming more loving. That is why when someone is in love, we say he has lost his head. When you are flowing with love, when your heart center is overflowing, you actually lose your head, meaning you actually lose your identity. Your actions are no longer controlled by your head. So now request all participants, it's few minutes. Stand in front of the mirror and look into yourself. Feel as if you are looking from your heart center at your very reflection of your mirror. feel the onrush of love coming from your heart center when you're looking at your reflection. Now, slowly request all participants to relax yourself. Like all of you to share your experiences. How was it during the meditation for all of you? How did all of you experience? As now, we'll be moving ahead to the power manifestation session. So, because all of you to settle down and all of you can post your share, like all of you can post your experience. How did you feel during the power manifestation? Was it a nice experience for all of you doing the meditation? You felt complete easiness in your inner space. What exactly happened? Because all participants post. And as now, we'll be preparing ourselves to move to the power manifestation session. Now, understand, this power manifests when you connect yourself from the space of oneness with nature. And I request all participants to place a feather or any light object on your palm. When there's no, and is sitting in an area where there's no strong winds around you. It can be as light as anything. You can take your hair or your nail or feather, anything which is very lightweight. Now, connect to the wind element. Feel extreme love and friendliness towards it. Bring the wind energy, the wind space, bring the space of oneness in you. Now, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Chant the Mahavakya and look intensely at the feather with all your three eyes and increase the wind around you to levitate the feather. Increase the wind energy, the wind current around you to lift the feather, to levitate the feather from your hand. Feel that extreme space of love oozing out from your heart center. The space of love coming out from your heart center.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now, request all participants to relax yourself, open your eyes, and share whether any manifestations happen for all of you. How the manifestation has happened for each and every one of you, as Paramashiva very uniquely manifests through each and every one of you in a very unique way. So request all participants to see how Paramashiva has manifested for you. So, in this session, all of us learned about the cosmic DNA which is there in all of us. Understand, Swamiji says very beautifully, your consciousness has the power to alter your very DNA itself. Let us understand from Swamiji how just by using consciousness, just by awakening consciousness itself can alter the very DNA which we are having in our life.
There is another one. Truth from some of the websites which does research in this DNA line. Quotesofascension.com. Our DNA is unique to each of us. The imprint of our higher self is held in our DNA. We carry our lineage from other planets and other areas of universe in our DNA. The imprint of our earthly ancestral lineage is also held within our DNA. This is what we call in Vedic tradition the Gotra. Which Rishi's Gotra you belong to, we say. The Gotra is your code of other living spaces, components of other living spaces which is in you. That code is the Gotra. If you say Bharadvaja Gotra, the energy and experience and the DNA Bharadvaja represents is there in your body. And you can access to those energies very easily. If you take up the mantras and spiritual practices delivered by Bharadvaja, immediately you can decode your DNA and the Akashic records can open. So the Gotra you belong to is the keyword, password for the huge information available to you in the form of Akashic records. The Akashic records are, it's like a password being handed over to you. All the informations are there and this is the password, please see it, that's all. The Akashic records are like DNA of the universe. Each soul has its own Akashic records and there are collective records of all souls of all journeys. That's what I call all souls of all journeys is what I call Hiranyagarbha. So now I'll add some of my insights. First thing, understand all the information you collected through all your births is available in your DNA. Second, you can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again, thinking you will have the joy end of this action. See, it's like if you have done certain action and you did not receive the joy which you wanted, and if you forget that you did that action and did not have the joy, you will be trying it again and again in various ways. But if you remember You did this action, did not have the joy. You will not try it again. By training your mind, you can transform your DNA. Today I want to introduce a few truths about this epigenetics. As browsing through some of the articles about this epigenetics. This is Dr. Hassan Church. He's written a book called Genie in Our Genes. He has done a great service to Vedic tradition by proving many of the Vedic truths scientifically. Anybody digs in any field with the one goal of Satya, truth, they land on Vedic tradition. In any field it can be. See, without having the vested interests of the marketing companies, marketing industry, in any field, anybody does research with Satya. Satya as the goal, truth as the goal. Simply they land on Vedic tradition. A rishi, he very clearly proves the quality of your consciousness directly transforms the way in which you exist physiologically, or your physiological existence is directly affected by the quality of your consciousness. The quality of your consciousness and the physiological existence are so closely connected the epigenetics, they have done so much of research on this field, on this epigenome. Epigenome is a protein particle responsible for your genes and all the happenings based on genes. Please understand, we are always taught genes are responsible for our diseases. No, it's not true. Even your DNA is not responsible. The quality of your consciousness is responsible. The quality of consciousness can directly change DNA. Hassan Church very beautifully proves even the persistent diseases handed over to you by the previous generations, like cancer, sugar, blood pressure, heart diseases, even they can be just altered, changed, transformed by the quality of your consciousness. Another research proves only 35% of your DNA is responsible, only 35% for what you are, who you are, how you are, and all the major factors like your longevity, disease, health and everything, only 35%. The science of epigenetics and the epigenome opens a new door to the great truths declared by Patanjali and Swatmarama. Patanjali in Raja Yoga Sutras and Swatmarama in Hatha Yoga Sutras. Shiva Sutras says very clearly, the man who is in perfect health just by his nisangalpa, means the intentionless consciousness, can transmit that to a human being or any being. That is what is exactly the science of healing. I have so many research references here today to share with you all. One is the Dawson Church research and the truth about the epigenome. I can see very clearly when I see these researches, exactly the experience which is happening in me, in others when I do the healing, is scientifically recorded and proved. Usually I see how the healing happens in people. I can see very clearly when I put the hand on the person, the epigenome structure starts changing, which is responsible for the whole building. Please understand, DNA is not responsible for the building. DNA is like a brick. Out of brick we build buildings, but brick itself is not responsible for the plan. If there is a defective brick, there will be defective building. But brick does not carry the blueprint of the building. The epigenome is responsible for the blueprint of the building. I could see very clearly. The epigenome transforms itself and DNA just alters as per the transformation of the epigenome, and clearly the body just remembers the health. Please understand, health is your nature. You don't need to create it. You just need to remember it. The remembrance immediately awakens and the health is back. That is why even the doctors are surprised and shocked when they see the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, all those things get healed. Especially these long-term drug therapies are no more needed and people just walk out of diseases. The quality of your consciousness, the quality of consciousness in which you are living is directly responsible. It can just alter, transform any disease, including diseases like cancer, arthritis, handed over to you through generations. If you go to the internet, tons and tons of research is done in this field. How the spiritual healing directly works. not only during spiritual healing, even during initiations, and when people come and sit near me in my breathing space, I can see very clearly their epigenome starts getting awakened, restructures itself, realigns itself. There is another research I was reading. In a vacuum tube, if there are some electrons lying random, if a human DNA is introduced, immediately they all come to a clear, organized shape. They all just stand up. It's like when master enters, how you automatically stand up. They all just organize themselves. Even after the DNA, human DNA was removed, they all stay back in the same shape. Same way, I can see very clearly when people sit in my breathing space, especially during Pada Puja, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I can see very clearly their body just recupes and transforms. I used to wonder how to express this clearly in scientific terms. Hassan Church has done that job. Very beautifully, very scientifically, he has explained. The science of epigenome and epigenetics is the revelation. It's a science which proves now the declarations of Patanjali and Swatmarama and all great Vedic rishis, and my own experience. The quality of your consciousness decides diseases, longevity, quality of life, pain, depression, everything. Even the persistent diseases like a cancer, blood pressure, heart diseases, sugar, everything. So I tell you, wake up and raise your consciousness. Not only to transform your DNA, to transform the whole world. See, when you transform your DNA, it is not just the great service done to you alone. It will be the greatest service you are doing to the world, whole world. Because when your DNA is transformed, you see, when your consciousness is brought to a certain level, whoever you touch will be impacted by your consciousness, and their epigenome also will be realtered. And their DNA will be transformed, and they get back to their health. This is the science of healer's initiation. That's what I am doing. Not only I transformed my epigenome and transformed my DNA structure and brought the highest possible conscious expression in this body and mind. Whoever is touched, if they also can raise their consciousness, of course, when I touch, the physical and mental healing happens. And if they also put a little bit of their effort and take up the responsibility to receive it completely, then a complete epigenome transformation, DNA transformation happens in them, and they also start experiencing the higher and higher possibilities of the consciousness in their body-mind. So naturally, when they touch somebody else, their epigenome gets awakened, the DNA gets transformed, the health starts happening in that person. This is what the ripple wave effect. And I tell you, let's popularize these great researches on this epigenetics and the epigenome, the ideas about the epigenome. Epigenome can be changed through conscious choices regardless of what we have been handed over through generations. Add more and more joy, laughter, love, life, dance, bliss, restful awareness to the humanity. Let us create intense, conscious cyclones, superconscious tsunamis. All over the world. Save the humanity, human consciousness, and human health. All you guys decide two things strongly. One, from now you will live in the highest possible consciousness continuously. Second, even if you leave the body, you will get back to serve the world in this highest consciousness. We need more and more people in human body to remove the inhumanity from humanity. We need more and more people in human body to remove inhumanity in humanity. It's time. We really need. Actually, when I go through the scientific researches, even I realize more and more the urgency with which we need to create N communities, urgency with which we need to create the N civilization, urgency with which we need to radiate enlightenment. So let the urge become the urgent. Let you all radiate enlightenment. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham I was expanding on the science of making the best, highest superconscious mutation as Paramashiva gave this science to Devi, and Devi brought to planet Earth in Kanchipuram and started manifesting it. What I am saying is the ultimate truth from Paramashiva directly. Understand? The strands of DNA, components of DNA is kept together through sound. So, if you want superconscious mutation in you, the sound through which your DNA is kept together need to be dismantled, and the ultimate sound need to be inserted. Understand? You need to disconnect the threads with which your consciousness and DNA is bound together and alter the connecting point, the sound, into highest possible sound. What kind of a sound is used to bind your consciousness and DNA strands together? That decides what kind of a powers you are going to manifest and what kind of a life you are going to have in your body. I'll repeat. There are 4 situations in your life where consciousness is directly influencing your DNA. When you are hungry, when you are angry, when you are lusty, when you are about to fall sleepy, too tired, just want to get lost, withdraw. These 4 situations, your consciousness directly influences the DNA. The door between the consciousness and DNA is open. During these 4 situations, if you use these 4 situations, you can detox, remove all the unconscious ideas, words you stored inside you, and you can pull them out. Add Mahavagya. Powerful sounds, Mahavagya, inside you. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. Your DNA strands are connected through water, hydrophobic material. DNA strands and the consciousness is connected through sound. Sounds with which they are connected matters. The good news is you can reprogram, replace the old sounds through which your consciousness and DNA strands are tied together, connected together. The great news is you can use these 4 opportunities to do it easily. I'll give you the precise conclusion. Whenever you feel hungry, angry, lusty, sleepy, intensely reverberate your whole being with Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. With the decision, let my being, let my consciousness manifest itself through my DNA using this Mahavagya as connection point. Let Mahavagya be the connective point. I tell you, immediately you will experience Kailasa. This Mahavagya is directly from Kailasa. Understand? Your life is all about what kind of a connection your consciousness and DNA has. That's all. Chit Jata Kranti. Chit means consciousness. Jata means DNA. DNA is the closest matter which can have connection with consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. The knot between the Chit and Jata. What is the material with which that knot is made? That sound. Sound is the material with which that knot is made. What kind of a sound made that knot? Listen, I'm repeating. If Mahavagya is the sound with which Chit and Jata is connected, you will have ultimate superconscious mutation. The hydrophobic material which keeps your DNA together, that hydrophobic material is filled with sound. See, being becomes identity through sound. Identity becomes physical expression of a person through fire. The person manifests is good, bad, right, wrong, everything through earth, the Prithvi element. See this satsang again to understand what I am saying. The sound component, Nada Tattva, sound principle, keeps consciousness and matter together, means that is the first intervention into the hydrophobic component which keeps DNAs together, DNA's spare parts together. Guru, by giving the right sound, vibrations, cosmic principles in the form of Anagata Dvani, he gives new birth and breaks all the patterns passed through the generations inside you. If you are serious, Mita Rajani, if you are serious about breaking the patterns passed on through generations, attend morning process. After the satsang, the Paramashivoham process I do, attend to that. The sounds I am creating and infusing into you purifies the hydrophobic component which keeps your DNA material together, which is the bridge for being to become identity, identity to become personality. The purification happens in your core level. Attend every morning this Paramashivoham process with Atmalinga. That's it. I am telling you, see, I had a guru, His name was Narayana Swami Tata. He's an adept in the science of Aushadha, medicines. He will collect herbs from the ground which was never walked by human beings. மனித கால்படாத இடத்திலிருந்து வேர்களும் செடிகளும் மூலிகைகளும் கொண்டு வருவார். Let me repeat. The place where human beings never walked, from that kind of places he will bring herbs, roots. How you know? He had a trained dog and a goat. The dog will take the goat and go. Goat will identify the herb. Dog will just pick it up and bring it. I have seen this happening. I am not telling you stories. He lived just few years, maybe 30 years before. And still his son, grandsons are, his family is still living in Tiruvannamalai. You can go and talk to them. You will find what I said is true. His name is Narayana Swami Tata. Still the home he lived is there. And all the things he used is there. Maybe the dog may not be alive because you can see his photograph. But surely the family knows whatever I am saying and you can talk to them. I had this kind of masters who are adepts. He told me once, when he was making the Aushadha, for a so-called incurable disease, kind of a very dangerous cancer, for that he was making Aushadha. He collected too many things from too many sources and finally made the Aushadha. He called that disciple, or I should say that client, who came to him for healing, for medical care, medical help, Aushadha help, the customer. And he gave that medicine to him. Asked him, eat this medicine every day, once a day, for next 42 days. He prepared that medicine with a lot of difficulty. Third day, that guy came back saying that somebody in the home unknowingly threw that whole packet into the river. Without knowing that it is a medicine, they just threw the whole thing while they were cleaning the home and put it in the river. Nearby small stream where they dump all the unwanted things. Surely it is very difficult to do the medicine again. I was wondering how he is going to solve, how he is going to help this person to get out of the cancer now, because making the medicine again, collecting the whole items, almost impossible. All he did, he called that person, made him sit next to him and told, this simple process, whenever you are feeling hungry, do japa of this mantra. I tell you, I know it is very difficult for you to believe. Maybe the power of his initiation, his words, energy. He said, whatever I made as aushadha, your body is capable of producing it when you add consciousness to your hunger. I tell you, surely it is the power of his initiation, because I saw he was having his hand on the shoulder of that person while he uttered these words. So that words have gone into his body like a powerful energy shock. Now literally I am having my hands on all your shoulders and giving you this initiation. Whenever you fall for someone, you are in deeply love with that person, the human being, the person for whom you fall for, you are in love, that person takes you for granted. You feel the other person for whom you have fallen is not loving you so much as you feel for him or her. Listen. Whenever you fall for someone, you always feel the other person for whom you have fallen, that person takes you for granted and that person does not love you, have feelings to the same level you have. Sometimes this is the way you feel, sometimes this is truth also. With ordinary human beings, this is the way love is acted, reacted, given, received, reciprocated. This is the way the love flows with ordinary human beings. With the divine, with Paramashiva, the logic of love is totally different. Listen. When you love me, when you fall for me, first thing, I raise you. Second, I shower life energy in you. When I shower life energy in you, your consciousness is the most superior asset, wealth, property for you and for the world. Listen carefully. I'll tell you one small very sweet, intimate happened between me and my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I carried food for him one day and he was eating. Few food parts fell from his mouth with his saliva by mistake when he was eating with the hand. I just took that. He thought I am cleaning it up and I may throw it away, but I did not throw it away. I just put it in my mouth. Prasada. The Guru Uchishtam. Guru Prasada. He smiled at me. I still remember. He said, now this body, showing my body, has also become precious asset for the world.
it will do a lot of good. In Hindu tradition, the Guru Uchishta, the food partaken by the Guru Prasada, is sacred, very sacred. Guru Padodaka means the water with which Guru's feet is washed. The food which Guru has partaken, Guru Uchishta, Guru Padodaka, is highly sacred in Hindu tradition. He said, just that little Uchishta which I took, the power of that, he said that his very biomemory, bioenergy is passed on, and that will start flowering in this body now. This body also is a precious asset for the world because of what it is manifesting. Listen sincerely, intensely. When he loved me, he made me sacred. When I fell for him, he raised me and he made me sacred by showering his love on me. Listen. All of you, my disciples, followers, whom I initiated, all of you have received the greatest, best Uchishta, that is mantra, the Mahavagya, which I used most in my life, is the Mahavagya. The mantra, if you have received, you received the best, greatest Uchishta from me. You are now sacred. Your consciousness is needed for this world. Each of you meditating, living Veda Agamic lifestyle, living enlightenment not only helps you, it helps the world to sail through this pandemic, this pralaya. So when I fell for my Guru, he raised me and showered his love on me and made me sacred. He did not take me for granted. Same way, I want to tell each one of you, I don't take you for granted. When you fell for me, I shower my love on you, and I don't take you for granted. I make you sacred. Understand? Sometimes I may not be giving attention, but never ever feel I take you for granted. I don't take you for granted. Sometimes if I give you attention, you become more conscious and spiritually awakened, then I shower you with my attention. Sometimes when I give attention, you try to use me like a crutch. Hang on. Then I tell you, don't use me as a crutch. I may not give you attention at that time, but I never take you for granted. Understand? Each one of you are conscious boats to help the humanity sail through this pandemic. When you are doing yoga every day, don't think you are saving only yourself. You are saving many more beings consciously to sail through this pandemic, through this pralaya. In Guru Gita, there's a beautiful verse. Guru Padodakam Panam, Guru Ruchishta Bhojanam, Guru Murti Sadadhyanam, Gurumna Sada Japaha. Gurur Namna Sada Japaha. One should drink the Guru's feet washed water and eat the remnants of the Guru's food plate. One should always chant the name of the Guru and always meditate on the Guru's form. Guru Padodakam Panam, Guru Ruchishta Bhojanam, Guru Murti Sadadhyanam, Gurur Namna Sada Japaha. What a life! If someone gets this four, they got much more than mukti. If someone gets this four in their life, every day especially, they got much more than mukti. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 I have also implanted the Bija mantras, all the 54 sounds. Some of the Sanskrit scholars may think, oh, it's only 51, some 52. What does he mean by 54? Please understand. Many people think Sanskrit has only 51 akshara. Some say, no, it is 52. But I tell you, 54. There are 54 bijas, powerful seed syllables.
I have embedded them into this Mahavagya and has manifested the various versions of Mahavagya, which I will be sharing with all of you in further satsangs, like Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When the Devi Bija, Parashakti Bija is embedded, Om Hreem Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When Ganapati Bija is embedded, Om Gham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So with each Bija mantra, this Mahavagya can manifest various different powers intensely, immediately, just with the Mahapranava, Om. It can manifest everything. With the specific bijas, it can manifest those specific manifestations immediately. One more thing, listen. When I said there are 54 sounds, there are some sounds which can never be written, which can't even be uttered. It can only be manifested as a vibration. It can be transmitted from guru to disciple. That sound is called Anahata Dvani, uncreated sound. Uncreated sound. Ahata means two objects hitting. Even your tongue hitting the air and producing a sound is ahata. Anahata means the sound which is produced by not anything hitting anything or uncreated, just pure manifestation from existence.
The process we are going to do now is called Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana. Means you are combination of pure consciousness and patterns. Your patterns are no independent life. They can become alive only if your consciousness is in the body. Am I right? Can you continue to smoke or struggle with your anger if you are dead? So only because of your consciousness existence, because of your consciousness, your patterns are empowered. Same way, you don't exist just as a consciousness, patterns. Even you seeing you and me are different is a pattern. You and me are separate is a pattern. So still the patterns are there. It means as on now the reality is you are together. You are totality of consciousness and patterns. As I said earlier, I cannot complete your patterns layer by layer, one by one, but I can put fire on your patterns. That I have a freedom. But as an enlightened ethics, I cannot complete your pattern. It's your free will. But I can put the fire on the whole thing. Means I can use my presence to create a distance between you and your patterns. Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana means cutting the knot which connects your consciousness and pattern. Most of the successful leaders experience this Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana. Only then they can handle the stress or the responsibility of others.
spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
नित्य सोमेश्वरा हर हर बोले आनंदेश्वरा सोमेश्वरा नित्य सोमेश्वरा हर हर बोले सोमेश्वरा नित्य सोमेश्वरा हर हर बोले आनंदेश्वरा
Nithyananda. Today, all of us are going to be having one of the most important, one of the most beautiful, and one of the most powerful experience where Swamiji is directly going to be working on our very DNA, on our very consciousness to alter our DNA. I welcome all the participants, every one of you that are here continuously from morning, and many of you have been here since the beginning, and each of you are here. I can see curious, eager, awaiting the initiation. How excited are you all for today's initiation? Can I request all of you to share in the chat? Nithyananda, if you're all able to see us and hear us clearly, please let us know in the chat. In just about a few minutes, we are all going to be entering into the darshan and into this very powerful initiation that we are going to be receiving today. Today, as we all learned about DNA, right? The power of DNA, the DNA consciousness, what your DNA can do to you. And listen very carefully, one of the most important aspects for the darshan today, one of the most important aspects that you're going to be learning today about your DNA is awakening your Jivatman DNA. See, even the greatest scientist, Albert Einstein, it is proven that he only had less than 10% of his DNA completely awakened. And for each of us, every one of you that are sitting here, the initiation that we're going to be receiving today is where Swamiji is directly going to be working on awakening your Jivatman DNA. Did you know each of you have a huge amount of memory stored in your DNA? Like, what if I told you Ma Anandeshwari, or Ma Hedy Schlaf, or Ma Margarita, or Ma Sangeeta, Ma Susan Solander? What if I told you all that your DNA has the memory of all your past lives stored within it? You can access it. You know, recently there was a study conducted by scientists, and it's something very interesting. Okay, so what they said is the entire data, all the data available on planet Earth, the entire data available on planet Earth, the petabytes and petabytes of information that's available on planet Earth, few trillion petabytes of information can be stored in a single strand of DNA. DNA, if you elongate the entire DNA, it is scientifically proven that the capacity of the DNA, what it can store is profound. What your DNA can store is profound. Can I request each of you to share from morning till now? What is your understanding about DNA? You know, there is one a very interesting fact that's published, that study about DNA that you would not know. Your DNA, the genetic material, it carries all the instructions from your generations to generations. Whether you're having diabetes, whether you're having cavity, whether you're having any issues, that is carried over from generation to generation. There was a study, very interesting one, that was conducted on the people who migrated, the people who were victim to the genocide and during the World War. And when this study was conducted on Jews, it showed that even the third, fourth generation Jews carried a certain amount of trauma or unexplainable depression in them. This is known as the transgenerational trauma because of the suffering that their parents were put through. They had carried this. This has been, so many studies have been conducted to establish this. Now, on one part, yes, your DNA does store all the suffering of your ancestors, all that is carried over. And on the bright side of it, your DNA carries all the powers and possibilities. Like, let's say, let's say when you were in your fish body, the ability to swim, that memory is stored in your DNA. Just by awakening your DNA without being taught swimming, you can swim. We all can do this. Let's say you lived in a plant body and you had the ability to photosynthesize. You ever had the ability as a plant, you would have had the ability to generate food just using sunlight. Now, please understand, the exact same possibility is still stored inside you. What if I told you, just through one initiation, when your DNA is awakened, you have the ability to do photosynthesis? Ma Samarpini, I know you have done Nirahara. Do you know, when you did Nirahara, this is the exact science that Swamiji awakened in you. Like each of us here, every one of us are experiencing this every single day. When we receive initiation, Swamiji is awakening our DNA's extraordinary capabilities, which even we do not know is existing in us. So today, through the initiation of Sadanrittamurti, understand, each of us are going to be experiencing this phenomenal science. And then to all the viewers, Nithyananda, very nice to see all of you here. All the viewers that are watching us on YouTube. Can I request all of you to post it in the chat? What is one unique factor about DNA that you have not heard before? Something that you learned newly today? Understand, 98% of your DNA, all that you use is just 2% of your DNA. The digestion, processing, everything is done only with 2% of your DNA. Rest 98% of your non-gene portion of your DNA is called as junk DNA. Junk DNA or dark DNA, because scientists had no clue about this. Some just talking about the epigenome, right? This is an emerging field of study called the epigenetics, which is above the DNA, because the entire science that you have been taught till now is only about the 2% of your DNA. All that is studied, all that is known is only 2% of your DNA. Imagine, 98% of your DNA is still untapped. Every initiation, Swamiji is working on awakening and tapping the extraordinary possibilities stored in your DNA, in your consciousness. Like, for example, without ever being taught about singing, dancing, swimming, you will be able to start manifesting it, flying. All these possibilities are stored in your DNA. This is what is called as epigenetics. Study beyond what we know as a normal DNA. Above DNA, it is called. Epi means above, genetics means DNA. So this subject, DNA, is something that's very, very, very interesting. Personally, for me, it is one of my most favorite subjects because it is so mysterious. The more you study about it, the more you unravel, the more you understand. And the best part is, we have an avatar who is working on, who's directly already awakened our DNA. And you should know that 3 billion DNA, more than 3 billion DNA that is there in your body. Now, we all would have heard this, right? If you stretch out all the DNA put together in your body, if you stretch them out, it could go up until Pluto and back. It's funny, but it's a very common comparison that we hear. But it is true. Your DNA, when it is all stretched out, it elongates to a huge distance. One single strand of your DNA can extend for up to 2 meters. So it's huge. And we have like billions of DNA. Now, today's initiation is all about awakening your DNA strands. Ma Parameshwari is asking, okay, can DNA of a master could be transferred by Guru Uchishta or Guru Padam? The foot of the master, the water that you offer to the Guru feet, you're asking if that can transfer the DNA. Actually, I'll tell you one very interesting thing, Ma Parameshwari. Swamiji had beautifully revealed how when you manifest powers, you are actually radiating, you start awakening Swamiji's DNA inside of you. It's a science. Because when we say Swamiji's DNA, what is it? You should understand that a little bit more scientifically, because Swamiji says his DNA as an avatar is completely awakened. If you actually study Swamiji's DNA, right, Swamiji's body, it is not normal. His whole body, the physiology of his body, how it operates is so different. Doctors have been always spellbound. They do not know how Swamiji's body functions, because it does not, Swamiji's body can alter as per his will. He can just change, which completely shatters all the all the definitions of science. It goes beyond all the barriers created by science. In fact, it is not cognizable by whatever medical field has studied till now. It's because Swamiji's DNA is completely awakened. He accesses all of those extraordinary possibilities. And that is what Swamiji is giving to us out of his compassion for all of us to experience through initiations. Yes, can I request all the participants to come and settle down, please? Can I request all of you to please be seated? Please sit straight. Yes, I request every one of you to please settle down. I request all the participants to sit straight. Please settle down. Yes. Now, today's initiation is going to be very, very powerful, because in the initiation today, Swamiji is going to be working on unwinding the sounds. See, we all have our DNA. Chit, the consciousness, is the closest to Jata, matter, the DNA. So the closest matter to consciousness, Chit, is DNA. So this DNA is combined with the consciousness through the sound. It's formed, the sound goes as knots and it is combined around our DNA. The problem here is we all carry so many unconscious sounds. We say, oh, life is like this, life is like that. We all learned about it today, right? Akasha Tattva. Where we go on uttering casually, we all go on uttering negative words. And they go and coil around our DNA and they become granthis, knots. They literally become like knots on your DNA. Now listen very carefully. These knots refrain your DNA from expanding, experiencing consciousness. When the wrong sounds are coiled around it, you cannot actually experience the possibilities of your consciousness. When that sounds are uncoiled, when it is unbound, you start experiencing the extraordinary possibilities that your DNA stores. The closest to your consciousness is DNA, and the DNA is made of hydrophobic material, which is what helps it all, like, bind, be bound together. And this DNA, whatever you're using, you may think, okay, I'm having so many things that I can do. I'm much more than a normal person can do. Yes, but still, it is only 2% of your DNA. The entire part of your Nithyananda Christina, the entire body of yours, all the functionalities, all the capabilities, everything is just 2%. And that rest of the 98% is called the junk DNA. And today, Swamiji is going to be working on making each of us taste that Jivatman DNA. Swamiji says it is not junk DNA. Science calls it junk DNA because scientists have not yet discovered it. But now with the field of epigenetics, scientists are starting to understand about it. This entire field of epigenetics is dedicated to study the rest of the DNA. What earlier science had kind of brushed aside saying junk DNA is what science is now going back to study. But we Hindus were so advanced. We did not just know about this. We did not have this epigenetics study thousands of years ago. In fact, our masters had the ability to store the knowledge of enlightenment in the DNA of people. That is why if you see in Mahabharata, you will have the reference of how in Abhimanyu had in his DNA the entire knowledge of the how to cross the Chakravyuha was stored. The DNA can store so much of information. And these powers were a regular, accessible part of our lives. And that is what we are going to be experientially understanding today. Are you all ready for the initiation? You can see all of you are very interested. I know DNA is something very, very interesting, and that I always enjoy learning about DNA because that is personally one of my most favorite subjects because there's so much to know about it. There is so much. And every time when I see what science is catching up, I'll be like, oh God, I heard Swamiji tell this 6 years ago, 7 years ago, because Swamiji has revealed so much about DNA, like just too much. Sound, DNA, frequency, consciousness. If we just study what Swamiji has done, I'm sure that we will be contributing majorly to this entire field of epigenetics because Swamiji has phenomenally contributed to the entire field of DNA, tapping the human potential, what we can, and actually what our capabilities and powers are. So coming back to today's initiation is where we are going to be receiving this process, and Swamiji will be conducting carrying forward this very, very powerful process, awakening all the powers in us, along with awakening the DNA. Can I request all of you to settle down? And on the upcoming season of Paramashivoham, we're going to be having this very amazing session where you will actually be learning about the science, the superconscious mutation and its possibilities in you. And you will be learning in depth about DNA through the upcoming season. So do not miss. It is starting just in 2 days. It is starting on the 17th of February. And I request all the participants to make sure that you are there. Please do not miss. Please be there. And also in